iconic, diverse, and powerful waves Oz has to offer.
Oh my God.
This season, the inaugural Aussie Treble comes to life as men's and women's competitors chase another prize down under. It all starts with the pilgrimage to the Easter Rally on the shores of the Southern Ocean. Bells will ring out loud and history will be written at the 2025 Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach presented by Bonsoy.
Honestly, it's the only trophy I want. It's the only trophy I want to win.
Good morning once again from Bells Beach. We're here for the Rip Curl Pro presented by Bonsoy. Day 5 of the event window. The competitors are here sharpening up their equipment. A good chance we'll be getting competition underway as we see Sebby Pupo making his way down those famous steps. Joel Vaughan coming in from a warm-up session. Teresa Hennessy also looking sharp this morning in the warm-up. World champ Caroline Marks. A real threat with that amazing backhand approach. But we are looking to resume competition by kicking off the opening round for the men once again. Grey skies this morning, but always a sunny disposition when you rock up here to Bells Beach. The vibes are always running hot. There's always a lot of interest in what the conditions are going to be like and what kind of surfing we're going to see. As you can see there, it does look pretty challenging at the moment, but it does bring a different brand of surfing. And that's something we can look forward to out here. Stop 5 on the Championship Tour schedule, and it's day 5 of the event window. There is your first heat. Barron Mamiya, who's been on fire with his performances in Hawaii, looking to take that form on the road and claim a big victory on foreign shores. Joe Chianca also in the lineup along with Samuel Pupo. It's going to be a lot of fun. Ronnie Blakey joined by Richie Lovett, who competed here at Bells Beach back in the day, Rich. And you always love coming back.
Always love coming back to Bells Beach. It's one of those special places. We talk about those feelings and the energy you get down here. And, well, this takes me back to about 1992, pro junior years out here. Looking pretty similar, but mate, we're rugged up this morning. It's cold, which generally means there's surf, so we're excited about that. Definitely a buzz in the car park and in the competitors area this morning. Yeah, those onshore conditions too, really adding to some consistency in those set waves, so bring it on. Let's check in with Rosie Hodge and see what's coming our way on day 5 of the event window. Morning, Rob.
Good morning, you guys. Well, we saw Betty Lou Sakura Johnson walking down in the dark this morning. You've had a little surf out there, so let's find out what the conditions are like.
Yes, the conditions are a bit stormy this morning. We've got some onshore winds, but there is options and there is opportunity out there, so we are on for green light, yeah.
That's right. Well, the ball has a bit more swell today, guys. That wind's supposed to slacken off a little bit as the sun comes up, so we look forward to a big day of competition. Men's opening round, women's elimination round, as well as men's elimination round, so it's going to be a huge day. Enjoy.
A massive day. Thank you, Rosie, and thank you, Betty Lou, for getting us underway here today. And I love what Betty's throwing out there, Rich, just that opportunity call. And I did say earlier, I think we're going to see a different brand of surfing, but you can speak to that. Bells, typically, we're talking about those big rail turns. Yep. Today, we might see something a little different. Yeah, it's that mental picture of perfect, 6-foot offshore bells. You can wipe that straight off the canvas for this morning. We're looking at kind of onshore as we hear the Hells Bells song in the background there. But these onshore conditions, it's a leveler for the playing field. I think it sort of neutralises some surfers, and it also adds to the chances of some others. But yeah, for me, it's kind of second wave of the set stuff. There's some really smooth faces out there. You're going to have to duck and weave a little bit and really pick those little gems amongst it. But yeah, like Betty Lou said, there's plenty of opportunity. And what I like about Bells when it's onshore like this, it does still have a lot of punch to it. And I think we're going to still focus in on those dynamic turns right in the bowl. We've got the tide running out all through the morning, and that's good news for us. You've also got to throw your mind back, way back to the mid 80s. 86, Tom Carroll won the event that year, but it was run in onshore conditions, and one of the most celebrated head-to-head heats of all time went down in onshore conditions here at Bell. So don't forget, you can still milk some highlights out of days like today.
Absolutely. We'll see some big scores today, and I automatically think we're going to see real flair type surfing, progressive style surfing. As we said, you know, when you take away that beautiful groomed 6 foot offshore Bell's Wall, where we typically see that power rail surfing, it's more fast twitch surfing now. Those little opportunities that'll pop up, you got to grab them. The surfers have got to just take those opportunities when they come, and they're going to have to really stamp some exclamation marks on the wave, which means big, powerful maneuvers.
Yeah, different conditions, we'll see different individual stocks go up and down.
Totally.
And it really, you know, can kind of play into the hands of some sort of less, I think, fancied surfers in the draw here at Bells Beach. But when you think about the 3 competitors out there at the moment, you know, all of them very well rounded, all of them with that flair, and it's going to be Sammy Pupo getting us started today, in need of a big result. He's had a tough go at it this year, sitting in 32nd position and in front of his sponsors. He'll want to flare up and get a big result to get himself well above that cut line here at stop number 5. Bringing this one right through to the shore break. Great work on the outside already for Savvy. And a positive start for him as he calls for the Rebel ski.
Really good start for Sammy, and exactly what I was talking about, those sections, those steeper little sections popping up, and Sammy take advantage of that, just blasting the tail out a number of times. And when I look at this heat, Barron, Joao and Samuel, very well matched, very evenly matched. Similar style of surfing here as we watch the replay of Sammy's first wave. Blasts that first turn, gets some tail release, and then again throws the layback hammer. Difficult section to negotiate, but he comes down and rides out of it really well. It was really just the strength of those 2 outside turns, nothing really connected on that inside. And you can see a bumpy ride on the pony this morning on the way back out.
Well, Sammy's been super impressive since he joined the championship tour. His rookie year was stellar. Came out with some really strong performances through the opening stages that year, and he's looking to tap back into that form that saw him get all the way to 10th position. But as I said before, he's kind of struggling at the moment, and he has failed to make the cut the past 2 years. Good thing for Sammy is when he gets back to the Challenger Series, he's an absolute alpha.
Yeah, total weapon on the CS. Liking the spiderweb graphic on the board there too. I used to run that.
Yeah, like a bikey's elbow.
Yeah.
But he's got to bring some of that fire, some of that attitude to this event, because he's had a really tough time with the earlier rounds this year. Hasn't been past that 3rd round, 3/17 and a 33rd. And you know, I think you've got to look back to the 24-year-old's start to the year. You know, when his rookie season, 2022, he came out with very little experience at pipe and in huge conditions, blew our minds, surfed his way to the finals. But this year, he actually bumped his face on the reef at backdoor, and that's where he got his worst result. I think his confidence was really shaken up, so he's kind of trying to reclaim that. Just hasn't been able to tap into the form that's seen him go a long way in a CT draw just yet.
Yeah, and you know, those negative results, they can sort of perpetuate on you. They can start to weigh heavy, and all of a sudden it's hard to dig yourself out of those holes. I've been there, like string after string, you know, event after event, 33rd, 17th, and all of a sudden it becomes a bigger mountain to climb, and then you get stuck in that it's a real ugly zone. But you know, first wave of the morning for Sammy. You know, good signs that he's looking loose and looking free. So I feel like he's gone out there with that attitude of, do you know what? I've got nothing to lose at this point. I'm going to free my surfing up and really, you know, show the judges what I can do, get back to what I know. And this is the sort of surfing that we've seen Sammy go deep in this event a couple of years ago.
Let's look at his opponents out here in the lineup. Joe Chianca almost a similar story to Sammy this season. Hasn't really bagged the big results, sitting in 23rd position at the moment. His best results this year, a couple of ninths. We expect more from him. He's proven himself to be a winner, has already featured in the WSL finals before, and he would love to do it again, especially this year. The move to Fiji, Cloudbreak could suit him really well. Charges as hard as anyone in this draw, and super well rounded. I just love Zhao's attack, just how hard he goes at every section that comes his way.
Yep, super explosive. And I was actually chatting to his coach Pinga just the other day, and I was, just asking him, how's Joao feeling? Obviously had that head injury a couple of seasons ago, and he said, look, he's feeling really good. It's he's had to kind of rebuild himself, mentally and physically, and we were talking about just the mental game. All these surfers on the tour are so good at surfing. They're so good at competing. But it can sometimes just come down to confidence and just being able to tap into that confidence and bring it to a heat situation.
And nothing will rattle your confidence more than a serious head injury. Zhao's done pretty well. I mean, his first event back was on the Gold Coast, a Challenger Series event. Donning the helmet, he surfed his way into the quarterfinals there. And he's had a quarterfinal finish in a CT event. That was at the back of last season, but this year he has really struggled to break into those final series. But he's capable. He's had some amazing performances out here at Bells Beach in pumping conditions before. We'll see how he fares in this this onshore junkier lineup.
Yeah, I feel like Joao's weapon is just a little bit more power in those maneuver moments. He really does put everything into it. He cuts a deep line and super explosive when he does perform his turns. And if he does get that section, he's going to go hard at it.
Part of that new generation in their mid-20s on the championship tour now, really pushing for event wins and pressing those established names, those really fancy title contenders for those big results. Also in the lineup, we've got Baron Mamiya in this opening heat, and hasn't this guy just, established himself as one of the greats? Back-to-back Pipe Masters titles, or Pipe Pro titles, I should say. As we see Chianca up again, or up for the first time, I should say. Nice little hit to get started, finding some release. And you've got to really be paying attention to all the creases and bumps in these faces out here today. Can't surf with that same kind of freedom. And he pearls riding out of that second release.
No, it's like, driving on a race car with little pebbles and boulders everywhere. Here we go, Baron up and riding.
Mamiya drives through the first section. Well-timed hit, but that's all he's going to juice out of that wave. So it's going to be a couple of low-scoring numbers for Mamiya. Chianca to kick things off. Sammy Pupo with a big edge, completing his ride, getting in great combinations on the outside. 6.33 for him, 2.83 for Mamiya, that single turn, and Chianca a little further behind.
Yeah, well, this is a dream situation for Samuel at the start of the heat, dropping that 6.33. Both his opponents just unable to convert with minimal scores on the board, and then here we go, Sammy up again.
Yeah, nice and light-footed as he glides through these first couple of sections, putting some effort into that last turn, getting the timing perfect with that carve. Silky smooth, rips it right through the bowl, and still has more room to move. This is looking like being a very good score, just has read this wave beautifully, lost no flow, even with all those bumps out there, and gets a clean finish on the inside. Not pushing too hard, just hard enough, and when the wave slowed up, he was able to really draw that board through those turns.
Yeah, well, he's been able to sort of put these other two competitors in check just with his first two waves. He's converted on the second. It's not going to go excellent, but it's going to back up that 6.33 perfectly, and that's just going to add a little bit more pressure to Baron and Joao. They need to convert now on this next wave that they both take off on.
A lot of people will say, a lot of the competitors will say, these first couple of heats can sometimes be the most challenging to get through, and also when you've been on a dud run. it can be really hard to get that confidence back in the earlier round. Sammy's been in the elimination round the past 2 events, and that's hurt him big time. So I think he's had a gutful. When you look at this wave, this is probably going to be the best wave of the heat.
Yeah, I think you kind of nailed it. That second turn there. Again, he goes to that layback sort of hack, waiting for these sections to pop up, and just executes that beautiful smooth carve on a bumpy, shifty little face, and milks this one all the way through. But to have the ability to bring flow to these style of waves is a real talent. Sammy's done it well here.
Well, I fell in love with his flow, but the judges wanted to see more in his turns. He only fetched a 4.67.
Yeah, I actually think it's fair. When you think back to that first ride, the first 2 maneuvers were bigger, they were more explosive, critical, more on edge, but the flow was there on that second wave. Just didn't quite have the critical nature to the turns.
Yeah, I loved just how he smoothed out the lines and really negotiated all the bumps out there, and there's plenty of them. Kaipo can speak to that. How are you, mate? Morning.
I'm doing great, Ron. I've got the Oakberry surf report this morning. Obviously, it's onshore. It's about 4 to 6 foot, though. And, you know, anybody who's kind of surfed, like onshore, stormy surf, as we're rocking and rolling out here, knows that there's nuggets, right? Like, you can find those nuggets that double up on themselves and provide those pockets of opportunity. So I think that's the play today, is really kind of finding those double ups, those ones with some push to them, and exploit on that. Sammy Pupo right now seems like he's doing the best job of that, Ron.
Absolutely, yeah. Flowed really beautifully through his second ride, but again, probably could have pushed a little harder on the finish, Kipes, but isn't it great to see someone still be able to find that traditional approach in this lineup that right now is kind of almost begging for some fin release and a couple of airs.
Right, yeah, but with that comes a lot of risk, right? So I feel the play would be get out there, maybe safety surf a little bit. Of course, we don't always want safety surfing, but make sure you complete your rides, because it's easy to get caught behind the section. It's easy to get bucked off. Get a couple of numbers in the bank and then get a little bit more free.
Love it. And I think Kaipo's spot on. I think we'll see that from Sammy as this heat rolls on now, because he is actually getting the advice that he needs from the panel in the scores.
Yeah.
He would have in his mind thought, wow, I've surfed this wave, I've put this together pretty well this second ride. Yes, the wave was a little bit flatter. It didn't have those high impact sections on the outside, but he still did what he needed to do to shore up his position at the top of the order. And even at this point, Sammy's probably not thinking of closing the heat down with 16 minutes, but solidifying his place in the top 2, because that's who's progressing through to the third round.
Yeah, you can see him on screen now just waving. He wants an update. And as a competitor, you are scoring yourself. As soon as you pull off that ride, you're going, okay, I think I've dropped a 5, thereabouts. You get the confirmation from the judges. You're always thinking about the scores. You're always thinking about what your competitors are scoring, where the position in the heat is. He knows exactly that at just over 15 minutes to go, he's in the power position right now. And I think we will see him open up on his next ride and add a bit more pressure.
15.5 minutes to go. Heat 2 of the opening round underway here. The first heat of the day on day 5 competition. We're going to take a Bonsoy brew break. Back with more of this right after the break. Beautiful scenes there from the opening ceremony. The welcome to country. Rip Curl Pro, the Rip Curl Pro acknowledges we're here on Girard, Wadawurrung country. We acknowledge the Wadawurrung people as the traditional owners of the land and waterways we're on today, and pay our respects to their elders past, present and emerging. And we want to send that same respect to all First Nations people who are here today watching day 5 of the Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach, presented by Bonsoy. And we're back underway with the opening round for the men. Heat 2 in the lineup. And Sammy Pupo holding the lead, but during the break, Joao Chianca tapping into this one.
Yeah, nice little tail flare to start things off. Oh, catches a rail on that second turn, but cleans it up nicely.
Oh.
Does he make this? Yep, just really core strength on display there. Keeps himself upright, and this is Barron outside. Looking for this first section. Great wrap, stays nice and high and tight in the wave. Gets a little tail flare again. Showing some release as well, and then milks this wave all the way through. Is he going to get this connection? It's really filling up, but he does well. Just adding points. Building to the score there. Little foam tap on the inside. Bringing this one all the way through to the rock shelf. And not a bad little exclamation point right at the end of that ride. So these guys are now starting to build some scores here and get into this heat, and they needed to as well, with just under 12 minutes to go.
Well, Chianca really saving his ride, probably throwing down the most high-risk turn of the heat so far, but he really needed it, and it's going to be interesting to see, you know, how much that catch on the rail through that second turn hurts that number. But he'll get himself in the clash. Barramamea with a couple of decent turns and a nice finish on the inside as well. So this heat will tighten up a little bit at the 11-minute mark. Great to have your company on what is the 62nd running of the Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach, presented by Bonsoy. Amazing, so much history here. An honour roll, you know, much like the Pipe Pro. The greats have won this event. You want to etch your name into the history books here. That man on screen, he's done it. Geordie Smith, and coming off the back of a win in El Salvador. He would be one of the hot picks to take it out here in 2025.
Yeah, for sure. And what we were talking about earlier, Ronnie, was when you kind of picture Bells at its best, Geordie is one of those surfers that you put right at the top of your picks. But in today's condition, I think this heat really evens up. I'm keen to see what George Pittard does. My little boy from Manly there, 209.5. And yeah, he'll be, he would have surfed these sort of conditions all through his junior career. Coming down here, and you know, this is what you're faced with more often than not.
Well, the competitors putting those Apple Watches on, which will be extremely handy out there today. They're fed information, priority, the situation, what scores they need to the watches, because today, even with the volume turned all the way up, I'm assuming that they won't hear a hell of a lot in the lineup with that powerful onshore wind howling. So numbers coming through from that last exchange, 4.9 for Chianca. So quite a bit of credit, I think, coming from that final turn. Probably the meat of that score was in a single move. And then Barramamea, he banked a 4. So he's at the bottom of the order. The man who kicked off the season with a victory, and in that yellow jersey. Needs a 3.78 at the moment, but will be chasing a lot more. Sammy Pupo still in control at this stage. And having a look at a wave here. Just love the way his equipment sitting on the water out here at the moment. Big first turn. I think recognising that he was a little underdone on his backup score, his first attempt at a backup number. So he went much harder on that opening section. Now he's just going through the motions. He's got a bit of time to bide here before moving through to the inside. There's a stronger finish, and this should improve on the 4.67. He feels good about it.
Well done.
Yeah, he's going to make the requirement much harder. He might even turn this into a battle for second spot.
Great wave. You could see the intent of Sammy Pupo there. He wanted to open up a little bit more, as you said, went to that more higher risk maneuver. He's going to put some good points on the board here. Let's have a look. So it didn't look like much from the takeoff, but Sammy, look how much speed he generates off that first bottom turn, connects with the first turn and the second, does well to get around this section, a little bit of downtime, and then works it through the inside. Finishes well, finishes strong. I think we're going to see another score up around the 6 mark.
Yeah, combo. Bookends, and that's going to fetch you a really solid score today. Just his ability to climb up on top of that second section. He got there a little late, but very sure-footed at the moment, Sammy. He's looking sharp out here today.
When you talk about sure-footed in these type of conditions, Sammy's really balanced in his stance, perhaps almost a little bit back foot dominant, whereas Barron and Joao are very front-footed surfers, and both of those guys have had a couple of little rail catches. And in these type of conditions where there are all these little bumps and ridges in the wave, I find that more dominant back foot style of surfing is much better, because you do, lessen the risk of catching those rails. And Sammy's just showing you in really relatable conditions for all of us. You know, we get faced with these sort of conditions, how you should actually approach these style of waves.
Yeah, I mean, we would obviously love, just like everyone watching on at home, to rock up here at Bells today and see groomed 6 to 8 foot lines just pouring into Jarak and obviously providing a canvas that's going to see some big rail turns. But you're right, Rich. You know, it is fun to watch the world's best in conditions you might be tackling at home on any most days, and see what they can serve up. 5.67 for Sammy. So, you know, the judges still holding back on that scale a little bit. Such impressive surfing. He's had 3 great rides so far. You know, the 3 most complete rides with very little trip-ups, 2 of them providing the best numbers of this heat so far. It's a healthy lead, one that should see him through this heat. But the door is slightly ajar still for Chianca and Mamiya to throw down something exceptional and chase him down as Geordie Smith makes his way to the sand. I don't know, there's just something about Geordie. He's sort of looked to be cruising through his championship tour career the past few seasons, but fuel has certainly been thrown on the fire.
He's glowing.
Yeah.
No doubt about it.
He's got a glow on.
He's got a glow on. He's got a good energy, good vibe to him. He's got a permanent smile on his face, up for a chat. And it's that type of vibe that may see him go very, very deep. He's obviously got a lot of confidence out here at Bells. He's had the win before. This is going to be a tough heat, this next one.
He'll be coming up against George Pitta and Edgard Grosjean, a Brazilian rookie. Here we go. We've got Chianca up. So we've seen what kind of big individual turns he can throw down, but he really does need the combinations as well if he's going to match it with Pupo. I think he might just be looking to really defend this second place at the moment. Unlikely this one will see him into the lead. He was after a 7.1 to climb the order, but only looking to improve on a 2.87. As we have a look at the GWM heat recap. Samuel Pupo getting things started early. Great release on the tail there.
Yeah, perfect control of this heat right from the opening ride. This is Zhao Chianca coming back. This is his best rave here. You could just see that little rail catch on the second turn. Cleans it up nicely, and perhaps the manoeuvre of the heat so far. But there were points left on that ride. But Sammy Pupo backed it up nicely. You can see the speed in which he is attacking these bumpy, lumpy Bells walls. But he's getting the job done, and he really needs to, sitting way down on the ratings. But this is a great comeback heat.
Yeah, Sammy Pupo, just such a talent. When he really catches fire, he's near unbeatable. We've seen it on the Challenger Series. Haven't seen him break through for that big win just yet on the Championship Tour, but it's got to come at some stage. As we see Mamiya up now, trying to get himself out of third position. He's found a pretty decent looking wall here, and he gets tangled up in the lip and goes down. A missed opportunity. He's been working with Luke Egan.
Oh, that was points gone begging. I was actually thinking in my mind, looking at that wall as he was approaching that section, going, oh, here we go. He is going to blast this lip. And just caught that edge again, maybe just a little bit too much pressure on that front foot. And you can see there is a distinctive speed difference between Sammy and his competitors. Let's see what happened here. Just perhaps a little late, and again, that front foot just catching that edge as he came down. And unfortunate there for Baron Mamiya. And well, last year he had the win at Pipe, and it was a pretty slippery slope down the ratings after that first event. And in contrast, this year, Baron's been able to stay up there. He's banked some really good results, and the consistency, we've seen him start to tap into that. This is going to put a little pressure on his campaign.
Yeah, no doubt. Luke Egan's played a part in that, but a couple of 17s still, so still failed a couple of times this year to progress past that third round. And, you know, that'll cost you in the end when you're trying to make that final five. But you're right, he has done a lot better than in backing up the Pipe win last year, this season, with a third place finish in Portugal. But that Stone and Wood slow-mo just sort of identified to me, Rich, that you've got to choose your moves so carefully here and choose when you're going to actually put that foot down and dig in. Because like you said, Baron Mamiya, he was on a gem of a wave there, and he had the opportunity to maybe let go of a huge big wrap. And we know that he's got some massive frontside turns. We've seen him use them to good effect in huge conditions at Sunset to claim a victory there.
Yeah, absolutely. And I guess when I think of Baron and what he could bring, it's that big tail flare, that sort of front foot dominant style surfing. The benefit of that is that you can get that easy tail release, and we see Baron leaning into that a lot. But it's a lighter style of surfing that's required today. And Sammy's just put that on display perfectly. He's been able to zip all over these sections and then really dig in when that sort of face cups out, and he blasts those sections to pieces, and almost a perfect heat really for him at this point.
On the inside, we've got Chianca just looking for opportunities to improve his heat score total here to push this requirement a little bit higher for Mamiya, who certainly had his opportunity already to turn this heat around. 30 seconds to go. Set waves approaching out the back. João Chianca's third in the order with priority, so Mamiya might get another shot here.
Yeah, he may get this second one.
Well, having a look is Sammy Pupo on the inside. Plenty of speed. Looks like he's found a magic board for the event this year. Falls out the lip. Does well to maintain control there and keep a bit of speed to get himself down the line. Rolling through to the inside. I do believe we've got Mamiya behind him. Oh, he throws everything. He actually, I think, got a couple of turns in on the inside, and he doesn't need a massive number, but twice now Baron Mamiya has failed to convert.
He needed a 3.78.
Let's see what kind of work he got done on the outside here, Rich.
Okay, Baron, good looking wave at the takeoff here. Blast the lip on the first turn, so he's already on his way to the score. Second turn was good. This third one, all he needed to do was complete that maneuver. The score was guaranteed. You can see Louis there, a couple of profanities coming out of his mouth. But is it enough? On the strength of those first two turns, a 3.78. It was a given.
If he makes that final turn,
it's done.
He gets the number for sure. You know, maybe even a chance if he completed that ride of going all the way to the lead.
Oh, wow. Well, he was just in that go for it moment. In his head, he probably felt like he needed to do a bit more than he actually needed to.
Well, his opening two moves didn't have the same clout that Sammy Pupo threw at his 6.33, but he doesn't need a huge number.
But there was flow to that way. They were pretty crisp, those first two turns. He connected. That third one just overcooked it, just pushed a little bit too hard.
Well, Sammy had a 5, so didn't improve on his heat score, but that's not going to matter. It's going to be his first heat win, it feels like, in the end. But there was some credit for Mamiya, that combination there. He just gets over the line, a 4.2, massive bullet dodge for him. Chianca, he's going to be pushed into the elimination round. He's shaking his head, Mamiya, as he makes his way up the stairs to his coach, Luke Egan.
Oh, dude, he knows that is a get-out-of-jail-free card.
I know, we'll yell at you, but you know
You've been in that situation, Rich. You just take it. Take it and run.
Oh, just go and have a hot cross bun and think about tomorrow.
Well, we're going to take a quick break here. We've got more action coming your way from the elimination round. We're going to bring in Joe Tapel, Vaughn Blakey and Felicity Parmentier for the call.
Going back to 2017, Jordy Smith returned to Bells Beach. 2016 finished runner-up. The following season, getting past De Souza, Zeke Lau, and Caio Ibelli in the final. In pumping conditions, right here at the Bells Bowl, he was able to ring that big bell, and it just sounded all the way back to Durban, South Africa, an event win that always made perfect sense. One of the best modern-day Bells surfers of all time. Rang the bell, chipped his tooth, went straight to the dentist office after the celebration, and now he comes into this event 2025 with the most experience on tour, past Bells champ, fresh off the win in El Salvador, and having 7 years go by since that previous win at Bells to El Sal. Jordy's back and in fine form as he headlines this matchup with two members of the rookie class. George Pitar and Edgard Gragia are going to try to battle with one of the best here at Bells Beach. Joe Terpel with Felicity Parmentier and Vaughn Blakey here for the call. As we get things going with Edgard cleaning things up through this messy lineup. Just came off an incredible buzzer beater moment for Baron Mamiya, getting in the second spot. So Edgard getting a quick start. First appearance at Bells. A little bit of a miss on the finish, but getting on the board quickly. Representing Santos. Hi, everybody. It's cold, but we're having a good time. We're seeing pro surfing again. Joe, Flick, and Vaughn here for the call. Really exciting first heat of the morning when it comes down to the wire. And Baron saved himself, Flick.
Yeah, he did, and just by the skin of his teeth, because, I mean, there was a couple of falls there. He had a couple of opportunities, and I was thinking, oh, no, this isn't feeling good. But, yeah, got it done on the strength of those couple of turns, and it's got to feel good in conditions like this to get the job done.
And then we go to the sentimental story of Jordy Smith as he throws down the snap to slide, a struggling type of climbing move, but the big man rides away. Looked like he was going to stick him out the back, but he hangs on there to his opener. And Vaughn, just what a celebration of modern day rail work. And now the questions are already popping up in our brains. You know, was that just a celebratory win, or is it truly that Jordy Smith is in the best form of his career at 37.
Oh, I think he's well and truly back. I love that saying that Mick had, you know, if you go for a world title, it kind of starts halfway through the year before. Geordie was on such a mad roll. He was in that conversation for the WSL finals right up until the last event in Cloudbreak, finished 8th. And so for him to be, you know, back up at the very, very top, surfing probably the best he's surfed in a long, long time, looking free, looking psyched and looking super light. Like, I feel like this is the real deal. Like, he's going to make a serious run at a late career world title.
George Patar getting his opening wave flick.
Yeah, so let's have a look here. George just getting some nice work done. Found that nice little steep section. Wraps it around here. But yeah, making the most of these sort of trickier conditions that we've got this morning. You know, despite it being, you know, a bit onshore, a bit wild and woolly, there actually has been a few sections. I mean, we just think back to that opening heat. Barron finding those couple of nice, smooth, steep sections. So still plenty of opportunity out there. As we see George just working his way through, taking this one through right to the death on the inside.
Oh, and just laying down after a long one here at Bells. So all surfers getting on the board. Let's catch up to Samuel Pupo with Rosie Hodge.
Yeah, a positive start to your Bells campaign. Your first round 1 heat win, Sammy. That's got to feel good to get that momentum going.
Yes, yeah, that's nice. I haven't thought about that yet, but feels great to do it here at Bells. It's a first round. It doesn't really mean much, but definitely want to skip that elimination round. That's going to happen today in tricky conditions, so it's really nice to skip that and get some time to rest.
And the conditions here at Bells, obviously it's got that colder feel to it. When the conditions are less than ideal, how do you get amped to do your work?
I guess just having fun in any conditions, really. You gotta really love what you do at some points, and of course I love competing so much, but it's hard when you look at this type of waves and you're against the best in the world. And as I said, you definitely don't want to give a second chance to this type of conditions to get you and go home early. So I'm happy that I surfed a really good heat. Feel like I put on a little bit of a good strategy, and now I have time to reset again and get ready for the next round.
Thanks for catching up with us. Go get warm.
Thank you very much, Rosie. It is a bit brisk down here. You can see Sammy Pupo almost teeth chattering in the morning, but a very important win. You know, he kind of brushed it as like, okay, it doesn't mean too much. I'd like to counter that and say, hey, and for him to avoid the elimination round for where he sits on the rankings, very important to go straight into the round of 32 flick.
Yeah, I think today with the conditions we have, I touched on it before, it's a mixed bag. And I think you can leave the door open, right? There's so much random opportunity out there that I think we could potentially see upsets today. You know, you can find space in the lineup when I think that's what he's alluding to. You know, it's so tricky that you're not necessarily gonna, it's gonna be wide open, and I think you don't want to leave things to chance in conditions like this.
He's had quite a run on tour, Sammy Pupo, but happy that he's in round of 32. He came off the Challenger Series last year, won it, but trying to get some points before getting to the mid-season cut. This is top 5 of the season, and Jordy Smith goes all the way to number 5 in the world after that win at Punta Roca. We talk about longer gaps between wins. You know, you go to the great comeback of Mark Onkalupo. You know, 12 years in between wins from when he disappeared into the jungle a bit. And he won at Newcastle. 12 years went by and he won right here in 98 at Bells Beach. I mean, the second longest gap is what we just witnessed with Jordy Smith.
Yeah, it's cool. And late season runs, late career runs at world titles are not unusual. Oki did it, Sonny Garcia did it. You can find form in these sort of golden years when you've got all the experience and you're paddling out and you know the game so well that things like conditions don't really affect you like they used to. And this is an interesting heat because I feel like even this heat and all day, it's the attitude that's going to sort of play a big part of it. Are you paddling out there going like, oh man, this isn't what I dreamed of when I came to Bells? Or are you paddling out there going, yeah, let me at it. I'm ready to tee off on whatever comes my way, because this is just classic after school, after work surf. Like, you're stoked to get out there. And if you can sort of take that mindset to this lineup, then instead of sort of fishing around for opportunities, you're just going to take every little thing that comes at you as a bonus. Yeah, walking around the competitors area this morning, there was a lot of stoke. Like, people are just frothing to have a surf. They know that, the elimination round is sort of sitting there, the cut's hovering in the back of your mind. But other than that, you can kind of go out in this first round and just have a fool around and try and find your opportunities and get into some rhythm. And I reckon that's going to play well. If you get out there and you're just frothing, probably come away with a decent result in this first round.
And it's always interesting what inspires the greats, you know, especially when you've had longevity on tour. You know, when you've got 16 years behind you, you've been in the title race since day one. And what is that motivating factor? And first we always think of great waves, great conditions. However, following a win, now when you're in the final 5, the judges are loving what you're doing. This could be that hot streak where Jordy actually finds more inspiration in sort of less than pretty conditions, you know, on tour. Scores in with the opening exchange. We've got 3s and 4s on the board. George the best so far with a 4.10, and his second start at Bells has a wild card opportunity last year. As you see, all 3 of the pack duck diving this one. Edgard with priority. Ed had some friends show up, Brazilians who now live in South Oz. Made the trip, an 8-hour drive, they said, from that Adelaide region to support Edgard Grosjean at this big event.
That's cool. We bumped into Ed yesterday and the day before, just sort of hunting around between Winky and Bell's Bowl, and he was just so stoked to be here. You know that he's paddling out there and just locking this away as a lifetime achievement before he even catches a wave. So I think he's tapping that energy and, you know, that wonderful experience of being here for the first time.
Down at the bottom of the rankings at the moment, so Edgard has some work to do if he wants to surf the entire season on tour. As we know, it's all about 7 stops this year, opposed to the 5 stops that we had before the cut the last few seasons. But it stays at Margaret River, where we'll be chopping the tour down to top 22. And last year, George did make some noise when he had that crazy battle at Winky Pop with Ethan Ewing Flick.
Oh, I mean, George impressed me. I mean, he got those 2 wildcard berths. He got the one here against Ethan. There was a lot of chatter, you know. But should George have got the win? Did Ethan get the win? Obviously, Ethan did get that win. But we actually had a moment with George. He came into the booth after this, and he really impressed me. He spoke beyond his years and has a lot of maturity. I think he was able to dissect that really well and just had a lot of respect for Ethan as a competitor. And yeah, just impressed me. And I'm looking forward to seeing what he's got in store as a full-time competitor.
We caught up with George talking about that experience last year.
Bells being my first CT, it was pretty crazy. Like, growing up, Bells, Hell's Bells, hearing that in the morning, like, I've watched it, being like a Rip Curl team rider, I've been down there so many times and I've seen so many unbelievable things happen at the bottom of those stairs. And yeah, having that as my first CT event, like being surrounded by, I don't know, like going in, having your name on a locker, having everyone, all the guys you've looked up to your whole life there. I can even go and stand on the stairs. Like, I've never been able to stand on the stairs at Bells, and yeah, everything was just, it was so surreal to me, that whole experience. And I definitely got caught up in it. Like, my first heat, there was just so much going on, and I couldn't even, I was just like, this is so wild. It just felt like a dream. And then, yeah, I don't know, a few heats after that, it felt a little bit better, but it was hard to gauge. And I'm glad I sort of experienced that a little bit before this year, because it's new. It's a new experience for me.
Great words from George Pitar, talking about the wild card opportunity he had last season and did some damage. Everyone got to know his type of surfing, type of person that he is, how solid he could shake off a loss. And he brought that to Margaret River as well. So he got a little bit more prep time for his rookie debut compared to Ed. Ed didn't have wild cards, but he certainly lit up the Challenger Series. And at the moment, George out front, 4.10. Jordy with a 3.77. And we just saw Edgard get his second scoring ride to go with a 3.17. Red Bull skis will be activated throughout the day today. Looks like Lyndon Ringrose, the pilot there, whipping them around the buoy and putting them back into position as we see what Ed did on that last wave flick.
Yeah, he surfed this well, right? He had a great read. This is the first wave of the set, so there's a lot of lump and bump on this one. And just the read through this midsection, I mean, he got a little bit stuck in that section, but he just was able to make things work. I mean, he sort of surfed a C-grade wave maybe into a B-grade score. I mean, that's my read on it. It was incredibly tricky to surf, and out behind him we saw George's form.
Yeah, cleaner face here for Geordie. You hear a lot of the coaches say don't go near that first wave of the set. And Grozzy did well, but this one kind of didn't stand up that great for Geordie. Swooping back towards this inside section. Sticking with it. And that's one of those ones you're just looking for any extra little bonus. He'll give the ski a call. A little bit slow, but yeah, Grozzy did so well then. Solid.
Yeah, it was a tricky wave to read too. I mean, there was a couple of nice moments in between the lump and bump, so interested to see where that score is going to go.
So Jordy and Ed chasing George Pitar. George starting with the 4.10. Kaipo, we've seen a lot of great things out of George in really the last 2 years so far on tour.
Yeah, I like George Pitar's brand of surfing, Joe, where the angle on his turns, I think I've talked about it before, are very acute. They're very short radius turns. It is a point of difference with George's surfing, and I feel like having those turns in his arsenal, he's going to be able to like kind of fit in between all this lump and bump. And trust me, dude, it's like rocking and rolling out here. There's a lot of lump and bump.
Oh, certainly, Kaipo. Yeah, I like that read. When you've got 3 natural footers or regular footers on a wave, if you can change up your carves and kind of pull it in a bit tighter with that fierce approach that George has, it's great to see. And we saw a lot of that on the right-hander in Latin America at the last stop, Kaipo.
Yeah, exactly right. Dealing with sections, being quick, being up against it. But also, I like Bonnie's point in that this is an after-school surf. This is an after-work surf. George is a young man. He's very talented. He's got to like get together and get that grommet feeling in him. Get stoked on any kind of push, any kind of conditions, and I think he's got it in him.
Great point, Kaipo. And it's really cool when you see, you know, people watching around the world where they can relate to this type of session, you know, where you see these guys, what they're doing to this wave. It's beyond impressive when you're in the water with them. You don't think this type of surfing is possible when you're checking the waves, and then they're the world's best for a reason. That means they're the best when it's perfect and also the best when it's challenging.
I used to love going down to, lucky enough to sort of live close to places that had CTs when I was a grommet up on the Goldie, and I used to love watching all the free surfs that go down in junk, because you get to really see what these guys can do in waves that I'm surfing every single day. Like, it's where you see the skill level between you and them and how wide that gap is. It's crazy, but yeah, I think that, you know, with Georgie and Geordie in this heat, you know, you think of those guys at Bells are on long sort of winding open face walls, and you're going, yeah, engage that rail. But these guys are just as good at whipping it tight. They can push an arc in such a small area, and that's what they're going to have to lean on today.
12 minutes on the clock at the moment. It is Edgar Granja with the lead. Geordie second. George Pitar drop into third with priority, as Iago Dora, a stellar season so far, is preparing for Gouveia and Gentile right after this Bonsoy brew break. The Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach presented by Bonsoy is brought to you by Rip Curl, the ultimate surfing company. By Visit Victoria, Melbourne, every bit different. By Bonsoy, the official milk of the World Surf League. And by Surf Coast Shire, strategic partner of the Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach presented by Bonsoy.
It's about 59 degrees Fahrenheit, feels like 52. That's about 15 Celsius, feels like 11. That's the type of morning we're having with some onshore winds, but some great surfing so far from our first couple of heats of the morning. Catching up here with Edgard Grosjean, who's out in front, Flick.
Yeah, so let's have a look. Nice little snap. It's a carve. Brings it around. Looks like he's got a bit of a bowly section here. And it's just to find some other steep face of the wave there. Just hanging through this midsection. Really trying to squeeze the last bit out of this wave. Scoring potential here. Trying to bunny hop down into this inside section. Gets the little jam. So it's going to be feeling good for Ed. He's finding some flow and he's finding some rhythm out there.
Didn't mind his patience there. Those little setup carves with the wave kind of going flat and then bowling. His timing was great. He's looking for his first win of the season, similar to what Sammy Pupo just accomplished in that previous heat. And he had a tough loss in El Salvador when he was right in the mix, but he's staying very positive as the big man is getting started. Quick fin fang to start, little punch out in the whitewater, and a nice little celebration from Jords. Finding the joy in these morning conditions. 37 years of age. Rookie year back in 2008. He's seen it all. 2008, Cali's 8th world title. Cali won a bell that year as well. And think about how much he's been able to take in from surfing with the greats all these years, Vano.
I just love that, you know, we're seeing some of the best surfing in the world go down by guys who are a little bit older. I just went away with Oki recently and he was surfing so good. He's closing in on 60. So, but look at this wave. This is like the best wave of the heat by far. Heaps of flare, punches it up, gives himself a little you. And he should be stoked because it's been much of a muchness in this heat so far. Grosjean getting the best out of the waves that he's scored, but you know, you see the fireworks start to flare up. But limber, psyched, not looking stressed, not fazed by anything. All of that comes with experience, and Geordie's just in such a good space right now. On the back of a win too. Nice stuff. Coming to like a whole series of waves that really suit him.
What a great opportunity to check all this form out in the Stone and Wood slow-mo, Flick.
Yeah, this is beautiful to watch, and judges are spot on here. 3 big crisp turns out the back. You know, no business on the inside, but it doesn't matter because he's got the score and he knows it. And I like this from Geordie. I mean, I just feel he's just taken that momentum. He's pumped, he's psyched. And this is the best start to a season that we've seen from Geordie for a long time, probably in about 10 years. So, I mean, I'm loving this. And he just looks fired up. Doesn't matter what the conditions are. Doesn't matter that, you know, it is hard today. There's no doubt about it. But he's fired up and he's making it work. And I really think that the judging's spot on right now.
No business on the inside because job done.
Yeah, no business.
Wipe your hands. Call the ski.
Yeah.
That's why that claim came early. He knew he had already wrapped it and taken the lead. 5, 6, 7 from Jordan Michael Smith. When you look at excellent heat totals, that's 16 plus. We've had 54 excellent heat totals from the entire crop on tour on the men's side. Geordie's had 20 of those. So the next one closest to Geordie is Felipe with 10 16 plus combined heat totals here at Bells Beach. Just a monster of a performance and probably his most consistent event he's ever had on tour right here on the Bells Bowl.
Well, I think it goes without saying, right? I mean, Geordie is my favourite surfer because of the lines he draws on big, powerful, open sections. Just the clean transitions. Obviously, you know, you think to Geordie, strength, J-Bay, those long right-hand point breaks. And Bells, I mean, he's just got that sort of great relationship with this wave. And as soon as he stands up, it's inevitable. You're like, okay, I just want to see you sink that rail because it's so beautiful to watch.
And I think the cool part about Geordie's career is that we often mention the whole Dane Reynolds attachment because that was real and they both were getting on the tour at the same time. But there was a lot of Parko mentions there back in those early stages of that kind of a modern day version of the great Joel Parkinson as we look at the 5-minute mark. George Pitar getting wave number 2. Great section. Solid read on that first turn. Another clean blast through the white water. Full wrap out in front. Well-timed wave. Great pace. Looks like he's earning him a bonus little left rebound here. He'll just continue to find the power source. The man from Vanuatu, now representing Manly for many years, puts together a classic to look to get his lead back off Jordy Smith.
Whoa, I mean, he sat for a long time there to get that second wave, but he made it count, and that wave selection was beautiful. I think as soon as he laid into that first turn, he snapped it up in the pocket. We all sat up a bit straighter. We're like, hang on a second. So let's see what he got done here. What do you reckon, Vaughn?
I think he's letting off steam because his home beach has been pumping over the last week or so. And here he is looking to get started at Bells. This is the opportunity he's been waiting for. Rapid fire turns out the back, pulls that arc nice and tight. Yeah, he's got that lovely slingshot technique as he's able to sort of accelerate through the turn, bounces through onto the inside for the bonus. And by this stage, you know he's feeling good. So as long as this section was going to stand up, he was always going to nail it. Gets the tail up and over the back. Good stuff, and the body language was well and truly pumped up then. You could see Axel Corrado as well on the beach cheering him on. And yeah, never a great feeling when your home beach is cooking and you're not there to enjoy it, and all your mates are getting the waves of their lives. But this is what he's here to do, and he's giving the boys at home something to cheer for too.
That just stings so much, doesn't it? It doesn't matter if you're on a boat trip of your life. Everyone tells you your home break is as good as it gets, and you're like, ah!
Oh, yeah.
That just stings. George Pitar, happy that he grew up on Vanuatu. His dad built a resort, and George built a great career. 4.10 was his opener. Second scoring ride needs to be at least a 4.77 or better to take the lead off Jordy Smith. It's all about the top 2 positions in this heat. Third place goes to the elimination round, which is in the cards for the end of the day today. Quick check of the Apple Watch, and George is back to business here. Scores coming through. Easily the best number of the matchup. 6.67 Jordy to second. Edgard now needs a 4.85.
Yeah, you just knew that was going to be the highest wave of the heat so far. Judges nailed it. I mean, it was beautifully surfed. Even the transition that he did, you know, from those 3 turns out the back through to the inside, there wasn't bounce. There was nice connection, nice flow. Nailed the inside turn, and looks like Jordy's having a crack.
Jordy Smith, big blow tail, ends up incomplete on that decision. Coming off his 7th championship tour win, now world number 5. Edgard Grandjean, nice slice, trying to spray the veteran. And he'll have to get out of there. So nothing changing for Ed except for losing priority. Minute 55 to go as we check out the GWM recap. George Pitar playing a patience game, and he's out in front, Vaughn.
Beautiful surfing from George. He's definitely got a lot of speed, and he's connecting so well, whereas Jordy's just bringing a bit more power up through the lip, blowing the tail, and getting the judges interested in that style. But it's the speed, really, of Pitar that's been the difference.
George picking the right wave, spending a ton of time here as a Rip Curl athlete. Enjoys the state of Victoria, these colder conditions. He's lighting up sections. This was the 6.67, which is the best wave of the heat so far.
Yeah, he sat for a long time and waited for that wave, as we see Jordy getting some work done on the inside here. So obviously picked up another little wave after the 1 second to last. So, but I'm just impressed by George. You know, today's a hard day to sit and wait when there's so much opportunity coming at you from every direction. And I mean, he did wait for the best wave of the heat. So, you know, hats off to him, but today's a tricky day to do that. So let's see what Jordy got done out the back. Big layback jam, gets that tail slide. I mean, already just beautiful rail work here. Snaps it again in the pocket and just throwing so much spray. I was thinking, okay, if he stuck with this one to the inside where we picked it up, I was like, he must have done some damage out the back. So George is trying to drop that 3.77. And I'd say he's probably on his way to do that.
Oh, you were mentioning that Parko comparison earlier. Like, it's all on about that bottom turn and just how much distance and drive you can get out of it. And you match that with a big bowling open face. Get ready. beautiful thing to watch. That was so sick.
It's really timeless, isn't it? And it's all about his technique and all about his pace. Where for Jordy Smith, he just has that cool, comfortable style. And at any moment, he could change gears and blow the tail out, but he kept that rail engaged. Getting that board made by Matt Biolas, had that in El Salvador as well. And a little snap to slide incomplete, expecting Jordy to win this one. And George being right behind him in second. Officially now, Jordy getting a 6.87 on that last wave. World number 5 still looking on fire from that 7th win in El Salvador. And getting the win at the buzzer, surfing a complete heat. Just like the Bells champ that he is. George will move on with him into the round of 32. And Edgard Graja will have to wait for his first heat win of 2025. He'll be in the elimination round. We have Sammy Pupo get his first win in the previous heat. But some big names trying to avoid elimination later on today. Coming up next, Yago Dora, Ian Gouveia, and Ian Gentile right after this.
Yeah.
Always great to be in the state of Victoria, head down the Great Ocean Road, find some great waves, meet some great people, and it just reminds us of how mobile this event has been in history. Sonny Garcia, one of the all-time greats at Bells Beach, he's won 3 of them. All 3 were actually not on the bowl. You know, he had one down at the 12 Apostles years ago, beating Flavio Paterats, Nathan Webster, Taj Burrow in the semifinals way back when, as we'll get caught up with the start of this one. Ian Gouveia getting a 2.17 here, Flick.
Yeah, so just a small score here. I'm assuming getting to work on the backhand, but probably just this wave selection just letting him down that little bit and not really standing up and hitting the bowl how he wants it to. So it's a quick little sort of inconsequential score here. And a lot of opportunity, so back out the back for more.
Ian Gouveia, not a rookie, but just a comeback performance to get back on the championship tour. It's been quite a few years since we've seen him here full time. Spring-loaded goofy foot, great barrel rider, and just an incredible personality, huh, Vaughn?
Yeah, I loved watching his Challenger Series campaign last year, Bolito in particular, but ever since then, he's sort of just become this everyone's best friend personality. You find yourself rooting for him in heats, just based on sort of the energy that he brings to it. Classic sort of positive, happy, frothing, stoked out vibe, and it's just, yeah, that's pretty contagious.
It's kind of like with Jadson gone. It's like a great spot to fill. Everyone loves Jaddy. Everyone loves Ian Gouveia. Ian Gentile, also a great human being representing the island of Maui. His parents are actually from Fortaleza in Brazil. So all three of these guys could speak Portuguese to each other. As Iago Dora goes up and down. Dora getting a win at stop 3 this year at Portugal, his second CT win of his career. But definitely feels like his best start to date. He often climbs up the rankings towards the back end, but a much better start for Iago. Let's catch up with Jordy Smith with Rosie Hodge.
Yeah, Jordy, you know, the last time we were on the glass, you won the event. It feels like a different world coming to Bells. What's the build-up been like coming into the Ripcord Pro Bells?
It's been nice. Big 17-hour plane ride. But for the most part, just kind of getting the sleep patterns right. I think just recovering from that. And then just getting the reps in, whether it's at Wiki Pop. The first day we got here, we had a small bowl, but that's pretty much it, really. Yeah.
Hard fought heat there. I mean, you're winning most of the way. Got the lead taken from you by George over there. That last clutch wave, putting everything into it.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, he started off really well. Well, not really well, but he had like the highest heat wave. And then I had probably the lowest. So then I knew the next kind of rotation, Edgar either was going to get up on me or George was. George got the set. He went up, and then kind of left Edgar needing probably mid-range 4. Pretty easy to get if you get a bigger wave. And then he took a bad decision, and that kind of left me out there for my 6. So it just kind of worked in my favor. I'm out of breath on the stairs, but yeah, I'm really glad to get through that one.
Job's done for the day. What do you do now?
Get some brekkie, maybe a bacon air roll, mate.
Right, enjoy it.
Thank you, Rosie. The veteran Jordy Smith has seen it all. And even though he was kind of rapid fire going through the points in that heat, that was just such a veteran read. And seeing an open door pop up, George making a mistake, he capitalizes and gets the win as we see Iago Dora step off wave number 2. Ian Gouveia got his second wave in this matchup, and Gentile on the board with a 2.57. So these guys trying to build in the matchup here. 2 goofy foots with Gouveia and Dora out there. And Gentile on his frontside attack as the Water Patrol is busy picking up these guys. Rolling in with the whitewater is Ian Gouveia here, Vaughn. What'd you see?
Nice drivey surfing, way out on the open face, hoping that the bowl's going to stand up. Just swooping. Looks like snowboarding out there on that one, especially with all that froth on the face. Tricky wave, but Ian sticks with it. Comes into a big section on the inside. Blast that. That was cool. There'll be some points in that. And then Iago at the back.
Yeah, so Iago, let's see if he can find a little bit more of that vertical face. He did get that one big belt that we saw. A little bit more critical there in the pocket and looking real loose. I think just speaking to what you were saying, Vaughn, just almost looking like snowboarding with so much foam on the face there. Just real easy to set those fins free. But yeah, gets that one nice belt there on the inside. So probably the best of the exchange, I'd say.
I agree with you, Flick. Well said. I felt like Iago really capitalized on the bowling part of the wave. Great positioning, great flow, and it's really something that Iago has been working on. He just really is focusing on his backhand attack. Growing up, he's going left all day long. And
like every goofy.
Exactly. That's part of it. And he's going, hang on, I'm going right more often than not on tour. I really want to study tape. He calls himself a surf nerd. We're all proud to be surf nerds and fans, and he just studies more tape than maybe anyone else on tour. And it doesn't have to be a goofy foot. He said he's been really watching the great Mick Fanning over these last couple of weeks, picking up Viz of a 4-time Bells champ.
Must be so hard when you're a goof to not just watch Oki on repeat over and over and over. Like his line is the perfect goof line out here. Like you're tapping into that. Connor O'Leary was saying, you know, when you're coming off the bottom, your instinct is to just Oki and just blast the bowl into another universe. But, you know, he said actually the genius of Oki is that he just matched the power of the wave. He had just that perfect timing, perfect flow, didn't overcook it, could use the power of the wave to sort of generate his own power and really cleave those things, you know, right down the middle. So it's kind of like that balance, even though the Oki line it looks like a thing of just complete demolition. It's actually like a bit of an art to it, and all the goofs, they just have to pull the foot off the gas just a little bit because you can overcook it so easily, particularly when it's a bit on ease and it's not hitting your back as with the same sort of consistency as a clean day.
Well, we do have a goofy foot watching it all happen in the water right now. Kaipo, fun to see Iago connect. Ian Govea now with a quick lead here in heat number 4.
Yeah, it's good to see the goofy foots out here, and I just want to continue on with the conversation that Vaughn had, is that, you know, it's kind of there's a different advantage to goofy foots. You have leverage off the top, right? And you got to ease that leverage. You're coming off the top on your toes. So you have that ultimate leverage, and it's a different approach. You're a little bit blind. There's a lot of sections, so like reading the wave gets a little bit more difficult. But I agree, like Ox the inspiration. We're talking about goofy foots out here, but other goofy foots who have done well out here, we look at Duma, Damian Hardman, but was outstanding out here with like really sharp backhand surfing. And recently, Italo Ferreira, you know, he's rang a bell as well on the backhand. So it's nice to see the goofs out here and doing their thing. I like the contrast. And as a goofy foot myself, I like the inspiration.
Well done, Kaipo. Yeah, it's awesome to see these guys being inspired by the previous generations, and it always stops at the great Mark Occhilupo at Bells Beach, not just for his CT event wins, the skins event where he had to beat everybody on the day. He's won cars out here. The stories are just a part of the bluffs here at Bells Beach. Let's get some equipment talk as we send it to, well, first watching a rare left-hander. Of course he would find a left at Bells. Jaco Dora going for a punt as he's incomplete. Richie Lovett, did you see that? Radical.
I did see that, mate, and well, I'm holding the equipment of Jago Dora, and Matt Biolis has got some magic in these boards. This is the driver 3.0. I can tell you, is pretty rocket out. Deep single concave with a nice little bit of tail flip there. So that gives the surfers a real positive line as they dig into their turn, that single concave, all that water rushing through. Jago, big switch from last year, changing from futures onto the FCS system. He's riding the Merrick larges, and these are a solid fiberglass fin. So again, gives you that that ability to push hard against those really stiff fiberglass fins. These guys are so powerful, so drivey in the way that they attack their maneuvers. But this board's a little gem. 6.0, 19, 2.5, 29 litres and some change, and Jago Dora is around that 80 kilo mark. I don't know what that is in pounds. You'll have to do the conversion for me, but really finely tuned. The other thing for Jago, the wax all the way to the nose, so that when he does go to the air and try and stop those big air maneuvers, that front foot slides all the way to the nose sometimes. So the preparation of having the wax right up the front, it's needed for these guys that fly through the air. But a total weapon here, Biolis. He's got the magic touch at the moment.
He certainly does. The hot hand. Thank you, Richie Lovett. Richie spending so many years on the bowl, surfing in over 100 championship tour events. Loves equipment talk. 80 kilos is about 175 pounds. As you see, something very rare here at Bells. Going left, Flick.
Rare, but I'm not surprised, you know. Jago's a goof. We spoke about it. It's really hard to not go left, you know, and I'm not surprised. If anyone's going to do it, Jago is. If he would have stomped that, I mean, he's definitely got a backup to the 5.5. But I just like that his brain is open to that. You know, he's not closed off completely, and that, I guess that's what makes him such an exciting surfer to watch.
I wonder if that he had a chat to Italo this morning, because I spoke to Italo and he was saying there's lefts out there, and he got a couple in his free surf. Most famous lefts on right-hand point breaks that you can think of, Joe? Or predominant rights? Like, what about Andy Irons on the peak at Sunset?
Oh, that was a great one. Damien Hobgood. He was able to go left, and some people actually thought he might have gotten the win. That was a Zeke Lau win year. It was really surprising. But yeah, you got to keep your eyes peeled.
Did Andy go right at Chopes one year?
Yes,
get a score?
That's the one I'm thinking.
Freddie P at Snapper. One of the great lefts.
Yes, that was a great left.
It doesn't get talked about enough.
It does not get enough airtime.
I
know. Freddie's still ripping, by the way. Saw him in the water recently on the North Shore. Amazing family man, and made a mark on all these venues on tour with some precision power arcs here at the bowl in his day. Ian Govea out in front of this one, Jago in the second spot. It was cool just breaking down the surfboard with Richie Lovett, because Mayhem is dominating as the guy who's owning the Shaper rankings in the last couple of years. He's got an enormous lead heading into top 5, and you go to kind of wonder sometimes, how does he give each athlete the attention they deserve? And asking Jago about that at the start of the season, Matt was down on the beach with him on the North Shore every single day, just going through boards, and he had over 15 and just working things out, having a conversation. And Jago is really happy they They put that time in before the year started. Matt took some notes and really found a great recipe for his quiver for 2025. So Matt's always doing that. You know, he wants to have a real relationship with each surfer on tour, and I'm impressed because his team's big, that's demanding, and they're doing the best, you know, on tour in the last few years.
Oh, they're already up into the 100,000 point range. Like, I think almost double, you know, where second is at. And it's incredible, right? I mean, you think of the caliber of surfers, and even, you know, I think back to the WSL Awards at the beginning of the year, and he got every team rider up on that stage, and I was like, wow, that's bloody almost half the tour. It's pretty incredible.
As we roll in now with Ian Gouveia, son of Fabio Gouveia. Throwing that quick vertical whip in the pocket, going flat, he's gonna fade. Maybe a inside track, not gonna happen there for Gouveia, and his lead out front, looking to improve on a 2.17. Did an unbelievable speech in Bolito when he won. It was a complete copy of his father's speech from years before. He even did it in his dad's accent as well. It was something he's been waiting to do for a very long time. Here's Gentile. Maui boy lights up that section. He's got so much range on that carve. He's had a high profile in surfing since he was about 10 years of age. A replacement surfer in this event for Gabriel Medina. And now with great timing and patience, he punches out the finishing move. Gentile's second scoring wave so far, Flick.
I think when I think about my favorite type of surfing when it comes from Ian, it's that carve. I just think he just puts a different point of difference on it. It's just, he's got the point of difference. It's not that manufactured style that, you know, this sort of happens in this generation where everyone's sort of emulating the same person, but he's just got this loosey-goosey flow to it. And yeah, it's just a lot of style and a lot of flair. And I don't just really appreciate watching that, because for me, it's just that point of difference. And yeah, so that one turn stands out to me for sure. And I mean, he's only got a really small score on the board, so he's just trying to find something here where he can connect to the inside. Gets the finish. Gets a fin release as well, so it's going to be feeling nice.
Now enjoying the lift on the Red Bull ski. Ian Gentile, we'll see if he can move into the top two. It hasn't been the easiest season for Ian as far as results are concerned with these replacement starts. He's got to wait and see what Medina's plans are for his injury, but he's been at every stop so far this season, often riding equipment from Lost as well. Check out this lead that Lost has on the CT Shaper rankings. Channel Islands in second, Sharp Eye in third, DHD in fourth, and Timmy Patterson fifth at the moment, coming into stop number 5 on.
That's really a huge lead, isn't it? And, you know, it is incredible because these shapers, every surfer has their own needs. Like, there's no sort of just perfect fit for every single surfer. They've all got a different style. They lean on different sort of parts of their body at certain times through turns, bottom turns, off the tops, airs. Some of them have a power game, some of them will be more progressive, and to just have it so dialed in across the board is pretty amazing.
Let's see who can chase down Lost. An enormous lead, but here at stop 5, we've got a lot of shapers gunning for that top spot at the moment. Heat number 4, we still have Ian Gouveia out in front. We will take a quick break. More action right after this.
up, finding a finish there. Yago drawing that one off the bottom.
Yago Dora is the most underrated surfer on the championship tour. The Brazilian is a cool, casual, creative genius who surfs with a style that is so technically advanced, it's hard to comprehend.
I love surfing itself more than anything, and competing is what makes me want to like be better each day and keep improving.
Gets there early for the big rotation above the lip. Upside down, Yago Dora pulls off one of the best punts of the year.
Where most of the surfers can get a bit inverted with their tail out high above their head, you know, Yago's consistently tweaking and boning out airs and actually grabbing so many different ways.
Dora goes to the air, answers back.
I like to be creative and really like be free to do whatever I want on a wave. The feeling I have from surfing is more important than any title, I think.
You can check out that entire episode of Inside Pro Surfing on WorldSurfLeague.com, seeing Yago Dora take the win over Italo Ferrer in the final in Peniche. As he got this wave during the break, flowing on the back end, looking for just about a 157 to move into the top two. And getting a nice little section. It looked like it was about to bowl up, then went off speed. He was wise enough to go light in his feet and still found a finishing move. Gentile also getting in the mix, Flick.
Yeah, so just finding that line at the top there, looking cool, calm and collected, waiting for this thing to sort of drop out and bowl a bit. And it looks like to me just toying with it, still trying to find that sort of steeper face. This wave not offering much, but it looks like it's getting a bit steeper here as he cracks it on the inside, but that whole wave was really, really tricky to read. And there was a lot of lump and bumpers. Take this flyby shot over that reef as we're getting close to that bowl. But yeah, super tricky conditions right now, and last wave of Ian's was incredibly difficult to read.
I agree with you, Flick. The challenge there just to find those real clean sections. Gentile trying to better a 257. Yago Dora definitely getting a keeper, so that was a very important exchange. Numbers in for Ian Gentile out of 4. Gets a feeling in first for just a moment, but then Yago's score, 4.63. He'll take the lead off Gentile. Gouveia to third, just needing a 3.4. Scrappy little matchup right now here in heat number 4, Vaughn.
Yeah, I think the difference there is just the nooner had a bit of sting to it, and you get a big stab like that, you whip it around. It's a pretty dynamic turn, and the judges, you know, just going, yeah, I kind of like that a little bit more than just the cruisy calves into a closeout re-entry. So good stuff from Yago.
Dora's been on a roll. Any feelings you want to share about Dora's season so far, Flick, and your anticipation for what might happen after cloud break?
I've got some feelings about the horizon, I'll tell you that much. It looks like there's a little bit of a rain squall coming in. But back to Yago, I mean, I just got good feelings. I sort of mentioned something before. I won't put it out quite into the universe, but I have a good feeling.
Did I try to force you there?
You did, and I got a bit scared.
Well, just quietly. You think it's going to be a good year?
I think it's going to be a good year for Yago. I mean, this is one of the better starts that you mentioned it before, Joe, and I agree, is that Yago tends to gain momentum towards the end of the year. But this year, we've already seen him get a win. He's got a couple of fifths. He got the 5th in Abu, he got the 5th in El Sal. But just to echo what Chris Cote was saying, creative genius. I mean, what we saw go down in El Sal last year was nothing short of amazing. His ability in the air and, you know, reaction time is amazing. And just that creative flair that he has, it's just a real point of difference from anyone on tour, but especially the goofs on the backhand going right. And yeah, he also not only is creative in the air, but so impressive in heavy water as well.
6:14 on the clock. Yago out in front. A lot of weather out there. Kaipo, how are you hanging in there?
I'm hanging in there just great. We're out here. We're pirates in a storm right now. Joe, no problem. Talk about Yago Dora. I just wanted to say one more great goofy foot here at Bell's. For the record, Tom Carroll. But I was wanted to talk about the Red Bull jet skis, shuttling the surfers back out. We got legends on the PWCs. We got Glendon Ringrose. Ringo's out here, former C-tier. We got Tony Ray, just a legend in these parts, big wave surfer and a former pro. as well as Tully Wiley's out here too. And we know Tully, the local boy, so we got some great watermen out here captaining the Red Bull jet skis, shuttling the surfers out, and we're all just pirates in a storm right now, Joe.
Love it, Kaipo. What an awesome crew that's hanging out there with Kaipo Guerrero, doing a great job on the Red Bull skis, making sure these guys are getting waves. They understand the ocean. They understand heats. Tully Wiley in the event last year is a wild card. Lyndon Ringrose was a wild card a few years before that, and formerly full-time on tour, surfing every location on the championship tour. As we roll into a nice growing wall for Ian Gentile, some speed, and how cool was that lean back slide? Well-timed maneuver. Hits it in the pocket and just throws it down on the end. Real clean, fun performance. Gouvea's tracking back into the pocket. Semi-finalist at Pipeline to kick off the year. He tags that whitewater section and fits that one in well. Kept his speed well down the line. Didn't really let him completely coil up for those majors. Just ended up having to tag it just to go the distance as he's looking to move up into the top two. 4:15 on the clock. Expecting improvement from Gentile on this one, Flick.
Yeah, this is a smart move. I mean, right before this rain squall is about to kick in, sort of making the face of this wave really nice and smooth. I mean, he saw this down the line. He eyeballed this thing off. And I mean, this turn here, great read just to sort of get out in front of it and tag this quickly. But a lot more work done on the inside here because he manages to get up into the lip a couple of times, and just nice free-flowing technique, just nice timing. And maybe going to put a tiny bit more separation out there as we look to Ian and what he got done. I feel like he's sort of, I mean, he's going to know this better than anyone, you know, the level of surfer, but the wave selection at the moment for him is looking a bit tricky. I mean, it's the ones that he's taking off on are sort of forcing him out, you know, a bit wide of probably where he wants to be. I mean, there is a couple of moments there, but just sort of not quite connecting with that bowl.
Ian Gouvea stepping off his final turn, waiting for that number to come through. As scores are already in for Ian Gentile, locking in a 6.5. Best wave of the heat so far. Gentile to first, Iago second, Gouvea still waiting for that last one to be factored in, but he needs a 5.04 under 3 minutes.
Yeah, that snap to board slide, it's a turn that you see a little bit, well, a lot from Kanoa Igarashi. It's in that sort of world where you hit the lip, you throw the tail, but then you kind of lean on the heels and just board slide across it. And then, you know, that was the big right hook, followed with a little flurry of uppercuts on the inside, good rhythm, tempo, and a bit of aggression.
And it's not the most obvious type of maneuver on a day like today with these conditions. You know, and you got a real easy read type coping. You can see that snap to slide quite a bit, but it was a cool carve type version that Gentile capitalized on. A man that had one of the biggest profiles of any junior in history. Maybe even before you call it a junior, in his grommet hood. We're talking 10, 11, 12. Once Andy Irons says you're the best little kid on the planet, everyone takes notice. Big sponsors just all over that surfboard, big expectations.
And then a pretty big break between that moment in his life and qualifying for the CT. But when he did qualify, I remember he came out of the blocks firing. I think it was Pipeline all the way to the semis.
Huge performance, yeah. He had that finals day show with Imai as well. A lot of great Maui representation. As we check out the GWM recap, Iago Dora, the high seed in the matchup, looking smooth this morning.
Yeah, he's looking smooth, and it's fun to see some goofies out there. You know, we've waited until heat, you know, the second heat of the day, or third heat, sorry. But yeah, we're finally seeing some goofs, what it looks like out there on the backhand. But it's been the Ian Gentile show, just putting his sort of own stamp of authority on these sort of waves this morning, or his own sort of style of surfing and flair. And for me, I mean, it's this 6.5. It's the point of difference. We kind of knew it as soon as we saw that first turn and he laid into it. Sort of put it sort of all on the line here. And I mean, this is what, you know, he's just inching ever so slightly out in front with that lead. Only a few seconds left on the clock now. And yeah, he's out there with the lead at the moment.
And wave selection's been really good from Ian. He's finding the ones with a bit more scooped out face. Ian Gentile, that is. Ian Gouveia has been on the opposite side of the coin, where he's just finding the ones that you said, Flick, push out into the deep water. I just want to say, too, that Kipes did an amazing job of pulling out some of the goofies that have owned this joint over the years. Oh, a little replay here.
Ian Gentile got the 6.5 and then rolled into this thing. Are you kidding me? Speed jam, little tap there, and so much flare on the inside. Oh my goodness, he's making it look so rippable. Back-to-back keepers in a similar range. He found the recipe here at Onshore Bell's Bowl. 6.5, 6.57. If it was up to Ian Gentile, he'd probably want to roll into his next heat right now. He's found the rhythm and the flow this morning.
I was just about to shout out the goofs, and Ian Gentile's put them away in this heat. So we'll get back into that combo later on. But yeah, great performance there. That was a good, strong finish. Momentum building.
Selfies are going to be happening all the way up the steps for Ian Gentile. You can follow our socials at WSL to get in the moment updates of all of the action throughout this rainy, cold morning here in the opening round for the men. It'll be Ethan Ewan up next. Seth Moniz and Morgan Siblick is back again as a wild card. We'll bring in Ronnie Blakey and Richie Lovett for the call.
Welcome back to the show. We are taking a trip back to 2023. Ethan Ewing, a famous victory, and one that just seemed scripted because this guy surfs bells so well. Winky, it doesn't matter where you are. You put him on a right-hand point break, he's destined to find some success. But it was a special one, Rich, because he broke through on the anniversary of his mum's victory down here at Bells Beach 40 years later, getting the win with his dad on the beach. It was beautiful.
Yeah, it seemed really fitting, didn't it? And, well, Ethan, you think about him on those beautiful groomed Bells Bowls, but he got it done down here at Winky Pop. 2 to 3 foot, and didn't he just attack these waves? Like he had something special going on.
Well, he always does on that forehand. It is one of the best we've ever seen. Saved himself a long walk up the stairs, chaired to the champion stage where he was presented with that famous Bells trophy, the most iconic trophy we have in the sport. And it's sitting just behind us here in the commentary booth, Rich. And it is a thing of beauty.
It is indeed. It's a special thing. You got to win it to ring it, as they say.
Yeah.
And I can feel it. It's kind of shining right behind us here.
Yeah, well, I was granted the opportunity to give Matt Hoy's bell a ring at his place watching the footy one night. He said, go on, give it a tug. Oh, I think you need that. You need that blessing. Ronnie Blakey with Richie Lovett, and we do have Ethan Ewing out there in the lineup up against Seth Moniz and Morgan Siblick, who is a dangerous wild card, who's quarterfinaled here in the past as a wild card, and it's going to be Ethan getting us started here. Just finds a magic little pocket of speed to get hammering down the line here. Nice roundhouse cutback, bounces off the foam a couple of times now. Silky smooth, has been super consistent so far this year, sitting in second position on the ladder at the moment, but looking for a breakthrough result. Both his wins have come on that forehand, on point breaks. Bells and J-Bay. And for people like Ethan Ewing, Geordie Smith, they need to make these right-hand point breaks count. That's where they got to turn in their results if they're going to feature in the finals.
Let's have a look at the replay here. Ethan just pumping down the line, projection foam climb, then gets the big wrap, trademark for Ethan Ewing. A little bit more rail work all the way through this inside section, and uncharacteristic, Ron, his final turn. I would have thought Ethan would have just stamped this one again, this little edge catch in these choppier conditions. This is a replay here of Morgan Siblick. Foamy section with a big wrap outside. And great to see Morgs back in the singlet at the WCT level. Obviously had an incredible breakout year during the COVID year. And this is Seth Manise on his opening ride. Big, frothy section to deal with. Keeps control. Just a little off time there for that second turn. Just trying to find some momentum and flow as he comes through this inside section. And Seth, one of those surfers who just needs to start banking some good results to ensure and solidify his position on the tour as we come into this Aussie treble.
Well, Morgan and Seth's just probably spirits were probably lifted looking at the conditions and knowing they were facing one of the best rail surfers we've ever seen on the championship tour, Kaipo, but even tactically looking for an edge before the heat started.
True, yeah, Ron. Both Seth and Morgs paddled up deep and paddled out through the Rincon section. Meanwhile, Ethan took a traditional kind of channel route to get a look at the wave. And then so Seth and Morgan got the first of the exchange. But I feel Ethan wanted to let this priority cycle go because we know Ethan doesn't catch a lot of waves in heats, but he does perform well on the few waves that he does catch. It's not a wave catching contest, right? It's a wave surfing contest. So Ethan with a little bit more a different approach. We'll see how these paddle outs are happening throughout the day and how that affects the start of these heats.
Beautiful kites. Yeah, just picking up on the fact that Seth and Morgan looking to just take away the inside position and try and find an edge in the opening exchange. But there wasn't a whole lot in it between the three surfers. Very evenly matched after the opening rides. No one's put that big score on the board just yet.
Well, Ethan actually got the better of it, of the opening exchange, and he was well, he was last down the order when you look at positioning in the lineup, and the intention was obviously from Morgan and Seth was to get that inside position, get that first good wave, put the pressure on. It hasn't eventuated, unfortunately, and Ethan, well, we'd think that the scores that they're holding right now will not be in the final tally in 22 minutes time.
Ethan, I mentioned just his consistency through the opening stages of the season. His worst result was in the opening event, the Pipe Pro, where he had a 9th. But since then, really strong. Couple of semi-final finishes through Abu Dhabi and Portugal, and then a quarter-final finish at El Salvador. How do you like Ethan's chances, Rich? I mean, you probably fancied him to get the job done at Trestles. How do you think he'll go if we get pumping Cloudbreak?
I think he'll go okay. I think he's a bit underestimated. Live action here, we'll get back to it.
All right, Morgan with a big section here, and he only knows one way, full power and pressure applied to the tail, rips into it. A dangerous wild card who's featured in the final of a CT event before. He loves competing here in Australia. That's where he's fetched his best results. And that was a massive turn, big oncoming section. He didn't hold back at all. Should be a decent number. Ethan behind him now. Drives up into the pocket. Great release. Well-timed hit. This wave's starting to flatten out a little bit. But Ethan does such a good job of keeping that board moving, finds another bit of white water to tap onto there. But what about the big turn on the outside from Morgan?
Yeah, it was huge. And you love to see wildcards come in with a vengeance, with a bit of a bad attitude, and not phased. But Morgan almost doesn't really seem like a wild card because we are used to seeing him in a CT jersey. But let's have a look at this section that stands up. Morgan pumps for speed and then just absolutely hammers it. The big layback snap, which is really, really difficult to execute in this type of a section here. You can see here, leans back on it. The back arm basically grabs onto the wall of the wave. And so much turbulent water here, he's basically sliding down the face. And a critical moment there where he could have caught an edge, but all that back foot pressure just brings him perfectly out in front of this whitewash. But just the one big turn, and then Ethan on the outside. This first turn, Ron, it's actually really incredible how foamy and ruffled that face was. And Ethan just perfectly in control, even with the tail slide. Nice smooth roundhouse cutbacks through the inside, and you can see this one. So on the previous wave where he went a little bit too hard, you can just see he pulled it back a bit on that final turn. But let's look at this first turn. Almost vertical as he hits it, the arms go up, there's a weightlessness. Right at this moment here, you can see a little tail slide and release. Now he gets the fins engaged. He does it so well, time and time again, just brings that board straight back under his feet.
Just so many surfers around the world trying to emulate that style. Yeah. He's the new age Tom Curran. He's just got so many people just, you know, basically going, that's how I want to surf. Morgan Siblick, on the other hand, just an absolute Staffordshire Terrier, just a little staffy, just a nugget. And he's got plenty of bite. He really did rip into that section. It's probably the most aggressive turn we've seen this morning. And Morgs is such a danger man. You know, campaigning to get back on the championship tour, but, you know, we probably have seen more from this guy than just about any campaigner trying to re-graduate to the CT. He had a magic run in the event as a wild card last year, lost out to McGilvray in the quarterfinals, but did beat Ryan Callanan and Jack Robinson in the event. Ryan, one of the highest scoring surfers on average in the draw, so no easy beat. And Jack Robbo obviously has just been on a heater the last few years, but Morgan's going to turn in a decent number here, and I think just raise the level of the type of turns the judges are going to want to see out here today. 6.83 is the number for Morgan.
Single turn, basically.
But Ethan responds nicely, 6.67. His wave a little flatter, but you just can't argue with it. The way he's able to really compress, keep that board tight to the bowl, even on a flatter wave. He just absolutely juices everything out of it.
Just under 0.2 of a point difference in the scores, and two very different ways that they went about achieving those scores.
Oh, here we go again. Ethan trying to get rid of that 3.5. Probably done it already. Already has the lead. Rare slip up on his opening ride, but you can see he's cleaning things up now. That consistency shown throughout the year, it's sort of on show here in the opening stages of this opening round heat.
He always seems to get a really good rhythm going in his heats, doesn't he? As Kaipo said, he'll pick his waves really well. Very rarely will he make a mistake, and he gets into this rhythm where he just gets into a sync with the sets. Always finds himself on the best waves, and that's what the real champions of this sport do. They seem to have a knack, a sixth sense of the ocean, and they get in rhythm with it.
I really feel like there's a pretty high chance we're going to see one of the former Bells winners break through for a victory this year. When you look at who's in the mix, Geordie Smith coming off the back of a win, looked really strong in his opening round heat just moments ago. He's chasing a second bell. Italo, he's back to world title winning form. He's been the most consistent on the men's championship tour. We'll get through the rest in a moment, but let's see what Seth can do. Doesn't want to lose touch with these two, but does lose contact with his equipment there. But just to finish that point, Italo He is looking so sharp. Felipe's actually got a massive point to prove here and really needs to get his year on track, and certainly, you know, has given us so many highlight moments. So I'd like Felipe's chances. Ethan Ewing, Cole Houshman, they're right in the mix as well. But this guy, oh my goodness. Talk about a reinvigoration. He is so amped up this year.
Is that his Red Bull fridge, Purcell?
Yeah, he travels with it.
That's just today's supply.
He is, he's looking so sharp, so on.
He is. He's looking good, isn't he? He's, like you said, Ron, back to career best form. There was the slump, but he's really found something.
It's an observation. I know every competitor on this CT cares and wants to get that win. But when you look at Italo, it just seems he wants it more than anyone else on tour at the moment. He is just so hungry. He's got a massive appetite for victory. You could see the focus there.
Yeah, he really is a favourite regardless of the location or conditions. You know, today he would have come down and gone, yep, right, I'm ready for this. And that's what you need when you come to Bells. You need to be adaptable. You need to have that versatility in your approach. You need to be ready for anything.
Been pretty impressed with the surfing that we've seen. Just the way the surfers have been able to tap into what the judging components are here at the Bells Bowl.
Okay, so we're looking at that combination of high-speed, powerful manoeuvres, commitment, degree of difficulty, and then the variety of critical manoeuvres. So flow, of course, always part of the judging criteria, but really the story of the last two competitive days that we've had here at Bells, the judges have made it incredibly clear that they want to see those big committed turns. So let's have a look at Morgan here again on this 6.83 from the one major manoeuvre. It was a huge section, totally disconnects with the top of the wave, and this is critical, it's high risk. And then Ethan, this is the other way to do it, just with precision surfing here, but always in control. So the commitment was there, the degree of difficulty was there. Certainly the flow was there. It's in capital letters when you think about Ethan Ewing. Just has that narrow stance. Keeps very compact, and what that does, it just sort of minimises the amount of mistakes that he can make. And really, like you said, it's Tom Curran with a little sprinkling of Andy and a few others in there as well.
Seth is up now. Needs to finish a right off. This wave not quite as tall as what we saw Ethan and Morgan on, so he's got to surf it up. And he's building for the big finish on the inside. Does well to stick with it. He'll get the completion. 13 minutes to go. I really do appreciate the Stonewood slow-mo, especially a Morgan's big turn, because it wasn't just a power move. He set the fins free above the lip. And, you know, when you look at that detail and then you start to break down the individual turns on Seth's ride, you can tell that he's got some work to do. And it's going to be hard to match just the power, the output of Morgan on his ride, even with the combination of turns on a medium-sized wave. I think he's going to be left wanting.
Yeah, definitely. I just feel like Seth wanted to get a wave completed, start to try and tap into some flow and consistency in this heat. You can see there, just hit the brakes as he took off there. Gets a nice clean first turn. And then just a series of carves as he comes through to the inside and then finishes off cleanly. And when you see the calibre of manoeuvres that have been scoring up around that 6 to 7 point range, and yeah, Seth just needs to find that bit bigger wave that offers up that section.
Just under 12 minutes to go here. Let's talk coaches for a minute, because Ethan Ewing, Morgan Sibley, they've leaned into the local knowledge of Carol Bell Warren here in the past, but Ethan working with Jake Patterson.
Yep. Yeah, and Jake obviously has a ton of experience down here at Bells. And he was actually sitting up there on coach's corner well before this heat was actually in the water. Ethan would have gone down, had a little few final moments with Jake. Real tactician when it comes to the coaches. You know, Jake had, you know, numerous wins, big events too. You know, J-Bay, Sunset, Pipeline, obviously, but Jake found a way to win in sometimes testing conditions up against more favoured opponents. I think that's the beauty of Jake and his coaching style. He's able to sort of pass that knowledge on and really get his surfers to find a way to get through their heats.
For sure, and for someone who's so fancied, it's just a reminder to keep those tactics in the back of your head and not take any of the competitors in the draw lightly. 10.5 minutes to go. Ethan Ewing leads at the moment. Big heats coming your way this morning. Italo Ferreira, the world champ, who's leading the ratings at the moment, is coming up next.
Bella, what outside of surfing challenges you and how do you keep that adrenaline rush?
I love coming to Lawn. Live Wire Park here is one of the best ways to get that natural adrenaline rush that we love. It's out in nature, it's one of the most epic places to come.
This is not scary at all.
Oh my goodness.
You have the best day ever? I'm a little bit afraid of heights. It was fun to overcome that and just focus on having fun with my bestie. Yes. I'm going so fast!
Isabella Nichols, Erin Brooks loving their time down here in Victoria, and we're loving our time here watching the opening round of the men unfold at the Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach, presented by Bonsoy. Big exchange unfolding. We've got Ethan Ewing up at the moment, utilising his priority to take this wave from Seth Moniz and rolling through to the inside. Looking to finish this one off in classy fashion once again. Already has a 6.67 to his name. Let's have a look at the replay here of Morgan's ride.
Yeah, so Morgan got the first wave of the set. Nice opening carve, waiting patiently for this wave to open up again.
Oh, wow.
Really attacks that second section. Another beautiful carve. Board's looking spicy. Really driving under his feet. Great finish. So Morgs staying right in this one. So let's have a look at this manoeuvre of Seth. So takes to the air, gets the spin, doesn't quite rotate. Brings it back around, and then Ethan says, that's enough of that. I'll take this wave with priority. So Seth's manoeuvre will score, I believe, and then Ethan will just pick up the wave from here and build a score. So it looks like he's banked a 5.87 on that last ride. Looking good.
Seth did get a number, but not the number that he's after, 3.43. So right up against it at the moment, out the back with priority, but after a big score, and that's just to get to second because Morgan Siblick's taking control of the lead of this heat. 7.23, found a beautiful section out there, and both times in this lineup, when he's actually found a big section in front of him, he hasn't held back at all, and the judges, well, they're just gathering up the numbers and just hurling them at him at the moment. Two very impressive scores. Ethan Ewing, not an easy guy to get a jump on. Even in junky conditions, when, you know, the level or the playing field sort of been evened up by the conditions for these three surfers, getting the jump on Ethan on a long-running right-hander is not an easy thing to do.
No, I totally agree. But Morgan looks like he is just surfing pressure-free at the moment. Staying light on his feet. We mentioned that this morning. The surfers that are doing well are able to sort of skip and pivot over the sections. Here we go, live action with Seth.
Using his priority here, Seth. He got a nice hit in, but it was a bit of a wobbly exit out of the turn. Let's see if he can make up for it here. Starting to gather some speed. Got a nice section. Nice little tail drift. Might be his best wave yet. Wasn't able to kind of flow out of that first turn the way he would have loved, and the way we've seen him do before.
Yeah, it's better for sure.
4.67, that's his best. Chips away at the requirement now after a 7.87. That's to get the second position. Let's have a look at it again.
Late takeoff. Gets nice and vertical. Oh, wow, the wave did everything it could to try and punch him off, but nice and sure-footed. Seth rides out of that one. This wave's already off the bowl reef. And Seth does some nice carve work. This finishing turn, put some flair on it. Got that tail kicked out. I like it.
Yeah, the big square up. You know, it was unfortunate he just didn't get the clean exit out of that first manoeuvre. He was on his way to a decent score here. Just on 4.5 minutes to go as Seth makes his way back to the takeoff zone. Earlier, Rosie caught up with Ian Gentile.
Ian, great to see you come away with a heat win there. Going back-to-back on those two waves, obviously we've seen that swell kind of peak up a little bit, but a little bit of a fitness test?
Yeah, kind of. We do have the jet ski assist, so it helps. But yeah, first time on the glass here at Bell, so stoked.
And what do you think of Bells as a location coming here for a few years now? There's always that good Hawaiian connection. A lot of Hawaiians have done so well here.
Yeah, I feel good. Surfed it like good Bells only a couple times, so it's all kind of new for me still. And yeah, stoked. And here with my mom, it's her first time in Australia, so that's been funny. And yeah, just having a good time.
What are some of the highlights that you look forward to sharing with your mom over here in Oz?
Well, she's got to see a kangaroo still, like up close. You know, I got to check that one off. And I don't know. We've been going to the bathhouse a lot and just kind of chilling and I don't know, just cruising.
Enjoy your time here and well done on the heat win.
Thank you.
Thank you, Rosie. Well, no shortage of kangaroos to check out around this zone.
There's a car park full of them every morning, every time you come down in the morning.
You just don't want to see them on the road.
No.
But 3 minutes to go here as Morgan makes his way back out. Just on a bit of a tear. You mentioned just that he's not holding anything back as we dive into the GWM heat recap. And I think Morgan for a while did feel the pressure, especially after just such an amazing run as a first-time CT campaigner. And in this heat, he's just been in that same kind of form.
Yeah.
Holding nothing back against the big names.
No, this is a real good confidence booster regardless of what happens in this heat. Morgan looks like he's back in form. He wrote the script early with that opening manoeuvre. This is Ethan Ewing all the way through to the inside. Just what we're used to seeing off Ethan Ewing. Beautiful, smooth surfing. But it's this guy here. He's been attacking these sections. His board's looking super fast and spicy under his feet, driving through these sections. And Morg's in attack mode and a definite slump. There's no other way to call it. You know, his surfing didn't look as good as it did when he was on tour. It went through that slump for maybe a year and a half, 2 years. But he's found something again. He's done some hard work, and to actually be that persistent and want to keep coming back, credit to him. And you know, if he keeps this form up, he'll be straight back on the tour.
Well, Rip Curl's superstore HQ is down there in Torquay. They've got an unbelievable outdoor cinema set up at the moment. They've been playing some of their surf movies, and we caught a big crowd tuned in to Postcards from Morgs, which was an absolute classic, very funny film. And yeah, if you haven't seen it, worth checking out. But right now, we're focused on this requirement for Seth, 7.87. Pretty hefty one. The thing that's working against him at the moment is that Ethan Ewing's holding that priority, and Ethan, he doesn't even need a whole lot to improve on his situation and make it a much bigger requirement for Seth to chase down. He's only looking to improve on a 5.87.
Yeah, and when I think of the scores that have dropped this morning, a 7.87 would be up around the best score of the morning. So in the next 30 seconds, he needs to wrestle one of the better waves of the morning, and he needs to perform perfectly on it. And we'll see here, Ethan will just put a bit of a block on him. He'll cover him here.
Sizing this one up, no takers at the moment on the outside. Morgan's going to use this one to ferry himself to the beach after what has been a very impressive performance. Great rhythm with the high quality waves on offer in this heat. But you've got to give him credit for absolutely attacking the sections that came his way and turning in the two best numbers up until maybe now. Ethan Ewing finding a couple of decent turns, and it feels like Seth's going to be trying to fight his way out of the elimination round again.
Well, he's a fighter, no doubt about it. And as we watch the final moments of Seth's wave as he brings it through to the inside, he'll need to regroup, regather, and get ready for that men's elimination round. But a really great performance from Ethan Ewing there on screen. We're yet to see that final score come in. Need to 7.39 if he wanted to take the top honours. Could make it here for Morgan Sibley.
Yeah, huge. Not an easy draw at all. I mean, Seth didn't have his best today, but certainly capable of turning in some big numbers too. We look forward to seeing that. But Ethan Ewing's going to finish up in second spot. His last wave came through in the mid 6-point range. Not enough to turn the heat. Morgan Siblick, the wild card, gets himself a victory here in the opening round. We've still got so many big heats coming your way. Up next, a former Bells champ, a world champ, and the man wearing that yellow jersey, Italo Ferreira, will be out there in the lineup.
The thing about history is that whatever happens, happens. There's no denying it. It is what it is. And no matter how hard you try, you're never entirely in control. It's the beautiful chaos. Hell and heaven canceling each other out. Triumph and defeat. This year, history will be told in 12 chapters. 54 men and women will write it. History will be written live at worldsurfleague.com.
And looking forward to seeing what's written into the pages of this iconic event that's in its 62nd year in 2025. The Rick Curl Pro Bells Beach, presented by Bonsoy. Italo already part of that history, already part of the history of the WSL Championship Tour, winning a world title. What an amazing story that was. And he has tapped back into that world title winning form. An incredibly consistent start to the year and an amazing start to this heat by the looks of things, Rich.
Oh, wow. This is Italo just in vintage form here. A huge floater to finish that section through the bowl. Some of the biggest waves of the morning coming through now. And Italo working this one all the way through to the inside. Let's see if he gets the finishing maneuver. He sure does. And of course, sticks it. This guy is like a cat, always falling on his feet. This is Xavier Huxtable. Nice hack to start things off. Streaking down the line, gets another good section.
Oh.
And just a little off timing. It's the big man, Ramsey. Good looking, open face here, gets a vertical hit on the backhand. Generates a lot of speed off the bottom. Nice and smooth. Just some powerful cutback work here as the wave starts to bowl up again. And Ramsey just getting a little stuck there on that final turn. He was on his way to a good score. He'll just have to wipe that little mistake off, reset. But the signs are there.
Love this heat on paper. I know we had it marked as the Hydrolite heat of the round for good reason. Ramsey from Morocco, I think's got one of the best backhands on the CT. You know, you'd love to see Bells doing its best work with big groomed walls on the bowl. I think you'd see something exceptional from Ramsey, but you know, it's not like he can't get it done in junkier conditions as well. But Italo proven as a performer out here. And Xavier, obviously, having grown up in this region, part of the Torquay Board Riders Club, about to attack the Challenger Series in 2025. You know, working with Cale Bell Warren, who was also competed in the event as a trials winner. And Cale said that Xavier could win this contest this year, which is a massive rap. Probably comes with a little bit of bias, but I kind of back him, the serving I've seen Xavier do out here over the years.
Yeah, absolutely.
That was maybe a little bit of nerves on show on that opening ride. His timing got a little jumbled up, but the start from Italo, undeniable, 7.17. You know, we're always talking about Italo, his ability above the lip. You know, those backhand air rotations are trademark. He can pull them out of the bag when he needs them, but I actually love it when he sticks that board to the face of the wave and just links his moves together.
The waves at Bells here almost forces him to iron out a little bit of that twitchiness that can sometimes creep in to Italo's repertoire, only because he's so wound up and high energy. And he does tend to sort of really rapid pump off the bottom and attack the lip. But I'm almost feeling like that 717 was maybe a little bit undercooked.
Oh, for sure, Kaipo, you got good eyes on it. You've been tracking Italo's run this year. It's been remarkable. He turned in a 7.17 with that wave.
What a start, huh, Ron? And one of the bigger waves that we've seen all day. So it looks like the swell's coming up a bit. Tide continues to drop. So, you know, the swell really able to feel the bottom here at Bells Bowl. That floater was incredible. Italo's looking really, really confident. But the local boy, Xavier Huxtable, big opportunity. There's a lot of eyes on him right now in this heat. Like you said, it's the heat of the round. So a lot of opportunity for the young surfer here from Jan Juk. We know that everyone's He's got a bunch of fans on the beach. He's got a bunch of fans over there at the beach hotel, at the Janjuk pub, all watching Xavier Huxtable. And here he goes. Xavier with nice bottom turn. Nice, smooth little snap. Let's see what happens on the inside, Ron.
Yeah, this wave, it's not as tall as Italo's, but he does let go of a nice hit there. You kind of back Xavier to tap into some waves that are going to provide some opportunity through that bowl section. And I mean, as the local, that's where you need to find the edge over these full-time campaigners on the CT. You need to take those better set waves off them. Xavier's going to get a nice finish there. Really well-rounded surfer. Good tube rider above the lip. He's got it. But his big front side power snaps. That's what I think are his real strength.
There's definitely some good moments on this wave, Ron. From the start, it was a little sleepy. Just had to do a couple of check turns here. But then the wave went, and Xavier went with it. Now he starts to open up. A beautiful tail sliding snap. Hard to control, but he does it well. And then almost an extended carve for the second turn. Another little wrap for the third. The wave moves off the bowl section, and he starts to do this cutback work. Now it bowls up again. Xavier, you can see nice and low in attack mode, and again, gets that layback hammer to finish off. A comeback wave in this heat for Xavier. And this was Italo. So big opening hit there, straight back on that transition to the bottom turn. Second turn was massive. Definitely one of the biggest waves we've seen all morning. Italo looking in perfect control here. And then a critical snap to finish off. So we just saw the claim there. So Italo's feeling it.
Man.
He's going to drop a huge number here as well.
The yellow jersey, you know, probably, you know, obviously it tells everyone that competitively you're on your game, but probably doesn't say enough about the form of this guy at the moment. Now that was so solid. Might be the best wave of the event.
Yep.
So far. Just the way that he banked off the bottom there to set up a more vertical approach. It was just read to perfection.
Oh, that transition. And by that I mean from that first turn, the ability to hold his speed, get back on his heel side rail, and actually generate speed coming off the bottom and get back up the top again. Italo just did that so well. Speed is everything. We talk about it constantly. To be able to perform these maneuvers that the judges want to see time and time again, the high risk, high impact maneuvers, you need speed to do it. And this guy's got it. He's almost got his little turbo boosters on.
10th year on the championship tour for Italo. And the 30-year-old is about to drop a big score here. Just the dream start for him. Loves this location. And it has really come into, I think, these conditions, you know, demonstrating what it takes to become a champion here, the ability to adapt, not get caught up on you know, what the conditions might not be offering, but make the most of what's out there. And sort of doing a great job as, you know, Ethan and Morgan did in that last heat, of still just flowing so beautifully through all the lumps and bumps and smoothing out the lines. And the number comes through, 8.5. Italo drops an excellent score. You knew it was going to go there. And he is well out in front now. Xavier Huxtable turned in a 6.17. Pretty decent score considering he took off on what looked like a small to medium-sized wave. He managed a 6.17, so a 9.5 is what he's after. Ramsey is back in third spot with priority, chasing a 5.85.
Yeah, well, at this point, you'd have to think it's a battle for second place. Italo might just build from here as well. Just calling for the score. Now he gets it, 8.5. Healthy heat total already, 15.67 for the current yellow jersey leader.
Yeah, he's been training the house down. So super fit at the moment. But that's sort of been part of Italo's previous campaigns, but it just feels like when you look at him, you know, there's maybe less focus on bulking now and really sort of getting back to that Mr. Elastic kind of free approach. He just seems so on, and it's going to be hard to reel in this heat. Let's see if Ramsey can get himself an excellent score as well. Just a little hung up there for a second. But free surfing wise, you see clips of this guy drop on long running right-handers back home. And, you know, on the backhand, he maybe throws more power into a backhand hit than just about anyone.
Yeah, he's a big boy. Just got that really smooth, groomed style. And that's a better wave for Ramsey. Let's have a look at and see what happened here with Italo. So this was that wave down in third priority. Okay, attacks that first section. This is that transition we were talking about. Gets the little grab rail and gets so high in that lip, perfect control, pivots it around. He's got this ability to almost hover as he's coming down. Excuse me, this was that 8.5. Just beautiful technique from Italo here, really reading the wave perfectly. And just sizzling off that final section there. Again, just he's got this ability to pivot, get that almost 720, 320 degree turn done in the lip, and then he has all this time to re-engage the board.
Gotta love the Stone and Wood slow-mo cam there, giving us a really good look at, you know, just how finesse those backhand hits are. 15 minutes, 45 seconds to go. And Italo is on fire out here at the moment, Kipes.
Yeah, he sure is. I mean, what I'm seeing here is just compression and extension from Italo Ferreira coming off the bottom so hard. Like he yanked his rail off that second bottom turn, and also, Ronnie, confidence. He's going for high-risk maneuvers in really difficult water, and that's just telling me that Italo is super confident. He's confident in both his training and where he is physically, but also in his boards. The Pattersons are looking incredible out here. It looks like probably an EPS board, by the way, because it has a little bit of that purple tinge, white purple tinge, rich to it. But whatever it is, it's working.
It sure is. 717, 8.5, well and truly in control. The battle for second spot's on until someone else drops an excellent number. Xavier Huxtable, he's got that 617, and he's got more to give. That was a medium-sized set at best. So Xavier, I think, will wait for his opportunity with that priority now, Rich, and make life difficult for Ramsey here.
Yeah, he certainly will. And in the box seat with priority, he'll wait for this next set and really try and take it to Italo Ferreira.
More action coming your way as we see highlights of Italo just flaring on the backhand here. Let's dive into the polls and get caught up on what's gone down this morning, kicking off the day with the second heat, I should say, the opening round for the man, Sammy Pupo, who needs a big result down here at stop number 5, getting it done.
Yeah, absolutely. Sammy Pupo opening the day with some intent. And then it was this man here, Geordie Smith, coming off a win in El Salvador and really just getting back into sync with Bells Beach. He's had the win out here before. Great performance from Geordie, solid as a rock, and everything that we expect to see from him. Those big, powerful hacks, and looking good.
Looking sensational as he powers past that elimination round. Also out there in the lineup, Ian Gentile making his mark here at Bells Beach. Really finding a flow, travelling with his mum, her first trip to Australia, and something to celebrate here in the opening round.
Yeah, Ian Gentile, cool, calm and collected. And well, this man here, Morgan Sibley, on a mission, the wild card, back in form. The former CT surfer just exploding through these sections here on the Bells Bowl, and really unfazed in his heat against Ethan Ewing. Attack mode. Great to see Morgan back in fine form here at Bells.
Yeah, a massive heat win for him, powering on through past that elimination round, and he's got plenty of support here. Getting caught up there with the pulse. As we dive back into live action now, 11 minutes remaining in heat number 6, the opening round. Italo, an impressive heat score total, the highest of the event so far. 15.67, an excellent score on the board. And even the 717 probably could have gone there. Amazing surfing from the man that broke through for his first CT victory right here at Bells Beach. You talk about, you know, writing history. He had the history permanently written on his arm to celebrate that win. As we see Xavier up, wow, had priority, and as the local, that is a huge wave selection blunder, and he's going to put himself at the bottom of the order here, and Ramsey's just not a guy that you want chasing you down on a right-hand point break. He only needs a 5.58 to get ahead of Xavier, who will look for a make-up score on the inside here, doesn't get anything out of that one. Yeah, Italo's got a tattoo of a koala ringing the Bells trophy on his bicep.
Well, if he keeps surfing like this, he'll have to get a kangaroo on the other one, ringing a bell. He is in total control of this heat in the water and breaking into the 8-point range. The first surfer to do it there as we see Jack Robinson. And uncharacteristic at this point in the tour, finds himself a little bit down the ratings. So an important event coming up here for Jack Robbo.
Yeah, I'm still really surprised to see Xavier make that mistake with priority. It was such a good opportunity to get himself a great score to complement the 6.17 and really push the requirement up for Ramsey and turn the heat up, apply some pressure to the Moroccan.
Yeah, it's a strange thing, pressure. And as you come in as a wild card, although he does have experience, you know, you're looking at the man in the yellow jersey, you're hearing the beach announcers say 8.5, 7.17. There's immediate pressure there, and it makes you start to second guess your decisions. And obviously, you know, 9 times out of 10, Xavier wouldn't have even taken that wave. But feeling the pressure of this moment, knowing he wants to try and protect that second place, he's made a little blunder here, and he's given the advantage back to Ramsey, who is in need of a score, and he needs that 5.58. He wants to move up into second place here.
You know, some of the bigger set waves in this heat have probably served up some of the most opportunity. Obviously here on the Bells Bowl you need a certain size in the wave to get a couple of big turns done, and Italo's tapped into it. I think Xavier kind of fell in love with the size of that swell line, but looking down the line, probably should have made a quick decision not to commit to that ride.
Yep.
Because it shut down pretty quickly.
Yeah, second wave of the set is the generally the golden rule in these onshore conditions. The first wave tends to have a little surface texture, some bump on it. The second wave irons it out beautifully, and just want to note too that Italo's sitting so deep with priority. Just sort of identifying that he wants to come right from behind these sections.
He can do a lengthy floater to get himself back out in front of it. Just over 7 minutes remaining. Let's hear from the winner of the previous heat, Morgan Siblick, with Rosie Hodge.
Morgan putting up some big numbers this morning. I want to know, the mentality is coming in as a wild card. You've been on the championship tour, but how does it feel coming back here? You had great success at this event last year.
Yeah, it's always good to come back down to Bells. It's so nice down here, love it. Just all the vibes, good cafes, and I don't know, we haven't had amazing waves yet, but it looks like it's going to get fun throughout the contest, so I'm stoked just to be here.
And you're working with a competitive machine, Nathan Hedge. Tell us a little bit about that relationship.
Yeah, I've been working with Hedgie. He just started working at Surfing Australia, and man, he's so good. He's just good vibes, good positive energy the whole time, and fires me up. And I don't know, just having that good competitive edge over everyone else, like just Hoggy just in the background with that hog energy is so sick.
And what about having this as a warm-up for your 2025 campaign going into your competitive season?
Yeah, it's so good. Just pushing yourself here with the world's best. There's nothing better than that to get you ready for the year. So hopefully can go deep in this event and set myself up for a good year this year.
Morgan, thanks for catching up with us.
Thank you.
Thank you, Rosie. Yeah, Morgan, okay, so leaning into that CT experience and just absolute competitive fire. It just comes just roaring out of Nathan Hedge.
Done it.
And he tapped into it beautifully in that last heat. It was an aggressive approach. Those big sections, there was nothing safe about it. Turned in some great scores. Got the jump on Ethan Ewing.
Yeah, I feel like Morgan was at his best when he was kind of happy-go-lucky and feeling the good energy and the good vibes. And you could see that in his post-heat interviews. But when the jersey was on, it was all business, it was all seriousness, and it feels like he's found that formula again, which is great to see, and Hog obviously having a good influence there.
Yeah, Nathan's got the intensity, but Morgan's at his best when those big chompers are on show.
Yeah.
When he's got that big smile out. And he's got plenty of smile about there. 5 minutes remaining here. Italo just cruising now. He did the work on his first two rides, Rich.
Sure did, got it done early. And that 8.5, the highlight moment of the day so far. Just beautiful backhand surfing. That bottom turn to top turn combination etched in my mind. Just beautiful, so powerful. Has that radical element to it as well.
Italo, you know, reminds me of, well, his Brazilian counterparts, Toledo, Medina. You really do see their best surfing with that jersey on. Still a lot of competitors, it feels like, trying to find that formula. I think we've seen some brilliant stuff from Ramsey and barreling left-handers before. We haven't got that flash of that amazing backhand from him just yet in a CT heat. Hopefully he comes to life. As we dive into the GWM heat recap, and this is Italo's highlights from the opening stages of the heat.
Oh, such a good variation of manoeuvres on that first ride. The big opening carve, the snap, into a huge drawn-out floater. Then all the way through to the inside. Finishes cleanly with another phone drip. This is Xavier Huxtable on his best ride. It's a beautiful flaring snap on the inside. Extended carve. This is when he started to click into gear. But Italo Ferreira, just have a look at the technique here. Clean open snap, deep bottom turn, so much drive and commitment. Up into the lip. Beautiful rotation and pivot. Then does all this nice work through the inside section. Finishes strong. Highest wave of the morning so far. Hammers that inside section.
Yeah, remarkable attention to detail there. You could see throughout that ride, he was just looking at all the lumps and bumps on that wave. His head was busy. His eyes were darting all over the place. And what he was looking to do was set up the steeper sections of that wave. And he absolutely pinged them. As we see, Ramsey up now. Nice start, drives up into the pocket. A clean combination on the outside. Needs a couple more hits to chase down this 5.58. This wave standing up nicely for him in the inside. Doing some good work here, but will want a little finish. Finds it. throws the hands together. 2.5 minutes to go. The requirement of 5.58, not done. Oh, had the opportunity just to add minimal increments for sure, but still, you want to finish those ones off.
He thought the wave was done, and it offered him a little bonus section right on the shoreline. It's right there, isn't it? 5.58 is the requirement. Foamy section, so hard to surf. It's a little projection floater. Love this one. Second turn, gets a bit more vertical. Some lateral turns through this middle section. Now the wave starts to form up again. Through the inside again, gets it vertical. At this point here, Ramsey's starting to think, I've got the score. Just finished this little foam rebound. Now you see the emotion come out. This little bonus section here, Ron, just would have loved to have seen him tag that and ride out cleanly. Perhaps it would have been undeniable. And this is Italo outside. Somewhat of a victory lap, perhaps.
Oh my goodness.
Just gets a huge backhand fin drift. Just playing with it out here. Just always looks in control.
You know, setting the pace with the higher scoring numbers, but even on the waves that he's throwing away, still managing to do bigger turns than his opponents on throwaway scores. We mentioned just the fire that he's carried through the opening stages of the 2025 season. Hasn't missed a final series yet. Remarkable results for him. Semi-final finish at Pipe. Obviously won over at Abu Dhabi, second in Portugal, and a quarter-final finish in El Salvador. And looking every bit the #1 surfer in the world at the moment here.
Yep, absolutely. And then you start to think about what could happen at Fiji with Italo.
Here goes Xavier. This is his opportunity. 25 seconds to go. And gets a nice section to work with here. Maybe didn't get the release out of that move that he would have loved. He looks behind to see if anything's going on, then sets his focus on this last section and does pretty well with it. Banks it nicely. Ramsey fighting hard on the outside. A flurry in the later stages of the heat for Ramsey. He's got a couple of scores on the way. We'll see what kind of work he did on the outside. But it's going to be probably a pretty close one between Ramsey and Xavier as Ramsey finishes off with a nice little belt on the backhand.
Trying to work out whether that's just a stand tall claim and a look at the judges.
Or frustration.
Or frustration. So Xavier was looking to replace his 4.17. He might do it.
Maybe a bit of both, Rich.
Maybe a bit of both. Let's have a look here. So this is Ramsey outside. What did he get done? Nice clean snap. Draws a nice line off the bottom. Connects with that lip again. Some downtime as he gets around this next section. Sleepy style cutback, but we know he got that final turn done. So I think it really comes down to the wave before this for Ramsey. He does click that last turn. So we got a number of scores come in, but this is an important wave here. Xavier does well with that first turn. Geez, it was sort of where to pick the moment to turn. That second turn, I would have loved to have seen a little bit more pop and flair. See, just widening the stance as he comes through this inside section. And again, this final moment, this final section of bells is so hard to hit because it sort of crumbles off guard. Creeps up on you, and then you need to kind of connect and pop out of it. Looks like Ramsey's in a little bit of...
No, Ramsey's done himself a mischief here on the inside. Italo's trying to help him out. He's in a lot of pain. We're not sure what's happened here, but he's really hurt. Oh, this isn't good. And Ramsey, he's got scores on the way. So the numbers are still coming in, but I think
it's a knee. I think
he's hurt his knee here. Italo was quick to it, identifying swiftly that Ramsey was in pain here.
They need to get a bunch of people down there, help him out of the water, quick, smart. Immobilise that knee, get him out of that whitewash.
So he's hit the reef on the shore break here.
Yeah,
and we've seen some nasty injuries there. The heat was over. This is a big, strong unit of a human, and you know that if he's in pain, he's done something nasty to himself here.
We hate to see this. We know that Ramsey rode his final wave all the way to the beach, basically. You can see all those rock shelves right on the shoreline, and they pop up so quickly. And just hoping that we can get Ramsey out of the water.
Well, the hope is probably that he's bumped his knee hard on the reef rather than twisted his knee. But look, oh man. So he has been bumped by a wave just walking across that shelf, and I think his knee has actually...
He might have dislocated it.
He's tweaked it. Oh, he can tell that he's in a lot of pain. We still have scores coming in here at the moment too.
Well, it looks like Xavier he's bettered his position.
He fell awkwardly.
Yeah.
He fell awkwardly, but yeah, Xavier did improve on his numbers, so he maintained, I believe, his place behind Italo in second. So Ramsey was going to have to surf his way through the elimination round, but from the scenes that we're seeing here at the moment, I don't think he'll be able to do that. We'll, of course, wait to get confirmation on what has happened here, but you saw it there. He was walking across the rock shelf, the wave hit him in the back, and he went down awkwardly. And he let out a groan of discomfort immediately that, you know, called to action Italo and Xavier, who quickly ditched their boards and went to his aid. Really hoping the best for Ramsey here, but the results on screen there. As Ramsey gets carried to a medical assistance. We're going to take a quick break here. We'll be back with Jack Robinson, Marco Migno, Ryan Callanan, with Joe Tapel and Felicity Parmentier stepping in for the call.
The opening round continues here at the Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach, presented by Bonsoy. Unfortunate moment for Ramsey Buckingham coming in with that third place finish, but the toughest news, just seeing him in pain, holding his left knee. We will keep you posted on the medical updates for Ramsey Bookham dealing with some injuries in his career. Tough way to finish off that last heat. Everyone feeling for him. One of the most popular humans on tour, Leo Fioravanti, one of his best friends, ran down the stairs when he saw his friend in pain. We'll keep you posted. We're hoping that he's going to be okay to surf. We'll let you know. Jack Robinson, Marco Mignot, and Ryan Callanan in the lineup now for heat number 7. Ryan Callanan, the goofy foot from Meriwether Beach, kicking things off for us this morning.
Yeah, on the backhand here, nice little float across that section. And let's see what this inside starts to do as he winds up around here. Beautiful trademark carve that we know from Ryan. Just set up that nice little snap in the pocket. And for a wave that didn't really have much opportunity, he surfed that up. He surfed that really well. So just a nice opening score for Ryan. Probably nothing too big, but you know, sort of average score there. And nice little way to start off the heat for Ryan.
4.83 for Ryan Callanan, who spent his evening last night at the gym, just training, staying focused and ready to compete here at Bells Beach, which brought him a lot of great memories, including a final appearance, runner-up to Ethan Ewing a couple of years ago.
Oh.
Marco Mignot sliding out on his opener, the rookie representing France will recover from that. And that gives Jack Robinson priority in this matchup. Jack accomplishing a lot in a storied career. He's already competed for a world title at the WSL finals, and now when you look at the calendar and see him for the first time ever, the Lexus WSL finals going to Cloudbreak in Fiji. Jack's support crew is just starting to rub their hands together, imagining it at 8 to 12 foot. You wouldn't even mind if he was the 5th seed on that day.
No way. I mean, that's got to be, it's completely within Jack's wheelhouse. You know, I mean, Jack growing up in Western Australia, famous for its big, heavy left hand, sort of consequential waves. And we'll get back to that. We see Marco
Mignot, the French-Mexican, running down the line, riding the JS Industries surfboards. Really spring-loaded, was incredibly clutch multiple times this season, and Portugal also had a key heat win with his air game in El Salvador. Sticking to the face there and getting a nice little warm-up in. Got the last few days of calls and then the conversations in the parking lot. Are we going to Winky? Are we going to Bells? I ran into Marco and his coach, Jason Aparicio, and they're like, hey, we're new to this. Where are we going? You know, just trying to figure out where to clue into, of like where the venue might be. They're fun to talk to. They're having a lot of fun so far throughout this rookie year, as Marco's trying to make a big mark here at this event, the longest running event on the calendar, which hasn't always been the easiest for rookies, but we did see a rookie win last year. Let's see how he goes.
Yeah, so here we go. A couple of nice, quick, snappy turns in succession, followed by that combo with that couple of carves back into the source here. And wave just sort of dying in energy, but looking to get some sort of a finish here on the inside. And he does tap it here. So there's a little bit of work done out the back and a nice little jab on the inside. Sort of keeping it pace there. You know, Ryan's already got that sort of, you know, 4 inching up towards that 5 mark and just getting a score on the board. But I mean, we'll go back to that conversation about Jack, Joe. Just wanted to elaborate on that with Cloudbreak being the destination for finals. I mean, that's a deadly combo, isn't it? I mean, that's something to sort of be watching out for. I think, you know, obviously Jack's been in the title run the last couple of years, but being at lowers, he hasn't really found that success yet. And it looks like he's going to open up his account now.
Jack Robinson has made the semifinals here in the past. Nice clean start going vertical. Traction on the roundhouse cutback. Builds up some board speed, gets out in front. Sharp Eye Surfboards, famous for going incredibly fast. A lot of busy work to get the speed for the end section, but lightning fast in his reaction. Jack Robinson gets the completion on his opening ride. It's one of those guys that is just so reliable. With his consistency, it reminds me of Beat Durbich, just how often he could just turn in keepers rarely falling, rarely making mistakes. Once he starts getting a few numbers, then Jack has that X factor where he can go absolutely loony with some big progression maneuvers. But once again, Jack starting off on his feet.
Yeah, he starts off strong, and I mean, he's waited a little while for that first wave, but exactly what you said, it looked sleepy through that little inside section, but just ready to pounce on an instant. Let's break down what happened in the beginning. Snap up the top. Just so controlled and so sure-footed. He just has that really nice center of gravity, and you just know that he is going to finish. He's got that sort of, the body language is indicating that he is not going to fall, that he knows this game so well. Just weaves it through this inside, and I mean, right here he's looking pretty calm, pretty relaxed, but I like what you said, Joe, just able to turn on a dime, and timing here, perfect. Gets the fin release, nice snap to finish, and I'd say probably the strongest wave of the heat so far.
Well done for Jack Robinson. 4.43 was Marco's opener. Ryan had just a touch better, 4.83. So judges always making their comparisons. They're deciding was Jack's better than Ryan's, better than Marco's. They'll figure out their separations. Lily Prayer, the head judge, once again. Keeping an eye on the panel for stop number 5. We'll catch up with the Bells champ. Italo Ferreira is with Rosie Hodge.
Wow, he looked so good out there, Joe. Well, Italo, I mean, the first heat of an event, to have such a massive heat win, how does that set you up for the rest of your campaign through an event?
Yeah, for sure, that was a great heat. I tried to like find the good walls, and then I know there's a lot of opportunity there, but it's kind of like hard to find the best ones. But I have luck that I can have one good opportunity in the beginning, and then I had 7 points. Then after that, 8 points on the other one, and yeah, that was a great heat against all those guys, you know. And it's always fun to compete at Bells, you know, and always feel like excited to find a good wall and go hard, you know. And yeah, I'm stoked.
And I have to ask you, because you were one of the first people to get to Ramsey, it's hard to see one of your competitors get injured like that. Did you, from your perspective, what did it look like happened to Ramsey?
That was pretty hard because he was just finished the wave, and then he was waiting for the score. And then I saw like he walking, and then his leg going into the rock, and then the other wave came at the back and then hit him, and then the knee come to the inside, you know, and then he feel like something like so like strong on the knee, and he was like, I'm done, I'm gone. And I was like, fuck, there's something happened there. And then I started to run, and then that was a bummer because he was surfing good on this wave, and then but best luck for him, and I hope I can see him on next round.
Well done in that heat, and obviously we'll be tracking a report with Ramsey a little bit later on, you guys.
Thank you so much, Rosie. Great information there from downstairs, and just Italo doing a great job to have his game face on, win, and then completely change gears and be a great friend to Ramsey. Just first on the scene, along with Xavier Huxtable helping him in, and Ramsey going through a lot of pain there. So we'll continue to get info on Ramsey's status, if he will be able to compete in the elimination round later on today. And Italo just focusing on performance. He still is lightning in a bottle. He completely owned that first heat of the opening round on his campaign to win another bell. And now watching the last wave of Ryan Callanan.
Wow, I mean, I'm already liking what I'm seeing. This wave here, not easy to ride. Looking like maybe the first wave that set had so much lump and bump in it, but Ryan did such a good job at negotiating that. Behind him, Jack. See this wave face a lot smoother. Second wave of the set. See what Jack's got on offer here. Nice little float to transition into this turn where he lays it on rail. See if he can get up into the lip, see what this inside section provides. But Jack's looking pretty, he's looking connected, he's looking pretty calm. Probably wants to get a finish here, just sign off on this second wave, which he does. So nice 1-2 between Ryan and Jack, and then Marco behind them. See a lot of foam, a lot of lump and bump on the face here. Jabs it up into the pocket, doing really well to negotiate. Throws in a bit of tail slide regression there. And goes to the layback, so 3 turns out the back for Marco. I really like that. I think there was a lot of variation there between all 3 turns. It was a difficult wave to surf, but looks like we might have a bit more movement.
Priority with Ryan Callanan. He will lock into the wall. Nice clean lines. Hasn't even picked up his rail yet. It goes over the top of a big section. He spent a lot of time with Mark Occhilupo in his lifetime on some surf trips over the years. He'll fade and now look for something fun on this inside wall. Starting to grow. Big section on the windup. Callanan drills it. Nice read for the Australian vet into his 7th season competing on the championship tour. Fracturing the head of his fibula at the season opener in the round of 32 at Pipeline. Had to miss out on competing in Portugal. Came back to El Salvador and looks like he is really solid here at stop number 5. His opener was a 4.83, then to a 5.5, and then we saw this one.
Yeah, this is my favorite wave of the heat so far. Just such a good read. Just that redirection there, straight up into the lip. The projection he got was so amazing. To stick with this, have the read to get around this section and drop down into this little bowl here. I mean, it's my favorite wave of the heat. This little read here is perfect. Comes through the inside, doesn't overcook it, just waits for this inside section, gets the release on the tail. Let's have a look here from this angle. Just completely upside down, redirection there. Degree of difficulty super high. So that's going to be feeling super good for Ryan. All these waves are tricky to surf. That one had its intricacies, but the read on that was beautiful.
What a read from Ryan Callanan, enjoying the Red Bull ski. They go all the way around that big buoy there. And then they'll drop him off in a designated area. It's all mapped out. Major reason is to keep the wake off of a wave that could affect the scoring potential. That bright orange buoy there, they'll jump off and then paddle the rest of the way. Callanan very comfortable with that operation. Well traveled, a lot of great movie parts. Often filmed by his buddy Jack. He's been able to surf at home and compete into finals at Meriwether Beach. He's got a lot of close friends like Craig Anderson, Louis Egan, 4-time world champ Mark Richards, always checking in with Ryan over these years on tour. MR still holding the record with Kelly and Mick. 4 Bells trophies. 3 big names just sharing the record for most Bells wins in history, and pretty lucky for Ryan to have him as a mentor, a real close family friend. As this continues here, Marco Mignot lit up his previous wave, a 6.10, just left fishing on that messy one. Last of Ryan Callanan, solid for a 5.63, gives him the lead. Jack Robinson down to second with a 6.0, so this is a well-balanced heat with numbers all in a similar range. Hard to separate these 3 at the moment for the guys upstairs.
Yeah, they're super, super similar. I think for me, when I look at this breakdown, obviously that 6.1 of Marco, that's the highest wave of the heat so far. I mean, for me, it's the progression, it's the variety, right? 3 big turns, all with different variations, and that's the difference.
So tracking back to stop number 1 of the season with Ryan Callanan, always a threat at Pipeline as well. He's had some incredible performance there over the years. As we lock in with Marco Mignot, throwing down a carve and kicking out, chasing a 4.5. But for Ryan, it all started at Pipe with a wild card call up, beat Dane Reynolds going backdoor, got a 9.33. Everyone was realizing this guy could absolutely charge, fit into the system so well, even backside of backdoor. So at Pipe this year, in the round of 32, it's tough to see him get compressed. You can actually go to the heat analyzer on worldsurfleague.com and see that second to last wave. He gets compressed down to his board as we check him out with a Bond University athlete health check. That compression, he said it was really awkward, kind of random for him as an injury as a pro surfer. He said it was the head of that fibula that was indeed fractured. He didn't really think about it too much. It was a tight turnaround to Abu Dhabi. Went home, kind of went to Abu Dhabi and surfed the wave pool over there, and kind of like was nursing his warm-ups. He knew there was something going on. And after that event was over, he realized the damage he had done. He was thankful that nothing else was severely injured, and after he took Portugal off. When I talked to him at Punta Roca in El Salvador, he said, yep, feeling 100%, ready to go. So very quick recovery for Ryan Callanan.
Super quick recovery, but you know what? I mean, my big takeaway from that is it's not necessarily the gnarly, crazy wipeouts are the ones that you're getting done on. You know, it's so unassuming, and I think it's just as a, you know, especially pipeline, it'll always keep you humble, but sometimes just those small menu. I mean, even Ramsey, you think back to that previous heat, it wasn't even on a wave, it was coming in. It's just, you never quite know when those sort of moments are going to happen, and it can completely catch you off guard. But it's amazing to see Ryan back already in action. I mean, that's such a quick turnaround.
Oh, it's so quick. He knows the cut's coming up. He hasn't had a giant result just yet, and he's been around the block a few times, so he knows how quickly things can change. I mean, you think about it, Ryan's qualified for the championship tour 3 times. It's hard to make it once, but then to fall off, recover, continues to put himself back on the top 34. It's a statement to his longevity, his obvious ability in the ocean at all venues around the world. Even his run here, the names he took down to make that final with Ethan Ewing, Griffin Colapinto, 2-time 3rd place in the world, also finalist last year. John Florence in the semifinals to then finish runner-up to Ethan Ewing. That was a great season for Ryan on tour. So, leading the charge for the Australians on the top 34. At the moment, leading this one. Jack Robinson 2nd, Marco Mignot down to 3rd, chasing a 4.5. So a bit of a flurry to get this heat started. Now things settling a little bit. And Ryan Callanan sitting out front. Priority is with Jack Robinson. And we are going to take a Bonsoy brew break. Back for more of heat number 7 right after this.
How do you eliminate pressure and expectations and all the head noise that comes with it?
We are not from the surf industry.
She has a very cool, calm exterior, but she internalizes.
Drive is a big word. I think from being a single mom, he carries that weight with him.
Surfing's so hard to win a contest, win a heat, win a world title. He's a little bit tortured by it, like almost destiny.
He wants to put on a show. He wants to surf his best. He wants to do it for himself. He wants to do it for the fans.
He sees things differently to everyone else.
A lot of sacrifices for sure.
There's a ton of pressure. But a ride that's only just beginning, it feels like.
Enjoying the Yeti series with riders like Jack Robinson rolling in, giving us so much entertainment this season. World number 9 into stop number 5 of the year. Jack Robbo now has a bowling section, leans back, throwing out that front side slash. Fades in the pocket and section, cleans it up well and enjoys that ride, calling for a lift from the Water Patrol. Jack trying to get the lead off Ryan Callanan. Marco Mignot now has priority. We'll see what Ryan Callanan just did.
Yeah, let's catch up. So one big belt straight off the top, sort of a bigger, more open face wave. Drives up into the second section. That was more vertical. Releases the fins out the back as well. Wave starts to slow up a bit here, but it looks like this section steepens up and Ryan goes to town. So that's going to be feeling good. And first thoughts that came to this wave here was, oh, beautiful bowl to this one. And I was like, yeah. The clue is in the title, we're at the Bell's Bowl. But it really did just have that beautiful bowl to it, you know, it looks great. And Jack's boards are looking amazing underneath his feet. That's my takeaway as well. I think just so responsive, right? Like he can turn it on a dime. And yeah, it's just great surfing. So it's feeling good. Jack looks connected.
Nice, cool pace from both of the Aussies in this matchup. As you can see, this enormous playing field that we have here at Bells Beach. The sandstone cliffs just glowing in the backdrop. Quick up and down there. Marco Mignot trying to find a wave in a section to get into the top 2. Numbers lock in for Jack Robinson in a positive way. A 6 and then a 6.93. Ryan Callanan also a 6.93. So just to note, the judges had different scores for both waves, but on the average, they got the same score. Jack out front, Ryan is second. Marco Mignot up and down on that inside corner. Now needs a 6.47. Here comes Arcal. Quick check on that oncoming section. Nice flow and pace throughout this entire heat. And pushing into his closeout hammer. He'll ride away. Bells is going to give you time. And you need to give it timing, right? I mean, for Ryan, he's showing that this entire heat. I just love his commitment to the big sections. Nothing's forced. Every transition has been in sync. He's not chasing anything. You really can't force it out here, can you?
No, I think timing is everything. I think you can already tell from the first maneuver how the rest of the wave's going to play out and the connection that that surfer sort of has with the wave. And I mean, Ryan's putting on a good demo here. I mean, he did take this wave. He's trying to improve on a 5.63. Foamy, frothy wave. A hard one to surf, but he just does it so well. Beautiful transition straight up into the lip there. Looking pretty connected. And I think once you drop a nice score, that 6.93, you know, he's kind of incrementally improving with every wave that he's taken off on so far. And when that starts to happen, you get those good feelings going. You get that good mojo, the good juju. And, I mean, Ryan's looking in fine form right now.
Gosh, veteran type performance from Ryan Callanan in second, just behind Jack Robinson. Jack being upset at Pipeline in a pet event for Jack Robbo. Winning in the past over Leo Fioravanti. It always seems like he's destined for the final series. He had a 10 in that heat. He got a Yeti 110 Tundra for that performance, but Al had the 9.5. And had that just rookie surprise for us. That was maybe one of the longer moments I've seen Jack kind of shake off a loss. That one really hurt to kick off the season.
It definitely would have hurt Jack. I think I was calling that heat, and Al had sort of ran away with it, right? And we're thinking, oh, no way. And I just thought in my head, you can't count Jack out. He's going to answer back. He has this funny knack of, it doesn't matter what the odds are against him, he will always pull the rabbit out of the hat. And he fought back with this 10, you're thinking, holy. And it was just one of those amazing moments where both surfers were sort of just bringing the best out of each other. And I mean, hats off to Al, because that was an incredible performance on his, you know, rookie debut in tour, in big heaving, you know, backdoor pipe. I mean, Al's strengths are those sort of waves as well. And I think, you know, Al even said, you know, these are the guys that he's looked up to his whole life. To have a heat with someone at the caliber of surfer like Jack, and to be able to put on a performance like that is pretty special. But that wouldn't have sat well for Jack. There is no way, because that's Jack's wheelhouse. We mentioned it before. We touched on it. Cloud break, WSL finals. Marco, up and running.
Mignot on the windup. Wow, a lot of spray off the tail of that JS. Section grew in front of him, matched it with a nice clean finishing move. He has been the most active in this heat. The rookie now catching 9 waves, scored on your top 2. Jack's been the most efficient, just 4 looks in this matchup. A 6 and a 6.93. And he holds priority with 2 minutes on the clock. Jack, a semi-finalist here in the past. Looking for his first major win of the season. Things always change when you look at the schedule. Taking out Sunset Beach this year. One of Jack's pet events, but he certainly lifted his performance on finals day in Abu Dhabi. Marco's win.
Yeah, so one big slice up into the lip, gets another jam in the pocket, but when he is still chasing that 647. So 647 right now, that'd be the second highest scoring way of the heat. And look, right now, I mean, he's kind of got a couple of nice scores when you take into consideration, you know, what scores surfers have been getting through on today. I mean, you got the exception of Italo, you know, dropped the excellent score, but I mean, it's not a bad heat total for today. But you just come up against 2 surfers, Jack and Ryan at the moment, who are looking pretty deadly. I mean, Ryan's timing at the moment's great. Jack's wave selection has been epic. I mean, it's been a good showing for Marco, but with a minute left on the clock, it's looking pretty hard.
Marco last in line for priority and is chasing a 6.47. Has one number in the 6 range, a 6.10. So he's hoping to find one major section. It can be a closeout. He's proved that this year a couple of times with his ability above the lip. Rushing this section's Jack Robinson from WA. Little step down and just a mid-climb there. He'll be just getting a ride into the beach. Inside the top 10, trying to crawl closer into a final 5 position. He's got great events to look forward to, especially going home at stop 7 at Margaret River, winning that event 2 times. As we count this one out, Jack Robinson, 6.93 and a 6.0, a nice clean performance to kick off with a win. Ryan Callanan advancing on to the round of 32 in second, and that was the section Marco was hoping for, a flyaway punt. But he adapted to try to give himself a chance with a big full road at the end. Marco will have another chance later on today in the elimination round. As we check out the numbers, dominations from the Australian vets, both peaking at a 6.93. And we anticipate another big heat right after this, as we now enjoy a little bit of a surf movie. GWM heat recap, seeing the Aussies dominate here.
Yeah, Aussies definitely coming out on top. I mean, for me, Jack's wave selection was amazing. Just trying to identify these waves with that really nice clean bowl to them, and he found that. I mean, no whitewash on the face of the wave. Beautiful transition between the turn, and I mean, I've got to mention his boards are just looking so responsive. They just turn on that dime exactly when he wants them to. I mean, even as he brings this one through the inside, he just looks so fast, whippy, connected. And I mean, it's not been a strong start to the season so far for Jack, so this is going to be feeling good here at Bells. Getting that win underway. Arkell as well, looking really good on the backhand, sending it up into the lip a couple of times there. And just the timing, Joe, I mean, you mentioned it, but impeccable as we watch him wind up again.
Great timing, great position and flow from the 2 Aussies in that last heat. Really enjoyed the timing of Ryan Callanan and Jack Robinson. They move on to the round of 32. We'll be right back. We're going to bring in George Pitar right after this to join the conversation. We absolutely love our time in the state of Victoria. You come from Melbourne, you drive about an hour or so down to the Surf Coast, and this is what you get to see. Unbelievable setups, great waves, great people. I saw a koala once crossing the road. I didn't realize that was so rare. Then all the local Aussies were saying that basically never happens. I've considered myself very lucky that day, and lucky to be hanging out with George Pitar now, joining us in the booth. George, first of all, great to see you, and great job this morning.
Yeah, thanks for having me. Yeah, it was nice to get that one this morning. I don't know, I was pretty nervous, like waited for like 20 minutes or so, and then managed to get an okay one. But yeah, it was kind of victory at sea a little bit this morning. Hard to find the right one, but yeah, stoked to be sitting here in warm clothes and not going back out to Savo.
How are you handling the rookie season of expectations? I think sometimes we all get caught up choosing our fantasy teams. You're imagining light offshore wind, 6 to 8 foot Bell's Bowl, and oftentimes you've got to adapt to like what we had today. How was that? Was that easy to just go out there and find the right waves to perform?
Yeah, it's tricky sometimes, I guess. When you think about Bells, you're picturing that offshore bowl, like everyone down there on an Easter Sunday, but sometimes the conditions don't really provide it. But I don't know, I guess coming into the last couple of days, we sort of knew that this is probably coming, and we're going to have to get the first round underway and this stuff. But I don't know, onshore bowl can actually be really fun sometimes, so I enjoyed it.
Awesome, and it's not just Aussies supporting you. Are there people from Vanuatu here watching you compete?
Yeah, it was actually that classic. I came in from my heat and they just ran up to me with the Vanuatu flag, and I don't know, I thought it was so good.
I love it. George hanging out for the call along with Flick, of course, as we did get a start from Leo Fioravanti.
Yeah, so couple of little jabs, that one there, just ever so slightly missed time, but he's working this one through. Just trying to cement this first opening wave. Oh, and another little bauble there as he hit that little bit of foam. A couple of little waves on the board, small wave for Connor too. But yeah, I mean, even you look at that shot there, I mean, it is tricky, right? I mean, we were speaking about it before, George, but you were saying it was kind of hard to pick a good one out there.
Yeah, definitely. I was struggling this morning. I even let a couple go, and the other guys went them and they got scores underneath me. But I don't know, I feel like maybe now it's getting a little better with the low tide. It's starting to the face is starting to clean up a little bit, and maybe might be a little more defined. But I don't know, I feel like Leo has just been so on this year, so I'm keen to watch him in his heat and Connor as well.
Really consistent year for Leo Fioravanti, coming out of the gates with, well, what would definitely have been a sting, losing in a tiebreak in a final at Pipe to Baron Mamiya. But the positive there was he was severely comboed and turned things around in a couple of minutes against a local boy, which is insane. So started off world number 2, now world number 6, heading into top 5. Still one of his best starts to date. And in the water with Connor O'Leary, grown up in Cronulla, representing Japan on tour. The Goofy Foot represented Japan in the Olympic Games last year, and just heavy waves at Teahupo in that heat with Ethan Ewing. Severely west, giant wind was picking up, and Connor went into full send mode. You also have David Silva out there, Brazilian vet to just competitive history. He's competed here on the bowl before and has had some great heats. Real fast, solid spring off the bottom when he extends it. Just a short ride there on his warm-up for David Silva. But George, yeah, I mean, there's a lot of build-up into your heat as well. Just having Jordy Smith in the water with you, coming off just a huge win, someone you've watched for many years. What's it like when someone has so much momentum and such a huge reputation on this wave, and you've got to get in the mix with him?
Yeah, it was kind of sick. I think that was my first heat with Jordy that I've had, and I don't know, just being out there with him, I was just having little flashbacks to me sitting on the couch and watching every single clip he's ever put out there. And like, I don't know, it's pretty amazing being on here. You got to sort of detach yourself from it a little bit sometimes, because you can get caught up with like the people you're going up against. You know, I've watched these guys for so long and idolized them for such a long time. So being out in a heat with him, especially after what he did in El Sal, like, I just thought him over there, the way he's surfing and like the interview after and everything, it was actually, I don't know, kind of emotional, I guess. But yeah, it was pretty sick, and it was sick to share a lineup with him, even though it was a bit tricky. But he's such a good competitor, man. Like those guys just pick you apart. It's pretty classic.
And cool to just identify the opportunity that you have to surf with the big names, you know, and get to compare what you're doing to someone who's proven to themselves over, gosh, 16, 17 seasons on tour. I just look forward to all the key matchups that you're going to have in your rookie class this year, which came in with a lot of hype. We were just telling the story about Al Cleland Jr., you know, at the start of the season. We just got to see Marco Mignot in that last heat. What's your take on your rookie class this year and what they've accomplished so far, including yourself?
Yeah, it's been actually pretty sick watching everyone. I don't know, I feel like there's a weird sort of competitiveness, but like respect that you have with those guys. And like, I feel like each rookie that's come on this year is like bringing something super different. They all bring their different style of surfing, and it's actually, I don't know, every time I see a rookie in the heat, I'm always tuning in. Like, it's so interesting to watch for me, and like comparing yourself to them and seeing what they do, you just feel like you're pushing yourself so much all the time. And yeah, I don't know, seeing what Jolie was doing at Pipe and the surfing he's been putting down the first couple of events, has been pretty sick for me to see, honestly. Like, I've always known that he was an unbelievable surfer, but I just feel like he's been stepping up to the plate really well and just performing. And then obviously Marco as well, and Jackson and now, and all those guys. It's been pretty sick.
When we called you guys up before the season started, it was like talking to yourself about Joel, asking Joel Vaughn about yourself. It was like, ah, here we go. It's like great friends, but you guys pushed each other so much, you know, to get to where you are today.
Yeah, we've had countless heats going up, like through the junior series and all the Rip Curl Grom searches, and I don't know, Woolworths and everything, like Wahoo Grom searches and everything, like way back to when we were like 11, 12, and yeah, it's pretty surreal actually, like going through your whole life with someone and then you qualify at the same time as them, and I don't know, you're going through so many similar experiences and you're sharing so many similar experiences, and it's kind of comforting, I guess, in a way. Like I don't know, you're with a really good mate who's going through a lot of the similar stuff, and yeah, it's pretty special.
You'd rather go through that together on Flick?
Oh, I think so, 100%. I mean, better off together. There's no I in team. It's just, I just feel like it can be a daunting thing, and I mean, George, you touched on it, but these are people that you've idolised your whole life, and then, you know, it's just that whole next step up onto the World Tour. It's so different to the Challenger Series. You know, the waves are different. Some of the waves you may never have been to before. It's your first time there, and I don't know, just having someone like who's going through that same shared experience and having them as a sounding board, and you know, just going back and forth, I think you can sort of draw comfort in it. Oh, well, we're in this together, you know, we're experiencing this for the first time together, it's fine. Like, and I mean, I guess when I think of events, so I mean, we think back to you last year, George, and obviously we saw you here, you know, at Bells and put on an amazing performance. You had that incredible heat with Ethan. You also had that moment in Margaret River. I mean, that you must draw some comfort knowing that you'd already had those couple of CT berths and put on such a great performance already.
Yeah, for sure. And I think that gives me like more respect for all the other guys who hadn't had it, because I remember coming here last year and it was my first CT and I was tripping. I was like, so nervous and so, oh, here goes David.
David Silva tracking down the line as we're enjoying our conversation with George Pitar. Little snap to slide out, as he only had the 217 before, and now Connor O'Leary uses priority. Nice clean connection right into that mid-face bottom turn. All patience from O'Leary. This guy can go straight 12 o'clock on a moment's notice. That one, a nice hammer, but ends up sinking. I think that's been the hard part for O'Leary. He does have sometimes a lot of falls and heats to find his pace and rhythm. Once he finds it, though, it can go a long way. Red Bull skis on hand. George, that's got to feel like a luxury when you're on the CT.
Yeah, it does. It was funny because last year I had a stack on the ski. It flipped over, and I don't know, I was like semi-scarred from it. But oh God, it was really bloody.
Yeah, we're watching Connor. George, what'd you see?
Oh, I don't know. I feel like Connor's timing and on his backhand, and he's so patient off the bottom, is so amazing. And like, even on this last section, these sections are so tricky at Bells, and I don't know if he made that, it would have been mental.
Tough fall there for Connor, taking some points away with that fall, but he's got a lot of time to find that rhythm. As we will catch up with Jack Robinson with Rosie Hodge.
Yeah, always good to get a word from Jack. And the Aussies were pretty dominant in that one, yourself and Ryan making it through. How good is it to be back competing at Bells? Tell us about the special feeling that you get being back in Australia, competing here.
Yeah, it's always good to be back in the homeland. Just it's been 4 weeks, we had a couple of events away, and when you come back here, you get a good feeling. So yeah, good vibes. Whole family's down here, and yeah, it's really fun.
And it has been a long trot of back-to-back events for you guys. There's a little bit of a backstory with your equipment that you were riding in that heat. You want to tell us a little bit about that?
Yeah, we were in El Salvador and I had about 12 boards that were okay. And then Marcio came to El Salvador and he was looking at them. We're kind of going over and like, I need a better board. And pretty much just whipped one up in the hotel room, just made one right there. So yeah, got 4 boards, 6.0s, 2 6.0s, 2 6.1s. They work good, and yeah, it's just good. Don't have to think, just go surf.
And your work's done for the day, so what do you do with your day off?
Just chilling, just hanging out. Yeah, not too much going on. Ramsey, I hope he's okay right now. I was heard about that, but yeah, just chilling. Yeah.
Looking relaxed and good surfing, Jack. Thanks for the time.
Thank you, Rosie. Jack Robinson looking comfortable. Just a quick note, yeah, Ramsey came in, looked like he hurt his knee. He was getting assisted up to the top of the stairs. We'll keep you posted if he'll be able to surf this afternoon. We certainly all hope that he can be ready. We'll give you those updates as they come. But what a great advantage for Jack to have his shaper, Marcio Zuvi from Sharp Eye, being there on hand at Punta Roca and kind of going, hey, I need a little help before Bells, and he did it just on the spot, on the fly, to create a bit of magic. And that's just a continuous thing that's happening with the best shapers in the world, with the best surfers in the world. Like, they don't just make boards in the off season and you're good to go. It's a constant review process and feedback, and goal for these guys is to give some points to their shapers in the CT Shaper rankings. We've got Jack Robinson, a part of Sharp Eye. We've got George Pitar, hey, part of that #2 squad with Channel Islands. How about your quiver here for Bells? What do we got? What'd you ride this morning?
I rode a 6.1 this morning. I've actually gone up an inch since the Challenger. Just I feel like a lot of the waves on tour have that extra push, and I don't know, against these men, you just sort of want to have the stiffest fins and a longer board and try to match it with them. But yeah, I don't know, I got a quiver before I went away for Portugal and El Sal. And yeah, honestly, I had like 3 really, really good boards, 3 or 4 really good boards out of them. And I don't know, I feel like CI has just been so consistent for me, so it's a nice to have that, where you like remove that variable from your mind a little bit.
Have you spent some time in Carpinteria at the Channel Island Surfboards factory in the States?
I actually haven't. I was talking to Brent about it the other day. I was like, man, I need to get over there and check it out. But I used to work in the Channel Island store in Sydney. So I was like there working in the store, and then we'd go over to the factory and check it all out and sort of get, I don't know, I just sort of got a bit obsessed with the way I hold on my boards. But yeah, just got into sort of the whole manufacturing of boards and seeing how many little variables go into creating like an incredible board.
Loving the conversation with George Pitar, rookie on tour, as we just saw this paddle, Leo losing priority there.
Yeah, so this happens a lot here on the bowl. I feel like that there can just be these waves that sneak underneath you, the ones you want, the ones that sort of double up, but you can, today, you know, you can so easily be out of position. He's obviously lost priority, but it looks like he's having a look here down the line.
Found it.
Nice bottom turn for the Italian, fading into the pocket. Mid-face bottom turn and holding that rail back into the power source, just weaving back and forth. Fioravanti's so familiar with this wave, driving into the end section, well-timed, well-paced, and a great recovery from losing Prio with 11:30 on the clock. Leo looking for just a small score to take the lead off Connor O'Leary. He'll do that easily with this wave flick.
Yeah, this wave had a bit of size to it too. I mean, lost the priority, but sort of made up for it here. He does a really good job at this second carving maneuver to hold that rail. That wave sort of had a funny little double lip to it, and just a really good read. And sort of to your point, George, he's just still looking so on this year. And I mean, gets that big, nice finish there. I just like that that wave had a bit more size to it too, and a couple of bigger sections, and he was able to negotiate that really well.
Well done for Leo Fioravanti, already getting a lift from the Water Patrol and the Red Bull ski as he's looking for the lead off Connor O'Leary. We'll take a quick break. We'll be right back. The Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach presented by Bonsoy is brought to you by Yeti, built for the wild, by Boost Mobile, official telecommunications partner of WSL Australia, by GWM, official automotive partner of WSL Australia, and by Stone & Wood, unofficial beer of WSL Australia. It's about 11 in the morning here local time at Bells Beach. Leo Fioravanti did get the lead of 5:33, still out in front of heat number 8, but we always got to see where Vaughn Blakey is. Let's find out.
Well, you might think the world's best surfers are the most popular people down here at the Rip Curl Pro presented by Bonsoy, but actually they're a long distance second to the Cafe Del Froth crew. Alexander, Megsy, Pat and Molly behind me. This is the #1 stop when you first get down here in the morning, and it's one of those classic winter, cold Bells experiences. This is the crew you come see because they make the best coffees in the world. And look at this, Alexander's almost got me sorted yet again. I don't mind telling you, it's a mad froth out. And you froth majorly. Alexander, how's it been down here this year, mate?
It's been good, it's been lovely. I've had a great time. You know, surfing, chilling, spending time with Vaughn, of course. Where else would you want to be? Drinking hot coffees, just frothing.
That's it, mate. Well, come on down to the Cafe del Froth. They've also got the Bonsoy deck up there where you've got unfiltered view straight into the Bells Bowl. It's awesome.
Love it. Thank you, Vaughn. He's such a big part of the Bonsoy crew. We spend every morning there talking shop, and they've got a big smile. They give you a coffee. They always give you a compliment. You feel fantastic about your day. 7 on the clock here. Joe Flick still hanging out with George Pitar, big part of the rookie class, who had a nice second place finish underneath Jordy Smith to move to the round of 32. He got the rest of the day off, so we'll just keep him here as long as we can. George, being a Rip Curl team rider, does this kind of feel like a second home in a way as far as events go on tour, even though you're coming from Manly?
Yeah, for sure. I don't know. I feel like even just the whole of Australia. Like coming back to Australia where you just know everything at the shops, everything what you're going to have for brekkie, like everything just feels so homely. And then obviously as well being with Rip Curl for so long and coming down here pretty much every year without fail, and watching this event, being down here for Easter, and yeah, even down to the contests at like Jan Juk and Torquay Point, and I think I had a Pro Junior here once, and out the bowl here. But yeah, it's so familiar, and I think when you're away and competing and like overseas, and a pretty different environment for me as well, like first time being on tour obviously, and I don't know, it definitely feels a lot more individual than the Challenger Series, which is sick, but it's definitely a different feel. So coming back to Australia for the last leg of the tour before the cut is it's a great bonus.
Did you get to do a walkthrough at the Rip Curl store, get some fresh clothes for the rest of the season?
Oh, yeah, I couldn't believe it. I was in there and I was like, I felt so bad. I was just grabbing anything, and then, I don't know, everyone was just like, yeah, dude, you grab whatever you want. I was like, man, I'm getting that spoiled.
You deserve it, George. What a great crew. And if you are down here in this area, definitely stop by the Rip Curl store. It's the headquarters, which is awesome. All the people that work so hard to put on this great event for many years, and you see a lot of surfing history there. As we know, the founders of Rip Curl, Doug Claw Warbrick and Brian Singh, are just avid surf fans. Have sponsored this event for over 50 years. The first event back in the early 60s, and Rip Curl came on board in the early 70s. And it's been this way ever since. 4:43 on the clock. Leo out front. Did get the 5.33 before we went to break. Connor and David Silva have similar numbers on the back end, 3s and 1s at the moment. So things have kind of changed tempo here as far as the earlier morning heats, kind of the Italo lightning in a bottle type energy. It's going through one of those little periods where things are dampening down a little bit.
Yeah, it definitely feels like that. I mean, the good news is this heat is wide open, right? I mean, you know, you haven't got double digits for the heat totals yet. I mean, you've got Leo sitting out there with that 5.33, but really, it is so open, right? It's just begging for someone to sort of run away with this thing, chunk up into the 6 to 7 range. It looks like we're having a set roll through the lineup now, kind of catching everyone just a little bit out of position. But yeah, I just think it's wide open. I think that's the good news for, you know, David Silva. You know, you've only got those couple of small scores on the board. You know, okay, I don't need much.
Priority here with Connor O'Leary. Leo under priority. He's going to watch his teammate in the Dog Marsh Camp unload here. Nice tracking cut back for Connor. Chips it quickly, still has some wall here, right into that bottom turn. Little resetting off the top. Drawing hard off the bottom and absolutely capitalizing on a big belt, and a former finalist at Bells Beach himself, Richard Dog Marsh, saying that was so sick. Pretty impressed with that finishing move, George.
Yeah, no, that was really good to see. I felt like he adjusted super well from that last section. Just gave himself a little bit more time. But yeah, I don't know, Connor out here is unbelievable. In the free serves, he's just winning all of them.
Do you mind breaking this one down in Bislama for us?
I'm not going to do that. I'll be stuffing up. I haven't spoken in a few years now, but I don't know. It was pretty sick, and I don't know, I felt like this was just the finishing touches, and he's going to get a solid score and actually probably distance himself a little bit in the heat, which is what he needed.
So there's a cheer from Dog, and then an attacking section for David Silva to join the conversation here. Goofy Foots are finding their fire in the back end of heat number 8 here. Silva needing more. Kind of under the lip on that one. Nice little tag, and could get a little bonus low road double up. He's found it. Belts it quickly and jams it hard. He can find speed on anything. We learned that on George's home break when David Silva did multiple alley-oops on a 1-footer on the way to a huge final at the Aussie Open back in the day. He's accomplished a lot with that backhand. A lot of different types of sections he had to deal with, navigating from start to finish.
Yeah, I mean, that one big turn, I don't know if there was anything that got done before that, but that was big. Let's have a look. So sort of bigger, meatier section coming up here. That was the turn. Just full release. Didn't offer him too much here. So he just sort of plays with it. Just really waiting for this inside section to sort of stand up and do its thing. He does manage to find that inside track. And just a couple of little backhand belts. He gets a bonus section on the inside here. So the one big belt out the back, which was pretty critical, followed by these couple of whacks on the inside. So it'll be interesting to see where they go when you compare that to Connor's wave. You know, you look at Connor's 6.83. That's the highest wave of the heat so far, and he's put his, you know, big distance between himself now out in the lead. But where are they going to go now with David Silva? It's going to be pretty interesting.
Tips, George, when you ride on the back of the Red Bull ski there?
You got to get on both legs on either side. I got on one side. Oh, Connor.
Here we go. Connor O'Leary. Love that positioning on that first connection. He sees his friend Leo there. He's going to avoid him and ride this one all the way into the beach. So settling for one major. Was hoping he could improve on his 3.93. Waiting for scores from David Silva to see if he's going to give Leo some trouble right at the end of this opening round matchup, Flick.
Yeah, I mean, he did get that one big critical turn out the back. There's no doubt about it. I mean, it perked my interest when I saw that. The downtime, though, towards the end, I'm just really interested. I mean, what's your take on it, George? That last wave of David Silva.
I'm sort of feeling, I don't know, it was hard backing up Connor on that, just because he had that massive end turn. And then, I don't know, I felt like David's just sort of fizzled a little bit, but you never know. He's sort of coming in a nice score right now.
Numbers locking in for David Silva, not enough, 5.7. He'll stay in third. Leo Fioravanti stays in second. And Connor O'Leary getting the win and going straight to the round of 32. Some big connections for himself and played a patient game, had a 3 and a 1 for a long period of time in that heat, and then just took over with that big 6.83. Moving forward, George Pitar. Always great to be in your company. What are your plans for the rest of the day?
I think I need to go get a feed somewhere. I'm pretty hungry. I just actually had half a pizza. They got some good food trucks down there, but I don't know, I'll probably cruise. I'll come back down and watch the men's elimination round a bit later on and maybe surf the Savo.
What's your favorite spot to eat around here?
I actually had the sushi joint, Sushi Ninja. Yeah,
oh, that
just
place
get a few rolls.
I think it's the Funky Ninja, right?
Oh.
Yeah, right
Funky
by Woolworths.
Ninja.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm not sure.
Hope we didn't make it too crowded for you.
Yeah.
St. George's spot. You deserve it. Thanks for your company. Best of luck, best of waves as this one continues. Up next, we'll have Miguel Pupo, Jake Marshall, and Alejo Muniz. Hit the Bells Bowl. We'll see you then.
Welcome back. The show rolls on here at the Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach, presented by Bonsoy, with heat number 9 now hitting the lineup. Miguel Pupo, the Brazilian veteran, out there in the red. Jake Marshall, the Californian, will be surfing in the blue. Alejo Munez back on the championship tour. He'll be in the white jersey representing Brazil as well. Should be a fantastic heat despite the onshore conditions. We've seen some exceptional surfing already today. None better than Italo, who just set the bowl alight with beautiful timing, great flow. We'll see what these three can manage. Ronnie Blakey sitting alongside Rosie Hodge and Richie Lovett. Rosie, you've been out in the elements, chatting to the competitors. Everyone's feeling pretty positive about what's been served up today.
Yeah, there's a lot of energy at the Bells Bowl. I think the surfers are just excited to see that little bit of heart. We've seen some amazing performances today, but nice for everyone to get an opportunity in the water.
Opportunity is what we have, Rich. A lot of people getting a number of waves and the opportunity to hit some big sections as well.
Yeah, absolutely. That's what we want to see, an even playing field for all the competitors, and a more defined line, a more defined swell line. Starting to really show as we get into the morning's activities here. And it was on the cards, so we're stoked it's finally here, and the competitors have been just delivering in terms of performance.
Having a look at the three surfers out there in the lineup at the moment, all with some experience out here at Bells. Miguel Pupo, he's quarterfinaled here in the past, 8 previous performances. Hasn't made it past the third round a lot of times, just that one quarterfinal appearance. So it's been a really tricky event for him. Jake Marshall came to life at this venue last year. He quarterfinaled it in the contest, did some great surfing, some classic fin blows. And it's Jake that we're going to see up and getting started here. He'll jump over the ledge and find a big section to work with now. Just dial back that top turn, wanting to flow into the next section, and as a result, he never really got that big major turn done. But the wave was looking pretty good on the inside.
Yeah, I think he left a couple of points on the board there for sure. Unfortunately, just missed timing that little foam climb. Looks like we may have some more live action, yeah, but you've really got to grab these opportunities when they arise. Jake looking good.
Yeah, scores coming through for Jake, 2.67. Just really tapped into some strong form last season, a couple of quarterfinal finishes, and already bagged the quarterfinal in the opening event of this year. To get himself pretty well situated, but he wants to stop this backward trend of dipping down the rating, sitting in 20th at the moment. So inside the cut line as we get to these last 3 events before the cut. Of course, 7 stops before the cut this year as opposed to 5, so a bit of time to save yourself if you've had a dud start like Alejo, who's back in 28th position at the moment. Miguel Pupo, though, he has been on fire. Really consistent start to the year for him. Alejo up at the moment. Just gets caught behind for a minute, but a good section to work with here. Just the one turn. Hoping for this one to reform through to the inside, but really just using this wave now to get himself to the ski.
Just the one turn there for Alejo. A lot of work down the line. Unfortunately, the wave just getting a little bit ahead of him, breaking through that bowl section. But it's really the combination of 2 to 3 maneuvers in that bowl with some finishing turns that's seen these big scores starting to drop this morning. So wave selection really starting to come into play now.
Massive hiatus for Alejo, Rosie, from the CT. Last time we saw him as a campaigner on the championship tour was 2016. He's had a lot of injuries to deal with through his career, but it was awesome scenes to see him break through and lock in his position this year.
Yeah, just an emotional one too. I mean, obviously he's been chipping away at it, but just to see him make that return, like you mentioned, yeah, he's got a lot of competitive experience, and I think that's going to be one of the advantages for him, just his heat knowledge. We've also seen some extremely close calls for him. I mean, none more than his heat against Cole Hauschman just recently at El Salvador. So yeah, I think he's coming into this event with a lot of fire.
Well, let's see how he goes up against Miguel and Jake here. 2.97 on that first wave, just the one turn really. And this for Alejo Bells, a similar story to Miguel, has kind of struggled to get past that third round. So chasing his best finish in this event, no doubt, with his position on the rankings. On the outside, a bit of movement. 21.5 minutes to go, and we saw Jake trying to paddle into that one, didn't quite get into it. So as the surfers look to get themselves in a position here, Alejo entering the lineup once again. 21 minutes to go, gives us an opportunity to chat to the lead forecaster for Surfline. Shola Perry joins us. Great to have your company and working with a really tricky forecast for the Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach this year, Shola.
Yeah, pleasure to be here, Ronnie. It's not the 50-year storm from the last time I did the event, but indeed, happy to see a couple of good waves working through the bowl at this point.
Well, give us the run through. We're going to bring up that forecast now, and you can tell us what's going to come our way for the rest of the event window.
Yeah, my pleasure. So we have a good shot of southwest swell on the rise today. That swell is going to top out as we move through the afternoon. It's going to hold good size into tomorrow and then gradually back down on Thursday. And then we have a reinforcing, got a new shot of long period southwest swell on the rise for Friday. That's going to carry us into the weekend. And then we're looking at another storm system passing by to the south of Tasmania that will set up some southwest swell for the last couple of days of the event window. So there's a lot of opportunity coming by way of an active storm track through the Southern Ocean. So going to keep us in plenty of waves. Might even send something right there you saw for just after the event. So today, head high to a few feet overhead this morning, going to pick up a bit into the afternoon. That onshore flow is going to settle a little bit and shift more to the southeast, so more directly onshore than side shore. So setting up a nice afternoon there at the Bells Bowl. And then as we move through the next 4 days, so plenty of size tomorrow, but we're going to trade side shore, onshore flow to straight onshore flow. So plenty of surf in the water, but we'll need to look at the conditions. Better conditions on the cards Thursday and Friday with the return to offshore flow. A morning window possible on Saturday, but Sunday looks like the better conditions day of the coming weekend. So yeah, after a pretty rocky start, good to have at least a couple of options on the table.
Oh, we love that. And tell me, with Bells sort of being so close to that Southern Ocean energy and the development of new storm systems, is it kind of hard to predict what's going to happen too far into the future here?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it really depends on what type of storm system you're looking at. You know, we have these storms that come that are very close. They're really close to Tasmania. Those set up the largest surf of the region just because of their proximity, and then you don't get shadowed by Cape Otway. But as you see storm systems that are a bit further away out of the South Indian Ocean, you know, you got 5 days of travel time on those swells from distant lows. So it really depends on what you're looking at in terms of a forecast, but it's definitely tricky for conditions. We've seen it already the last couple of days, and it is going to be a factor with storm systems sweeping by, and you have frontal boundaries that move through and move the winds around. But you know, it really brings a lot of energy into the region and sets up a great arena for surfing.
Most definitely. No, and it feels like things have kind of evolved in the forecast since we arrived down here at Bells Beach, looking a lot more positive for the coming days.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, looking good for the next few days. Obviously, wind issues tomorrow, but it'll still have enough size to probably be pretty fun. Better winds as you move kind of Friday into the weekend. So a lot of opportunity. You know, one of the swells was looking pretty significant. It's really kind of calmed down a little bit, and just a steady supply of a very nice surf for the contest. Absolutely.
All right, well, seeing some live action here at the moment. Jake Marshall finishing one off here. We're going to get through some replays and get back to you in just a moment, but good exchange here and a bit more like it from the competitors. It was a low scoring start to this heat, Rosie.
Yeah, it's good to see Alejo on that first option over there, getting the 2-hit combo. Jake working that one through. We're going to give a little look at the replay, Richie.
Yeah, great wave here for Alejo. Just absolutely hammering that first section, nice and fast. drives around to this second manoeuvre here and just clicks it perfectly. So a great two-turn combo. And then outside, Jake Marshall, he really put a series of good manoeuvres together here. Just a little climbing, foamy section there. Big roundhouse cutback and the rewind. These surfers are always coming back to that power source. Now he starts to really dig in and get those rails wet. Those big swooping turns, Jake, quite a tall surfer. So really using that leverage. And then a strong finish on the inside as well. So really starting to feel a bit more flow on those exchanges there between Alejo and Jake.
Yeah, expecting some pretty decent numbers there. Alejo just tapping into that kind of trademark frontside hit that's seen him get through, you know, events all over the tour schedule. I mentioned that he's got a pretty dodgy history here at Bells Beach, but maybe this will be the year that he turns it around, Rich.
Yeah, it could be. You know, and just looking at the forecast as well, you know, all our competitors just want consistency in the opportunities. It doesn't matter if it's 2 foot or 6 foot, as long as the waves keep coming and everyone gets a good shot at it. And I think Alejo would be thinking, you know, just give me a shot, you know, and I'll produce. I like the way he attacks the wave. It's with a lot of anger and aggression. He's got that big wide stance that's super stable, and that kind of his trademark move is that big open arm kind of hack that he goes to. There's variations on it, and there's certainly a lot of power involved in it as well.
Bring it on, and like the forecast is suggesting, there's going to be some more swell coming our way tomorrow, shoulder, and we'll take a bit of wind. No problem. The competitors have dealt with it beautifully so far, but thanks again for your time.
Pleasure being here.
All right, well, we love that. Positive signs coming our way as we look forward through the event window, but right now 15 minutes to go. Scores coming through for Jake Marshall, 5.67. Alejo drops at 5.33. Where's Miguel? Is he even out there? I mean, we're more than halfway through this heat and we haven't seen him up at the moment, so obviously understanding that, you know, it's not about how many waves you ride, it's about getting yourself on a quality set.
Definitely, and we've seen some goofy footers come away with some massive performances. Itzlo, Conor O'Leary in that last one. Obviously, Sammy Pupo, the first heat of the morning, won his heat, so Miguel's been down here early this morning, sussing out the conditions.
Well situated in the top 10 at the moment is Miguel Pupo, and he's making his move now, identifying this wave as being the one that's going to help him get in a better position here. Just always smooth with that style. Gliding across these bumpier sections and clicking off a couple of nice hits to finish this one off.
I like it. Patience and rhythm. There was a particular wave that Miguel was after and he found it. And really, this heat didn't start until about the 16-minute mark. Those opening scores were really low. This is live action.
Yeah, well, Jake just surrenders to the priority that's held by Alejo here, who grinds out onto the open face, slashes away at this wall, which is relatively flat at the moment, and Alejo knows it. The biggest numbers today have come on the back of huge opening turns on the outside. If you drive too far down the line here at the bowl, you miss it, and you can't save it on the shore break.
I love this wave from Miguel. We mentioned just how patient he had to be. This one had a measured pace to it. He made sure that he was up in that critical section on both of those opening maneuvers. A nice finish to it as well. Yeah, Miguel looks super relaxed at the moment too. He's got a string of great results. And then this was an interesting priority call. I mean, this wave, obviously Alejo electing to keep Jake off this wave. Flat on the open face though, Richie.
Yeah, I was just kind of mind surfing it from Jake's perspective then. He could have hit that section where Alejo was taking off. So there was potential score on the board for Jake, but I think Alejo just missed that section, taking off too close to the end of the bowl. He identified that and knew that there wasn't many points left on that wave.
12.5 minutes to go here, waiting on the numbers to drop for Miguel. While we do, we'll throw it down to the interview. It's not too often Vaughan has to get on the Bonsoy milk crate to do an interview, but with Conor O'Leary, he is forced to step up.
Yeah, that's right, Doggy. The big man throwing down a couple of big turns. Conor, a bit of a scrappy start to that heat, though, until those sections stood up, and clearly inspired by James Wood in the ABB finals, just full tee off time.
Nah, he did way better than what I just did. Yeah, man, it was tough. I think, bottom of the tide, rising swell, that onshore wind, making it just break a lot and break really far out. And I ducked over a lot of waves and just kind of, I knew if I stayed in that spot, I'd eventually jag one. So I just had to just stick to my guns and go, it's going to come, it's going to come, it's going to come. And I knew it was a scrappy heat. No one really had too much. So as long as I was on a wave that, that was good enough that was going to take it off them anyway, I thought was half a battle. So yeah, I'm stoked I was able to get a good score and at least finish on somewhat of a positive because it was pretty chaotic out there.
It was chaotic, but I mean, your home ground sort of training area at Lennox there, like if you're surfing these sort of big open-faced rights, you know that if you get the right wave, it'll stand up eventually and give you a good section. We were talking about it this morning, like it's knowing how to not just clobber the living daylights out of it too hard, but you ignored your own advice there and just really went for it.
Yeah, I mean, Bells is, for a backsider, you really got to dumb it down and keep it really simple and, keep the fins in the water and go back to that real traditional surfing that I grew up watching and grew up loving and are trying to emulate, the Ox and the Louis Egans and the Dogs and the, all the goofy footers that have done so well out here in the past. And the wave came, I was like, okay, it's a decent wave as long as I keep my rails clean and keep my board in the water and get to the end section early to do a bit of like a finish turn, throw a bit of spray. It's going to be an alright score. So yeah, I'm stoked I was able to kind of turn it around. I feel like the start was super frantic, a lot of duck diving, and you can get so like caught up in the, oh my god, I need to catch a wave and this and that. And I was stoked I was able to kind of calm the nerves and execute, which is good.
Lots of duck dives, couple of big hits, job done. See you in the next round.
Yeah, cheers, Lonnie.
All right, so 10 minutes remaining out there in the lineup at the moment. Jake Marshall about to drop a good score, but we've got Miguel up too on his second ride. Clean wall for him. A wild turn, just falls out of the sky, keeps control. See what kind of finish he can put on this one. He was back in third position. Didn't need a lot to jump up into second. Has probably done enough. Certainly has with that final turn. He likes the feel of it. 9.5 minutes to go. Impressive stuff there. You heard Connor talking about the challenges out there. It's the bottom of the tide. These sections are kind of capping pretty quickly. It's hard to get the timing right. Felt like Miguel did pretty well here, Rosie.
Yeah, I love this length of time that he held onto that lip line. I really enjoy when these guys get into that wave early. They're out of that section. They make an impactful maneuver because you never quite know what this wave is going to do through that midsection and on the inside as he heads into this pretty gnarly looking whitewash section on the end there. Hits it with a lot of power.
This was Jake coming from deep in the bowl. Beautiful swoop to start off. Now he gets a bit more critical. Attacks that lip. Great two-turn combination outside. And he's actually dropped a really nice score here. 7-point ride for that last double hitter.
Yeah, he's got control at the moment, but we are waiting on a score to come through for Miguel. 8.5 minutes to go. We're going to take a Bonsoy brew break.
The Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach presented by Bonsoy is brought to you by Oakberry. Fuel yourself with the official acai of WSL Australia. By Hydrolite, official rehydration partner of WSL Australia. By BioGlam, official vitamin partner of WSL Australia. And by Bond University. Your ambition belongs here.
Welcome back, live action here. Heat 9 of the opening round for the men. The Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach presented by Bonsoy. Jake Marshall has the lead, trying to improve on a 5.67 with this one. Bit of foam on the face. But he's setting those rails pretty nicely at the moment. And a strong finish, getting the tail up over the lip. And maintaining great control. Jake's on a bit of a heater out here at the moment. Mentioned that quarterfinal run that he had in the event last year. Some big explosive tail throws. He's just turned in a 5.87. Adding to the heat score total, the requirement now for Miguel Pupo, who's up in a second spot, is a 7.27. Alejo holding priority on the outside. He's after a 5.21 to get to second position. Ronnie sitting alongside Rosie and Richie. Good to have you back at Bells, Rosie.
So good to be back in Australia. There's something about this, the energy over here. Wow, little Jake just trying to get back into position there. I think got a couple of seasons at Bells now, so it just feels good to be back.
Must be awesome for both of you as former championship tour campaigners to get back to the place where you were able to pull the jersey on, run down those famous stairs. Nerve-wracking? Your first time at Bells? So much history here.
Oh my gosh, it's kind of like no other. You know, you get funneled down that staircase, you have a look up, it's like this natural amphitheater with those red cliffs around you, and you obviously know how much history is in this event. So it's a big task as a competitor, getting those nerves in check.
Well, that's got to be the big one, right? Walking in the footsteps of your surfing heroes, the greats, as you make your way down, and then, you know, obviously the pressure of delivering. And Rosie, you delivered beautifully in the Stone and Wood Afternoon Delight Twin Fin Expression session the other day.
Yeah, that was fun, and that was just nothing on it, but still you get a little bit nervous. A lot of spectators down here, and a very high surf IQ crowd too. Everyone knows what's going on. But yeah, it's just super fun. Fun to go out there and just feel out the energy in the water.
There's no escape, is there, when you're surfing Bells? You just feel like every eye is on you from all these different directions. Kind of got to suppress that head noise once the jersey goes on.
Rosie, you made your first trip here as a rookie on the championship tour, but Rich, you this was the first CT event that you competed in. Surfed your way through the trials to make the main event.
Yeah, I did. I was lucky enough to get a win in the Bells trials, which was part of the Australian Championship Tour at that stage. And I think I had Gary Elkerton and Shane Herring in my first heat, yeah.
Well, at least Heroes, you know, was sort of one of your contemporaries. Gary Elkerton at that point was just
a beast.
Just a whole lot of man.
Yeah, he was a very scary figure. You know, even Potts, Sonny Garcia, there was a few of them. That was super intimidating for us youngsters when we got on tour, and you know, they pretty much just had to look at you and snarl, and you don't give them priority.
Well, let's have a look at the GWM heat recap now. Jake Marshall holding it down in this one. Big high impact hit to finish. Didn't even need the shore break section to rack up a decent number there.
No, and this one here is like skateboarding over gravel, just trying to keep that board and the rails connected. And Jake surfing really well here, nice and smooth. He's attacking the lip right at the key moments, just like there, finishing off all his rides well, and that's why he's out in front at the moment.
Just has felt like Jake Marshall, you know, has always performed pretty well as a championship tour, but performance-wise, something clicked for him last year. You really did start to see some amazing heat performances from him. I feel like obviously his best results are still ahead of him, but also just some of the free surfing clips that we saw from him out of the Hawaiian winter were really strong again. So, you know, performance-wise, he's in good form. Just needs to put it together through an event window, and he could fetch himself a huge result As we see Alejo trying to get off the bottom of the order here. He's after a 5.21. Needs this to really count this end section. I mean, a smooth turn, but was there enough work done on the outside?
No, it's just lacking that outside section where Jake and Miguel are being able to really attack and show some dynamic energy through their manoeuvres. Alejo is almost taking off, getting a bit of a foam climb, and then the bowl section's already gone.
Pupo on the outside has been the most patient surfer in the lineup. As a result, has connected with a couple of decent waves. This one's going to flatten out big time though. Hasn't been able to put it truly out of reach of Alejo just yet. We're still waiting on a score for Munez to come through as we see Jake, who just added to his heat score total on his previous ride, again find a nice steep oncoming section to dig into.
He's just been so in rhythm in this heat and surfing into rhythm too, taking a lot of opportunities. That was about his 7th wave ridden, but he seems to be incrementally improving, and definitely his timing on the wave is looking pretty crisp.
Yeah, there's a measured pace, isn't there, Rosie, at Bells? You really need to not get too far ahead of yourself, and Jake is just right in that zone at the moment, finding these waves that are almost doubling up through that inside section. They have that steeper wall, those steeper faces to it. That obviously allows you to draw a more acute angle, attack at a more vertical approach.
Well, this one is winding down now. Jake with another impressive score. 6.8 comes through for him. First place is stitched up. Alejo's too far on the inside to change the result now. 4.1 for him on his last wave, and that means Miguel Pupo is going to hang on to that second position here. But the competitors always swamped on the shoreline by the absolute surf mad fans down here at the Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach. An impressive heat performance from Jake, who's really looking to get his year back on track. Started with the quarterfinal, has had 3 17ths in a row. He'll avoid the elimination round here and set his sights on a big finish. And Miguel Pupo also progressing through. We're going to take a quick break, but don't go anywhere. A former Bells champ is going to be out there in the lineup next. Felipe Toledo hits the water.
It's all about bringing colour to mental health through saltwater therapy, surfing and fluoro. Sometimes one wave is all it takes to free the funk. Riding waves and having a chat to your mates can honestly change your life, and sometimes it's the people you least expect that are suffering the most.
What does one wave do? It makes that invisible issue of mental health visible. We've got some that are standing up, some that are on their knees. They're all supporting, they're all hooting, they're all cheering each other, and that's what it's about.
Welcome back to the show. We've been waiting for this one. It is our Hydrolite heat to watch. It's going to be a lot of fun. Felipe Toledo, a former Bells champ, looking to win the Bell for the second time in 2025, up against a couple of rookies who are appearing here at Bells with the jersey on for the first time. Joel Vaughan from the central coast of New South Wales, Alan Cleland representing Mexico, first Mexican surfer on the championship tour, and a great character to have around the event site, always bringing a lot of positive energy, and looking forward to seeing how he fares here. But it's going to be Joel getting things started here. Nice little swoop off the top. This guy's got some of the biggest airs on the CT, and he often brings them out in competition. It'll be tricky today though with the direction of this wind, but Joel's got a full crew down here to watch him perform, his dad and a cast of mates from that Central Coast region, as he just looks to drop over the ledge here and get a finishing turn. Nice start for Joel Vaughan, who made a bit of a climb up the rankings at that last stop, currently sitting in 14th position. But Felipe Toledo is the one I think the whole crowd is intrigued to see perform out here. Hasn't had a fantastic start to the season by his standards. Still sits in a pretty good spot though, 11th position. But this is one of his favourite venues. Amazing performances that he's had here on the Bells Bowl. He's going to go down. But 8 previous events. He's only missed the quarterfinals a couple of times, Felipe. A victory, a third and a second. 3 quarterfinal finishes, as well as Alan Cleland gets his first ride as well. No major highlights just yet from any of the 3 competitors, but Alan's going to try and change that on the final section. Solid hit. But I love this lineup, Rich. It was an easy pick for the Hydrolite heat to watch.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, Felipe down in 11th position on the ratings, which is weird to see him there at this stage of the tour. He's looking for a big result. Looks like we may have a bit of a board change. Felipe just maybe a little uncomfortable on this board, so you know, it might be just an incremental change, maybe an inch longer, half an inch longer. Have something happening with the Skeggs as well, but he'll make a quick change here. We're right at the start of the heat, so he'll get straight back out the back quickly. But yeah, this is an explosive heat on paper. Joel has that air game, as you mentioned, and Al, he's got that sort of power approach, but he is really explosive as well.
Yeah, I'll just waiting for this wave to open up. There you see him start to utilize that rail. Beautiful hit off the top. I mean, he's so powerful. You're always like just engaged in what he's about to do because he's so exciting. Just a heavy-footed surfer. This end section hit is one of my favorite of the day so far.
Oh. Yeah, it was really strong, the finish. And it's interesting, you know, there's no guarantee that you're going to get a steep section when you surf your way through that flatter water to find the shore break. You know, quite often it can kind of let you down. It can have a funky ripple in it. It can be really hard to time, but Cleland Jr. there gets a section that he can really tap into, and he doesn't waste it. So good combo on the outside. This will be a healthy number to kick off the heat.
Yeah, it's going to be the highest opening ride of the exchange for sure. He may even put 2 points ahead of Joel Vaughan's 4.67 now. I'm seeing it going up into the 6 as well. It's just dropped. It's right on 7 points. So a great way to open up for Alan, and 3 standout moments on that wave.
Yeah, such a strong forehand, and we've seen it put to good use in the Challenger Series last year. Rosie, you were there for that massive victory, an emotional one, and obviously a celebration that went on. Well, it might still be happening, but it went on for a long time.
Unbelievable to see him take that victory. Like you said, the first Mexican surfer that we've seen on the championship tour. There was so much support for him on the beach and so much noise and energy that was put into that win for him. So he's feeling just so good about representing Mexico, obviously, but also just enjoying himself on the tour too. He always looks like he's having a good time when he's out and about, and great to see him performing like this. I mean, he's shaped like a brick, but he surfs so nimble.
I love that. It's a good-looking brick. It's a really good-looking brick. Well, 21 and a half minutes to go. So much to talk about with these three exceptional talents out in the lineup, but one has just hit the top of the stairs. Great performance, Vaughan, from Jake Marshall.
Yeah, another great performance from Jake Marshall. And Jake, every time I've come down to the beach over the last sort of 4 or 5 days, you've been out in the water just absolutely making the most of whatever came your way. You said just then, great to get some surf though.
Yeah, it's super nice to have a lot of swell on tap today, even though it's kind of messy. Like, a lot of my heats this year feel like there's just been really slow, and I haven't really been able to ride many waves. So that heat, I saw a lot of opportunity, and I was just gonna like try to catch as many waves as I could. But obviously you want to choose a few good ones, but there's plenty of sets coming in. So I was just stoked to be able to build some rhythm and not have my whole heat just come down to like maybe one exchange or one set. Like it kind of seems like it has been a little bit for me this year. So that was super nice just to get multiple opportunities and kind of just get to surf and not worry too much about strategy and stuff like that.
Yeah, I was going to ask you about that because Miguel's on fire and Alea loves a scrap, and those conditions kind of do play into that mindset sometimes of, you know, fighting it out. But you really did look like you were just having a nice free surf out there.
For sure, yeah. I mean, I feel like these conditions really suit me too. So I'm just trying to really focus on myself, and I feel like I'm doing some really great surfing, and just hasn't really come through for me so far this year. But I feel like I'm in great form, and I know that it's going to turn around at some point for me. So hopefully it's this event, and if not, then I'm just going to keep plugging away and keep going. But I feel really good, and I'm really excited for these next few heats.
You've put on some great performances here over the years. That's another one, mate, and I think it's a good foundation for the rest of this event. Congratulations.
Yeah, thank you. I just want to have everyone at home send some love to our buddy Ramsey. It's like super gnarly seeing him get such a bad injury right before I paddle out, and it sucks when one of our buddies kind of on the tour just goes down like that, and I hope he can make a quick recovery or just a full recovery. So yeah, send in some love to Ramsey, and hope he heals up.
Good on you, mate. Love to Ramsey. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Jake. Thank you, Vaughan. And absolutely want to echo that sentiment on behalf of not just all the competitors, but everyone down here at the event site. Ramsey is such a popular surfer amongst his peers. Obviously, an incredible performer as well, but we're really hoping that, you know, it's not as bad as it kind of felt or looked when he made his way in from his opening round heat. But he's extremely emotional at the moment. He's got a lot to process already with the brace on that leg and on crutches.
That's actually promising signs. I feel like that's good that we're seeing him upright. You know, it looked quite intense and severe when he first took the fall. There's obviously a lot to investigate there, but just to see him upright and on crutches is actually a positive in my mind.
And we know that there's a lot of people watching and tuned in that are probably worried about Ramsey and want that update. We're seeking that from the medical team, but obviously the first priority is just getting all the attention on Ramsey and making sure that he's comfortable. But like you said, Rich, you know, we know he's suffered a nasty injury there, but seeing him upright is a positive. Out there in the lineup, we've got probably the heat of the round on paper. 18 minutes to go here. Toledo on his first wave, took a fall, quickly came in, grabbed his backup board. He's back out there. I mentioned this venue for Felipe with Geordie Smith. He is one of the highest scoring surfers in the draw, and you've got to remember that those two are two of the longest serving members on the championship tour, so they've sustained those incredible heat score averages out here at Bells over many years. 14.43 is Felipe's heat score average out here at Bells. Geordie just a little above him, 14.96, and everyone else kind of way behind. You know, they've got some catching up to do. They've got to step things up if they want to get into that realm.
To be one of the most consistent performers at a break year after year, I mean, that just shows how tapped in he is here at Bells. And obviously we've been waiting for him to really get his campaign started in this heat, but I mean, so dangerous wherever we go on tour.
Yeah, I think, you know, probably at Pipe, we have seen Felipe put in magic performances there, but you know, it's probably not an event where he's highlighted himself to bank that big result. But through Portugal, Abu Dhabi, we expected a lot. El Salvador, he's had great success at. So it is strange to see him in this position. But if ever there was an event for him to turn it around just based on some of those results that I mentioned earlier, this is it.
Well, he's had a win at Bells. He's had a win on the Gold Coast. He's had a win at Margaret's. So he's coming into the Aussie treble with good vibes and a lot of confidence. Regardless of the forecast, he'll be a favourite. It can be like it is now. It can be 6 to 8 foot pumping offshore, and he's going to be right at the top of the list with a few other big names. So he just needs to get some rhythm going here, and I think if he can kickstart Bells and get a good result, it'll slingshot him into the next two events.
He was so missed last year. Just his performances, the kind of performances that he's able to put together in a jersey, you know, you're really going to miss them. But what we've seen for the surfers that have taken sabbaticals at different stages of their careers is it's really hard to tap back into that winning mindset. It feels like, even if your form's pretty good, it just takes a while to get that hunger and rhythm back.
Well, and also just your competitors have had a whole year. The surfing's always evolving. Everyone's pushing each other, and it's hard not to feel like you're getting left behind. And I also think for Felipe, he's achieved, you know, those world titles, he's all these event wins. It's all about whether or not he's motivated to compete. I think that's the only thing where if he's interested and he's hungry, that's where he starts to win. So it's fun to watch him this year, coming back from taking that year off and see where his head space is at.
Exactly. But you think about those surfers that have had those big breaks. Medina obviously came back, and like Felipe, he's in 11th position. It's not like he's having a shocker. It's only a shocker by his previous standards this start. But Medina too just sort of really struggled to dial into the sort of dominant consistency that sent him to world titles in the past. Andy Irons had it when he had a break from the tour and came back. So it is about sort of tapping into that animal mindset again for Felipe, but I think there were some real positive signs in El Salvador, just the performances that he had there.
Yeah, definitely putting up some big numbers. I mean, Kelly Slater, Aki, all coming back to win those titles. So yeah, I mean, I think there's plenty left in the tank for Felipe.
Just on 14 minutes to go, yet to see him tap into a gem out here, but there is time. Bring it on. We're going to take a quick break here and back with more action from heat number 10 in just a moment.
welcome back to the Rip Curl Pro presented by Bonsoy. I'm down here in the Red Bull Athlete Zone, and this is really where a lot of the energy starts to build up before surfers get stuck into their heats. You can see Cole Hausman here, the defending champ, warming up. Got Joe over here, he might be warming up, he might be having a rest, not sure. You can sort of pick and choose what you want to do down here because this really is the locked off spot where all the surfers start to mentally prepare, physically warm up for the battles that are coming ahead. Miggy Pupo, Kanoa Igarashi about to go out for his heat. And you can see that there's just no distractions in here. It's completely sealed off, a lot of comfort, the lockers are here, and it's just all about game time. So the Red Bull Athlete Zone is really where things in the lead up to that opening hooter for all these campaigns.
Oh, Vorno, thanks for taking us behind the scenes there, mate. Just one big distraction, 6'5", mustachioed distraction. But always good to see how the competitors are prepping different approaches. But we had this wave during the break. Felipe Toledo, just the way he can hold that rail from the top of the bowl right down into the trough is always fun to watch. But wasn't able to finish that wave off.
First turn was looking like all signs were pointing towards a really good score for Felipe.
And the volume just sort of got turned down from that point, didn't it? There was definitely a point or two left on that wave for Felipe, so a little bit of pressure starting to build for him as we get to this 10-minute mark. He's going to have to put together a couple of good waves. He's got 5 minutes each wave.
Alan Cleland. Al's has picked off something. He just wants to back up that strong start. He had a 7 to kick things off. No one else has really done anything, and that's going to help his chances of turning in a great number, and goes all out on that last manoeuvre. Hangs onto it. Bounced around in the foam for a moment, but had the strength to get back to his feet, and again plugs the end section with a solid hit. Impressive. It looked like a sleeper, that ride, but it came to life midway through, which is sort of hard to do here at Bells. You don't get that quick start, you miss that big major section. It's kind of hard to save a ride, but I feel like the risk that he put into it, Rich, is really going to help him here.
Yeah, absolutely. He has just found an absolute gem here. It's like a second wave of the set. Nice big swooping roundhouse. Just hitting the brakes here. Just stalling, waiting for it to stand up again. Here's that opening section where he really blasts that first big pointing turn.
Wow.
And again, loses the fins, but somehow regains control. And then a big exclamation mark as it stands up again. Just pounding that final section. Beautiful technique here. Keeps control, lets go of that turn right at the critical moment so that he gets to this next more vertical turn here and completely breaks the fins free out the back of the wave. Full rotation there, an incredibly hard section to negotiate as that wave breaks behind you, and regains control, does it perfectly. Sort of Hoyo-esque. Shades of our mate Hoyo in there.
That was just no holding back on that section. Big reward for Al Cleland, an 8-point ride to go with the 7 that he opened with. And really, when you were kind of weighing up what you thought might unfold in this heat, it's almost the reverse results. Obviously, Joel Vaughan surfing here in this Championship Tour event for the first time, but on home shores, you would have backed him to maybe get the jump on Al, but he's been super impressive. I love his approach. It does have some shades of Chris Ward about it, just the way he sets those arms, but it's an approach that's unique to him, but the power, undeniable.
So creative. I mean, the degree of difficulty, but also the variety that he was adding in every maneuver was so well thought out and really well timed. And that wave too was just that perfect size with that double up roll in to give him those opportunities to have a bit of push behind it where he could really just put his body in the right positions and push hard on that back foot.
Yeah, we've seen so many surfers go to that layback snap, and he cut that one at the perfect moment just to set up this second turn. Almost hops out of the water, Now he just starts to lean onto that toe side rail. Eyes are fixed on that lip. Board goes to 12 o'clock, hits that vertical, breaks the tail free, and it's right at this moment where he's just going, okay, now I have to hang on. Super turbulent water under the board, and really good core strength there. Everything switched on. And to actually maintain speed and to ride out of that.
You saw it there.
Absolutely incredible.
You saw it on the stone and wood slow-mo that he cracked the lip, and it's just after midday, and I'm guessing down there at the stone and wood bar that they're cracking a beer, celebrating surfing like that. As we see Felipe now trying to get himself into this heat, and he needs a couple of decent numbers here. Not chasing a lot to get the second, but this is his break. This is where he wants to really make his mark and get himself back in a good rhythm here at stop 5. There's a clean finish. He loves the feel of that. Toledo, let's see if he can build from here. That was a bit more like it. Really clean, you know, he's got so many more gears that he can go to. But that was a nice, complete ride from start to finish.
Yeah, just some getting back to basics there. Some good, solid surfing from Felipe. Not trying to add anything too high risk. He knew at this point in the heat he needed to complete a ride and start to build a bit of pressure on Joel Vaughan. A great projection floater there. And another one. Comes around this section, up and over the foam. Slingshots out of that with a ton of speed. Gets the roundhouse cutback through to this inside section. Patiently waits and then gets the finish. And you can just see some emotion in there from Felipe.
It's good to see, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
I mean, he had the emotion over there at El Salvador, and you know, kind of was questioning some of the judging and a little bit salty about some of his scores. But it's kind of a good thing for surf fans, because you want this guy engaged in that hunt for a spot in the finals. You want him fired up, and that was certainly a good demonstration of it. 6.17 for that wave.
Good flow and connection. I think and it was just coming off the heels of that 8-point ride from Al Cleanan, where he had those bigger, chunkier sections. Phil was flowing through those maneuvers. He looked so strong and on point, but maybe just in the context of the heat and the scale that we've got from the 8-point ride, I think the judges were really reflecting on that.
Totally. Well, it was not to be, you know, not to talk it down, but it was very lateral the way that Felipe had a lot of speed. He made those turns, what were, you know, projection floaters, look quite dynamic, but the change of direction of the board from Alan, it was sort of night and day, really. His angles were way more acute. The sections more critical, and as you said, Rosie, the variety of manoeuvres throughout the wave.
Totally different waves, though.
Yeah, 100%. But
he was
Felipe's
chasing that face,
yeah,
chasing the face down, and doing a pretty good job of maintaining that speed. And you know what? I don't think he's thinking about Al Cleanan at the moment.
No, he's absolutely not.
He's going, you know what, Joel Vaughan, I'm coming for you, and he's done enough to get himself up in a second now, and Joel's got some work to do, needs a 5, 6, 8. But you're right, Rich, it's the bar is being set by Al Cleanan, and it's all attack, and it's very vertical, and it's, you know, it's risking some quality sections going after the win here.
These are little victories within themselves too. You know, you have your first year on tour, you come up against these big names. You can get a win, even in the first round. It's a little confidence booster. It's great.
Well, also reflecting on El Salvador, Al Cleanan was the one to take Felipe out of competition, and Felipe's success rate there, insane in El Salvador. So I think for Al, he said, you know, Felipe is my favorite surfer. This is the guy I want to surf like. A lot of respect for him. But I think that little confidence boost from that event flowing into this round 1, I feel like there might be, you know, we love to say this, but a little rivalry that could start to.
Well, 2-0 against the favourites.
That respect. It just dribbled out the bottom of his wetsuit as he made his way down the stairs. And it's a great thing. I mean, when you look at we've got a wave on the outside here, and it is Al on the attack again, throws everything at the first section. But when you look at each individual's year. You know, for a rookie, it might not necessarily be a result. It might be a heat win. And Al's had a couple of huge ones over very fancied competitors at some of their favourite venues. And he's chasing another one here.
He's just opened the door ever so slightly, though. And I know it's a huge score we're looking at for Felipe to take first, an 8.83, but he pulled the trigger on priority there. And on that wave, I kind of question whether he was actually going to better his 7-point ride. So he hasn't flung the door wide open, but he's just left it ajar.
And this is that opportunity for Felipe to kind of just, just set the rookie in his place. A minute and a half remaining with the priority. Let's see how Felipe answers back.
I think too, he heard me when I was talking about his heat score average here, around 14 points. He's saying, what was it, 14.43, my heat score average at Bells over 8 years? Well, an 8.83 will probably get me to that number. So that's what he's chasing to get into the lead. We'll see if he can do it. A replay of Joel Vaughan losing priority there.
That was a shocker. And then here's Alan's wave as well. Look, if he had pulled this off, there was maybe another turn in it, but the wave really just went quite flat. So 2 mistakes in a row against the seasoned veteran. But only a minute on the clock. He's looking somewhat comfortable in second place. I mean, that's the key goal right now, is to hold off Joel Vaughan. But, a win would be nice.
Rosie, in these situations, I mean, the coaches will typically sort of say, hey, you did really well for a great portion of the heat. And, for Al Cleland, like, yes, you'll probably survive and get yourself past that elimination round, but don't make these mistakes against these veterans, and in particular, Felipe Toledo.
Or you just see it on your screen right there. You can see Al is definitely frustrated with himself that he made that mistake. He knows that he's going to get an earful from his coach. And, even if you take away the win, there's always those little things where you can learn and improve as you march on through the contest.
Travelling with his old man, and putting together a great performance. But on the outside, up before the hooter, Toledo. And this wave just looks like a bit of a burger. It's going to get away from him, but he did do enough to jump up into second position. Toledo, don't forget, had a board change as well that kind of threw him out of rhythm for the opening stages of the heat. But the champs tend to bounce back.
They do. They find a way to get it done. And congratulations to Alan Cleland Jr. getting another little win over his hero, so 2-0. It's another little feather in the cap.
Yeah. It's big head-to-head ones that these surfers tend to really bank on, but you're right, confidence builder. I think the scores are super impressive, an 8 and a 7. And some big, memorable individual moves thrown down. Toledo hanging on to that second spot. Joel Vaughan with some work to do in the elimination round. Let's have a look at the GWM heat recap and reflect on what was a magic performance from the Mexican.
Just beautiful power surfing, 2-turn combo. Amasses just an amazing heat total. This one right here, flowing through the motions, finds this low road and starts to get creative, Richie.
Yeah, he certainly did. Just showed a real good balance of patience and then flair when these sections popped up. Just attacking. That maneuver there, clearly the standout moment of this heat. High risk, high energy, high impact, and banking some great scores, bringing it all the way through to the inside, and just finishing all these rides incredibly well. But the champ, Felipe Toledo, great to see him showing a little bit of form here. You can tell he's got plenty more in the tank, but some good surfing nonetheless. He'll progress through to the next round.
Yeah, Toledo looking sharp, hanging on to that second position. Joel Vaughan relegated to the elimination round, but Al Cleland gets the victory. His first appearance here at Bells Beach. Loving life south of the border. We're going to take a quick break and bring in Joe and Flick for the call.
The Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach presented by Bonsoy is brought to you by Rip Curl, the ultimate surfing company, by GWM, official automotive partner of WSL Australia, and by Apple Watch, official wearable technology of the WSL.
Always great to be here in Victoria, here on the Surf Coast. It is just a magical day for big heats. It was cold this morning, it's warming up. About 64 degrees Fahrenheit, almost 18 Celsius, and the bowl is igniting to set the stage for Kanoa Igarashi, Griffin Colapinto, and Jackson Bunch. Kanoa and Griff have known each other for a very long time. Jackson's been traveling with Griff lately and upset him at the wave pool in Abu Dhabi. A lot of storylines there. Joe Turpel with Felicity Palmatier. We want to throw a big congrats to the GOAT of surfing, Kelly Slater, getting a Laureus Lifetime Achievement Award. 11-time world champ, 4-time Bells champ, 56 championship tour wins, and making an impact on the world of surfing forever. Congrats, Kelly. We're really proud of you. He's brought us so many memories for 3 decades, and I'm sure he's watching this heat unfold right now.
Oh, for sure. I think he's probably one of the biggest surf fans to have ever existed, you know, even though he's not full-time on tour. But here we go. We've got action right now, Griff.
Griffin Colapinto finishing 3rd in the world in back-to-back seasons. Runner-up in the final last year to one of his best friends on tour, Cole Hauschman. And absolutely lighting up. That section doesn't hang on to the drift. But when it comes to the style conversation on tour, Griffin is so easy on the eyes. Spontaneous, just silky smooth, so much just rhythm. To even a warbly ocean surface, he can really make things look easier than they are.
For sure. I think last year, even the year before, you know, there was a couple of surfers that were just really standing out to me, and Griff was definitely one of them. For me, it's the transitions between the turns, and that's where sort of that progressiveness is coming from. Yeah, okay, it's not progressive in the fact that, you know, it's not ditching fins free on, you know, this sort of way. This is a more slopey approach here, but I mean, he gets to release the fins there, but it's the transition between the turns. It's just so seamless, and I think that's the cut, you know, above, you know, when you look at those top 5 sort of surfers, those surfers who are in that conversation, you know. Another one that comes to mind is, you know, your Ethan Ewing as well. You know, they're able to draw those big arcing carves, but it's those moments between where they link everything together that makes it look so beautiful.
That's why you have so much time to appreciate all of that here on a wall like Bells. You have so much time to see how they link those turns together. All of them studying tape from the greats. Griffin looking up to a lot of heroes over the years on tour when he was just watching as a little kid in San Clemente. And he got his jersey number from one of his heroes, Taj Burrow. Gave him a call when he qualified, and Taj gave him his blessing, wearing the number 99 on tour. Taj, a former Bells champ as well. When Taj brought that bell back home for the celebration party over in West Oz, he let a lot of his good friends have a ring. Next thing you know, the bell flew off the trophy, down to the first floor, and came within inches of bonking somebody on the head. Everyone was fine. It was safe, but it was, gosh, the celebrations with Taj were always the best on tour. Hope you're doing well, my friend. 23 on the clock as you see a little whitewater effort from Griff. He goes down. His opening score of 4.33. Jackson Bunch, the goofy from Ho'okipa on Maui, 3.5 and a 2.0. Jackson chose 21 because he's 21 years of age, youngest guy on tour. Igarashi means 50 storms, and Kanoa went with the number 50. Kanoa and Leo used to be spotted down in this region when they were just little kids, so pretty much every event on tour was already pretty familiar to Kanoa before he qualified.
Yeah, I think to Kanoa, Leo, Jack, even Jack Robber, you know, those guys come to mind when I think about those Grom days, and I think about, you know, it's pretty special to have had so much exposure to these waves on tour already from such a young age. You know, their dads, their support crew, you know, their families taking them around the world from such a young age, and just getting up close and personal with what it's like to be around a CT, to get that sort of familiar energy, what, you know, the layout of the event site, what happens here, where do you go after your heat, you know, that walking down that iconic boardwalk here at Bells, it's got a list of all the winners. You know, it's just all those reps on the board that they have had for years. We're talking since they've been about, you know, probably, you know, just maybe 8, 9, 10 years old, they've all been hanging out. So, you know, and then when they do crack the CT, things don't feel as unfamiliar. Things are like, okay, I've charted this territory before, I've been here. And there's that iconic boardwalk.
Yeah, that George brought that up, didn't he, with us earlier today? He was like, I wasn't even allowed to walk down there earlier. Just pick your favorite memory of this event. Margot Oberg 3 times. First world champ in the modern era. Helen Lambert, Ethan Ewing's mom, winning in the early 80s. Jodie Cooper on that list. Simon Anderson introducing the thruster that changed everything. There's a surfer named Bobby Owens. He's known to be one of the best ever at Sunset Beach. Finished in the top 16 4 times in a row. Had a great heat with Simon back in the day. As we look at Griffin up and out. Back in '81, Bobby showed up down here at Bells and kind of underjudged the size of the swell that was coming in here to Victoria. Borrowed a board off Nick Carroll. It was a 6'5" single fin shaped by legendary surfer shaper Terry Fitzgerald. Board felt amazing. Single fin, you know, and he's in a heat with Simon Anderson where Simon's on that thruster. This is like round 3-ish of that event. He said he felt great. He was in rhythm. Beautiful S-turns. Bobby Owens absolutely rips. Remembers turning around and seeing Simon on the thruster just lay down this precise carve, open face hook. And Bobby was like, yep, everything's changing. That was like that aha moment of surfing completely moving to the thruster, seeing how versatile that 3-fin setup was. And it was like one of those heats where Bobby probably would have won any other heat in the draw, but Simon that day had the future under his feet.
We did, and you think about how widely used the thruster is now. I mean, obviously we've seen progression, you've gone to the quad, but I mean, that's the chosen setup, right? That thruster setup, the majority of the tour. And it's pretty incredible to think that that legacy has lasted that long. You know, in the beginning, obviously, of surfing, there was, yes, you had the single fin, then you had the twin fin and the thruster. But when that felt like, well, to me, I mean, I wasn't even alive, but it felt like that was happening a bit quicker, right? And then this, though, has just withstand so many generation after generation. And there's other people trying to do things, and no doubt there will be more progression within the sport as we see defending champion Cole just walking down that famous boardwalk. But there will be more progressions in the sport. But it's pretty incredible to think about the legacy that Simon's left on this sport.
Cole Houshman passing his father, Sean. Winning an event is one thing as a rookie, but winning Bells as a rookie, that's something else. Talk about all the older stories here, but history is being written as we speak as Cole's preparing to defend his title coming up next. Always great to find out the latest and greatest technology that's out there as we watch Griffin Colapinto starting to track down the line. Nice flow, easy up and out, just pacing himself through a couple of looks at the moment. 4.33 was his opener, 2 throwaways, but also repositioning his Griffin Colapinto. Yeah, always nice to know what the latest technology can bring you and to really add a little bit to your surfing experience. Rip Curl has a search GPS app that's available. You can plan, track, relive, compare your sessions with the Rip Curl GPS app. It's available now on Apple Watch. The Rip Curl Search GPS app really turns your Apple Watch into your own personal surfing logbook, which is great. Features advanced surf tracking metrics like top speed, length of ride, paddle distance, and also live conditions powered by Surfline. How cool is that?
Hey, what wave do you think on tour you're going the fastest?
Wow, that's a great question. Because like the high-fi intensity of like pipeline with the power, but ever the length of ride that you get, you know, here at Bells and even J-Bay.
J-Bay comes to mind for me.
I think, yeah, J-Bay, when you're going 1,000,000 miles an hour pulling in, that might break some records. If you got that GPS app, you can See how fast you're going at your home break or these venues on tour. Griff, Jackson, and Kanoa still in the lineup. Igarashi holding priority as we get a great chance to chat with Al Cleland Jr. alongside Von Blakey.
Thanks, Joey. Well, Al, that was the hydraulic heat to watch, and on paper, it was a tinderbox. You threw the match on it, mate. Completely blew up. How much did seeing Joel Vaughan and Felipe Toledo in that heat draw fire you up to bring that sort of firepower?
Yeah, I mean, surfing against Joel, he's one of my best friends, and then surfing against Toledo, he's one of the best in the world. So yeah, I was super excited to, get in the water, and we've been waiting a couple days, and the waves have been small, so I was just like, okay, whatever happens, happens. And luckily enough, the swell picked up, but it's a bit windy, but the waves are super fun, and just stoked to get a couple out there. It's really tricky, and yeah, just get a couple scores, it felt good.
You really laid into it out there, mate. Like, you put plenty of juice into those turns through plenty of progression and high-risk surfing. Is that sort of the approach that you're going to bring to every heat, or was it just having those two guys in that heat that brought that out of you?
Nah, that's my surfing in general. Like, usually I kind of safety surf more. Like, that was just my actual surfing, and it felt good to just link a couple waves up and feel free for once and just enjoy surfing for what it is. I love this place, I've been hanging out with all the locals. I went to the footy game last night, and yeah, it's just been rad. And yeah, just stoked to be here, stoked to, get some waves. It seems like there's going to be more waves on the forecast, and I can't wait for more.
That's awesome, man. And you're still wearing the necklace, the gift from the Wadawurrung people when you first came down for the opening ceremony. You're really clicking in, as you say, going to the footy last night, soaking up everything to do with this Bells Beach experience.
Yeah, no, for sure. I'm just grateful for every opportunity, and grateful to wake up every morning and go surf. It's such a good sport and living, and yeah, I'm just happy to do what I do and love it. And yeah, I mean, can't ask for more when there's waves,
That's it, man. Well, great performance. We're loving what you're doing out there. Keep it coming, Al, and I'll see you in the next round.
Thank you. Un saludo a todo México, mi papá, todos mis amigos. Los quiero, toda mi familia, mi abuela, mi tía, mi hermana. Love you guys. Viva México!
Gracias, carnal. Our friend Al Cleland Jr. from Pascual is thanking his grandma, auntie, everybody, his family. He's so happy to be here on tour representing Mexico for the first time, full-time on the championship tour, and he just has that positive energy. He got to not just enjoy the footy, but it was one for the ages. The Cats prevailing over the Hawks last night in an all-time classic. As we'll get caught up with some surfing flick, Jackson Bunch here.
Yeah, so Jackson on the backhand, he drives up into that first section, gets really, really tight in the pocket, jams it up there, but looks for this connection here, just weaving through this more sort of dead water here, just trying to get a finish. He's obviously got that really nice crack at the beginning of that wave and gets the finish there. So sort of probably the strongest sort of score that we've seen from Jackson. And then we have Griff here, bit of a whitewash foamy takeoff. And he's just sort of waiting for this section to present itself. Really feels like he's got a few more gears to click up into here as he wraps around that section and gets the finish, but a little bit late there. Sort of felt like, to me, he's trying so hard to hang on, but that whole wave just felt a little bit, that timing was off. And then out the back, we see Kanoa. Big carve there, that was really nicely done. Really well timed and a good read on that first section as he tries to get around here. Gets a little flare up into the lip. Looks for this little down track here. He sort of weaves through the inside. Beautiful transitions here, and does he get one more? He does. So that's a really nice score for Kanoa. That's going to trickle in here. It's got to be the best wave of the heat so far.
Jackson Bunch getting a 5.17 on his last. Griffin Colapinto 3.77. And now up again, Griff from San Clemente, California. Nice low bottom turn, snap, and controlled slide. A lot of speed on the wall, leans back into a layback, and on the blowtail, he can't hang on. Crosby.
Whatever.
Right next to Tommy Whitaker, shaking off the fall. Jake Marshall almost fell down the stairs. He was riding that finish with his good friend Griffin. And they all know the situation that Griffin's in right now. Falling down the rankings and being very open with us about it. He said he feels great. He just hasn't had the results yet, just putting more pressure on himself coming into Bells Beach.
He looks good. I mean, that first turn was so well timed. I loved how he waited for it. I mean, he was just so unlucky. It kind of looked like he hit a little bit of reverberation as he was coming out of that second turn. I don't think it was really anything Griff was doing. I think just one of those unlucky cases where you're dealing with Mother Nature. There was that little bit of lump and bump in that wrong spot, and unfortunately he just lost his footing because I think he was on his way to a really good score there. I mean, that first turn, I just loved his patience. I loved how much he was able to wait for that section to present itself. And he looks like he's having another go here.
Griff up again. Younger brother Cross got the win in the first heat of the round the other day as he lays down a real silky roundo. Nice easy float, clear water, full rail wrap in the pocket, and just lights up a finish. So patient, a lot of variety, just in perfect sync and pace with that last wave.
Yeah, that was so well surfed. I mean, I thought he's already surfing great. I mean, I thought on the last wave, the one where he fell on it, I just thought, no, this guy's in good rhythm right now. He's got a good feel to it. So, I mean, just picking up where he left off, he's in that same rhythm. His wave selection, great. Picked one with a perfect, nice bowl to it. Really places this first roundhouse. I love it when surfers go to for the first maneuver. Floats over that first section. He really created that section for himself with that roundhouse and into that nice swooping carve. Gets a jab to finish there. So for me, it was the roundhouse. I just think it was so epic because it really created that second section for himself. Just the foresight for that was really cool to watch. So I think he's surfing great. I think it's got nothing to do with form. Even if you look back to the heats that he's had all year, you know, he's still been surfing good. He's still been putting good numbers on the board, but it's kind of like the heats that he's been in, it just hasn't quite gone his way, or, you know, not for lack of not surfing well.
Lot to look forward to for Griffin Colapinto. Standing by for the reaction from the panel upstairs. We're going to take a Bonsoy brew break. We'll be right back. Time to watch the pulse, get you caught up with the biggest things that happened today. Italo, yep, he was lightning in a bottle. Putting together a 15+ combined heat total as a past Bells champ and the current world #1. Feels like a runaway type of world title campaign for this goofy foot Brazilian. Lighting up sections, but it ended up in a tough way. Italo saw Ramsey holding his knee in the short break, and Italo and Xavier were there on the assist. Tough moment for Ramsey Bukiem. We're all wishing him the best. Stand by for updates from the medical staff. As the event continued, it was Jack Robinson, a past semi-finalist here at Bells. Inside the top 10 at the moment, looking for his first win of the season, looked extra comfy. Non-shore Bells Bowl peaked at a 6.93. Arcal had a 6.93 as well. It was an Australian domination, sending rookie Marco Mignot into the elimination round at the end of the day today. Then we saw some fireworks on the backhand of Connor O'Leary. Bit of the dog pound in this heat. Leo Fioravanti also in the lineup. It's been a very consistent season for Fioravanti. Connor kind of had a late start in this heat. Had a 3 and a 1 for the majority of the matchup, and then things all clicked for the big man representing Japan. 6-8-3, moving on with his good friend Leo into the round of 32. And how about California Jake Marshall? He said he feels great. Hasn't had the results that reflect his form, but leave it to Bells to bring him some California feelings as he moves on to the round of 32. 6:25 to go in this one, and Colapinto is out in front, a 6 and a 4-3-3, who's looking to repeat the performance that he had last year, and in fact go one step better and maybe take the win. He's got a little bell flick. That runner-up bell is just more motivation than ever to try to win the longest running event on the calendar.
I feel like, you know, as a surfer, you qualify for the tour and there's definitely a handful of events you want to win, right? And I mean, for me, you've got to be thinking of the bell. It's right up there. It's probably one of the most iconic trophies that you could ever win. I mean, got to win it to ring it is the saying. And I feel like, you know, obviously you got pipe as well, but I mean, I just think back to last year and you think about that final and you think about Cole being a rookie, and he also was kind of up against the ropes. He sort of needed a result coming into Bells, and to make it happen there in the way that he did, and he had a few hard moments down at Winky there, that one tough heat with Gabriel Medina, and just seemed like he clicked into gear after that, and then obviously met Griff in the final, and yeah, it was a bit of a duel. So yeah, it's definitely on the top of that list of every surfer that qualifies for the tour wants to ring that bell.
That key heat win you just brought up, Cole and Medina.
Spicy.
That was a turning point. That was everything. You think about what that does for anyone's career, but especially a rookie, like close decision. If you go on the internet, we're still debating it, you know, but for Cole, getting that edge, the momentum that he carried through that title, but he also became a really good friend with Gabriel. They actually have a ton of respect for each other. Went on a surf trip to Indo in the off season. As we look at Kanoa Garashi fading, nice patience, classy little top turn. Nice clean sweep into the pocket, looking to better a 6.5 here, snap to slide. And the silver medalist in Tokyo 2020 will just wrap things up with a couple little punches off the top and stays on his feet. So precise, isn't he, with maneuver choice? His boards always look comfortable, and it's been fun to see him get a brand new quiver for the start of this season under JS Industries. But each time you switch your shaper, it's always strategic, and he did this before with Sharp Eye, and all of a sudden he turned in a breakthrough performance at J-Bay, and now it's all about finding a new feeling, and he's found that with Jason Stevenson.
I feel that's a funny thing, you know, and it's always that age-old thing. It's kind of like you're on tour for a long time, and you sort of, you know, I feel like there's always, everyone sort of has seasons, you know. It's like, let's have a look and break this down first. But everyone sort of has seasons, yeah, as shapers, and everyone's, you know, sort of got their purple patch moment. And I guess you've been doing one thing for so long, and all of a sudden you're thinking, maybe I can change something up and it's going to work, or it's going to put a different sort of stamp on my surfing. And sometimes it works, and you jump on this other board, and all of a sudden you're thinking, okay, this is the magic, this is the secret weapon, this is what I needed. And I mean, even for me, without, you know, when I just think of Kanoa as a competitor, he's, you know, obviously the boards you're surfing, they're the Ferraris, right? They're amazing, but just him as a competitor, he's so consistent, right? He doesn't fall, he rarely falls, and then the way he puts together heats strategically, I mean, some surfers are just so, what's the word I'm looking for? They're just students of like the strategic aspect of the game, whereas other surfers just want to surf and let their surfing do the job, and that's it. But I just feel like he knows where he is at all points in the heat, and he's just such a smart competitor. But yeah, the ball question, back to that. It's just one of those funny things, you know, you get on there and you think it's going to change something, and does it really, does it not? Or is it a mental thing, you know, because all these shapers at the top, you know, they're all shaping Lamborghinis, they're all shaping Ferraris, they're like the best boards you can possibly get, and maybe it's a mental thing, sometimes it is a physical thing, but yeah, I think it's that age-old sort of question.
Griffin Colapinto hunting. Wall starting to show itself, and section gets there quickly, belts it hard. but just couldn't find a way to ride out. Incomplete. He's had a couple falls in this heat, but is keeping a 6.0. Just put so much into one big hammer. Chasing a 7.37 for the win off Kanoa. Jackson Bunch still third. He was super complimentary of Jackson when Bunch went to the moon with an enormous punt in Abu Dhabi. And Griffin said, wow, that really surprised me. And he was so honest. He was like, and that did throw me off on my last wave. He just wasn't expecting it. And when Griffin joined us on the couch at Punta Roca, he was like, man, people have just been going clutch on me this year, where I feel great and someone's got a surprise at the very end. We'll see how this one ends up here in the GWM recap. You're going to see the flow and form of the heat leader representing Japan.
Yeah, Kanoa's just had some authority on this heat. I mean, he's locked in the, the two highest scores. He's got the 6.5, he's got the 6.87. And he's just so smart. And he's just also, he doesn't fall. It's just consistency, right? It's kind of like as soon as he stands up and that first turn connects, he's like, okay, let's just not be silly here. Let's just be smart about this and finish this wave off. I mean, that's why he's in the lead. I mean, Griff right now, he's out there in the second position. This wave, for me, personal favourite. I just love that roundhouse, the way he's set up for that second turn. And, I mean, he looks solid on his feet. And to echo your point before, Joe, when you said Griff came in the booth in Al Sal and just said, people have been going clutch on me, I don't think it's not, Griff surfing isn't the problem. It's just, unfortunately, just those competitors he's been matched up to have just sort of that bar's been raised a little bit, and he finding himself, in these really tight, close heats.
Watching the rookie Jackson Bunch put his last couple of turns in against the veterans on tour. He's able to ride out of his finishing move and trying to get every little bit out of this final wave. And he'll ride all the way into the beach. Jackson chasing a 5.17 at the buzzer. Working closely with his coach, Gabe Garcia, who is really effective in helping him qualify for the tour last year. Jackson finishing in 10th, but knowing how every heat counts towards getting past the mid-season cut. Results are coming in quickly for Jackson Bunch, and it is not enough. Griffin Colapinto and Kanoa Garashi will take the top two spots into the round of 32. And Jackson will be in the elimination round, which is still on the cards for later on today. Griffin Kanoa doing a good job holding those top two spots, but the best numbers went to this man, Igarashi. A polished performance here on the Bell's Bowl, looking really comfortable to try to increase that seed into the round of 32. Guy who's really familiar with the elements down here in Victoria, has been coming here since he was about 12 years of age. Coming up next, the defending Bell's champ, Cole Hauschman, takes on Matthew McGillivray and Liam O'Brien. We'll bring in Morgan Siblick for the call right after this.
Cole Hausman last year taking out his first CT event win right here at Bells Beach. Coming off a crazy heat with Medina in the early stages of the event and just kept him fired up. Got to have a final with one of his best friends, Griffin Colapinto, San Clemente all over the history books last year, but it was this fired up Goofy Foot that put himself on a special list. Got Barton Lynch, Mark Occhilupo, Matty Wilco, Italo Ferreira. It's a short list of Goofy Foot champions. And Cole Hausman, the most recent winner, returning to Bells and fresh off a huge semi-final result over in El Salvador. Same story for Matthew McGillivray, who had a semi-final performance at Punta Roca. And Liam O'Brien, who's just so insane on tour, basically everywhere, but I love him on a right-hander. Had a crazy heat with Ethan Ewing last season. And speaking of crazy heats with Ethan Ewing, we saw one this morning with Morgan Siblick getting the jump on the past Bells champ. Morgan, a wild card call-up once again. Remember, top 5 in the world in that rookie start, one of the best rookie seasons we've ever seen. He's now joining us in the booth for the call. Morgan, thanks for coming in.
Thanks, yeah, stoked to be here. Is it Cole getting a quick start here?
That's right, Cole already throwing down a big turn, blasting again. Looks like he's just as comfy as he was last season.
Wow.
Third move looking solid. Board looks like it's got the flow. About 34.5 liters of volume in that surfboard. 6'3", 225, just S-ing his way down for a finishing move. He kind of feels like a champ with that performance out of the gates, putting pressure on Liam O'Brien and Matthew McGillivray. Thanks for being with us, Joe, Flick, and Morgan. First of all, great job this morning. That must have felt great.
Thanks, yeah, felt pretty good. Just to be back in the jersey in a CT is awesome, especially here in Bells, and to be on the bowl was epic too, even though it looks messy right now, but super fun, and it's gotten a lot better since the first couple heats. The low tides really helped it, and yeah, I think it's looking good for the rest of the period too.
There's something about you, Morgan, when you have big names. You love it. I mean, that was the whole story of your rookie season, taking out John Florence more than once. When you saw Ethan Ewing in your matchup, did you just get so excited to kind of be the underdog in that one again?
Yeah, I kind of just really wanted to win that heat, especially because I think the seeding changes if you win, so I didn't want to have to come up against Ethan in the two-maners. So I was like, oh, if I beat him now, then it would take a bit more pressure off, but nah, I'm stoked. Like,
it's a good point. Just for people that don't know, there's an incentive by getting first over second. And if you have a low seed, being a wild card, you can actually you can avoid those top names in the round of 32 when that draw is updated. Morgan, though, for catching up with you, it's awesome because I remember the first time I met you, it was in Hawaii. I was like, what kind of surfing can we expect on tour? And you're like, I don't know, let's see. You were so casual about it, turned into a top 5 season. We've seen a lot, you know, over the last couple of years as you've been building and looking what I feel like stronger than ever, you know, coming into 2025.
Yeah, no, I've been feeling super good. Been doing a little bit of training back home, started working with Nathan Hedge, and it's been good. He's just like a ball of energy and brings the positive vibes and kind of just fires you up for every surf. So it's been epic, and I'm pretty keen to try go deep in this event and set myself up for a good year.
I guess the key thing you're bringing up too with a guy like the Hog, who when you say hi to him, you just feel like you're filled up with froth. You know, what about mentally? Because obviously all you guys shred hard, but on the mental side of it, what has Nathan Hedge really given to you? Well, hold that thought. We've got Lobby going for it. Liam O'Brien, who Morgs has spent a lot of time with over the years. Hasn't had anything super major yet, but he'll fade. Clean roundhouse with a nice punchy rebound. And now waiting for an inside track here. Trying to frame up that little wrap and maybe a potential finishing move approaching. And Lobby really having to earn that one. Already has a 5.83. But one of the great right-hand point specialists, one of the hardest charging guys, just period, rights or lefts. As we break this one down, his opening ride that we're seeing now for the first time. Morgan, what'd you see in his style here?
Yeah, he belted that first section. It's pretty tricky wave to surf. Oh wow, and nice connection on the second part of the bowl, and then finishes it in the bowl. 3 turns. That's like kind of goal, getting 3 turns in the bowl. So that's a pretty good way to start. 5.83. Pretty, yeah, he's stoked on that.
What's he like to hang out with, Morgan?
Yeah, Lob's good. He's got that. He's super mellow on the outside, but then on the inside, he's just really competitive and just gets you all fired up. As Cole gets a good one as well. This one by Cole that's a real good way to start. 3 turns on the bowl as well, and kind of just really explosive. So it's looking good. Good heat. Good way to start the heat for the lads, and it's on.
What a sign from Cole, being the defending champ. Straight into that one, Flick.
Yeah, I think, you know, we mentioned in the first morning show, you know, what kind of sort of feelings come, you know, with being a defending champ. And Cole, there was a little piece that got put together by WSL, and Cole was saying it comes with pressure, but it also comes with, like, you know, confidence at the same time. And I think for me, it's confidence is what I'm seeing, because he's picked up right where he's left off. It looks like he's sort of found that connection again with the bowl. Like you said, Morgs, he found one where he could get 3 turns done there. As we look at this second one again from Lob. So this one, obviously, you know, the wave not offering as much as the first one. Not too many big sections, but I mean, tradesman-like approach, just getting it done, gets the finish on the inside. Beautiful little slam there. So nice way to back up the 5.83.
21 on the clock still. Some opportunity here setting up for Matthew McGillivray. Semi-final was solid at Punta Roca, into the runner-up finish to Jordy Smith. All South African final that we got to enjoy. Gosh, he's got a cool frontside carve and a very unique style. Really strong. Can reach for a lot of different maneuvers on the fly, and he'll ride away here. So we're kind of hanging with a lot of your camp, Morgan, from the past years, especially that rookie season that you had so much success. It was every time we looked up, you were with Matthew and with Liam on that entire ride.
Yeah, they're just like, I kind of grew up competing with those boys, and we kind of took it to the next level together. So it's been an epic ride, and I've been watching them on the tour for the past few years, and it's been epic. But yeah, time to get the lads back together, hopefully this year. Yeah, it's sick. But all the boys finished their wave strong. I think that's really important at Bells. Even if you don't get a really good, exciting finish turn, the judges always love it when you finish on your feet here. And yeah, getting a few turns in the bowl. This wave by Matty was kind of a hard one to surf, but he made the most of it. Pretty flowy. Big first carve, and just kind of connected the dots through the bowl, it's kind of the name of the game here at Bells.
It's cool to see that line on where he tracks on some of those carves. They're like slingshots, but he's staying high, and then he knows when he does have a bottom or when you don't. I mean, that's the beauty of watching Bells, isn't it?
Yeah, beauty of watching Bells, but then I think just beauty of Matt's knowledge on just sort of right hand, sort of point break waves, just longer peeling waves. You can tell where those sort of surfers are from. Every surfer, right? You're sort of a product of your environment. And, I think even Liam as well, growing up at Burleigh, just those, Gold Coast, the point breaks there, you just sort of have a different read on a wave. It's so different, compared to growing up on a beach break. And the surfers that are good at reading that sort of condition, there's a real sort of different sort of read you've got to have when you are surfing such a longer wave.
Morgan, so much to catch up on, especially after an explosive rookie season and kind of accomplishing so much so fast, and what's happened since then? I'm sure it wasn't easy watching the tour go on with your friends and wanting to be back there, but from what I'm feeling is like you're in a great space and learned a lot. What have been those learnings the last few years?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know, it obviously sucks not being on the tour and kind of feeling comfortable, but it's been an epic few years, and I feel like I've grown a lot, mentally, and matured, and kind of you take a bit of a hit to the ego when you get kicked off the tour. But I feel like that was really good for me. Maybe getting a bit too big for my boots or something along those lines. And I don't know, now you really see that you just got to work for it, and I'm back here, and I really want to be back on tour, so I'm going to try to do everything I can to get back there.
Gosh, dangerous. Last year was a wild card as well, quarter-final finish. And was that quarter with Matthew McGillivray?
Yeah, it was a quarters with Matty, and he got me then, so hopefully we made up again in the quarters and I can get him back.
And then this year, you know, you have a local trials and then the Rip Curl trials. So tell us about that final. Who was in that final with you?
Yeah, it was the whole Rip Curl trials was myself, Jacob Wilcox, Mikey Madonna, and Dane Henry, and I was super lucky to get through against Jacob. He was surfing really good, and he got an interference, and that was that. But he was out-surfed me by a country mile, and then in the final I surfed against Dane Henry and just put together a solid heat and got the job done there. So got a little berth into the event here, which I'm stoked on, and yeah, hopefully just go as deep as I can.
Gosh, they make you earn it, right? I mean, you're not just going, here's your wild card, Morgs, good luck. It's like, hey, battle through all these guys, which is cool. You know, as a Rip Curl athlete, there's so much talent there, and that's a good way to get it done.
Yeah, I think it's epic. We get to fight for our own spot, and the guys in the trials, they're the best surfers in Australia as well. Jacob and Mikey. Jacob was on tour last year, so. And Mikey's been in the CTs before, and he won Snapper last year, so it's kind of like top echelon of surfers in the world, and we're just doing a little comp before the comp.
Yeah, if you didn't see that Mikey win on the Challengers last year, it will make you cry when he comes in to the podium with all of his friends and family. 15:55 on the clock. Always a good time to check in with Vano.
Well, GWM have come on in a big way for the Aussie leg. Of course, they are the presenting sponsors of the Aussie Treble. A big GWM tank up for grabs for the winners of the Aussie Treble. Right now, we're in the GWM activation where you can plug in and play. Get one of these little bad boys on the track. Artie is here to give us a little bit more info on what it's about.
Yeah, so the Groms have been loving it, all having a race down on the track and going in the run to win a surf trip to KI, which would be a bit of a dream in one of these hybrid utes.
That'd be so fun to get over there and rip around KI in one of these. And mate, how many crew have been coming down and having a crack at it?
Oh, it's been chockers, having heaps of people, having a great time and looking at the cars and having a race. Look at that, bit of off-roading.
These things are unbelievable in real life, but they're just as effective on this little figure eight.
Yeah, totally. To have two mates down on the island hunting waves by yourself would be a dream. And I think the kids are living it out here.
Mate, hopefully one of the Groms can bring home that prize for their parents. Thanks very much, mate. Great to have GWM on as a sponsor.
Yeah, no worries. Happy to have you.
Good to talk to you. Back to you guys.
Thanks so much, Vaughn. So excited for the GWM Aussie Treble. Well, it's already underway. All the points from each stop through the Aussie leg will decide a champion of these three events. You'll get a truck from GWM, which is incredible, so follow along in the GWM Aussie Treble from here to Bells Beach up to the Gold Coast, and it all wraps up at Margaret River. Liam O'Brien, Cole Hauschman, and Matthew McGillivray will have that in the back of their minds of also getting past the mid-season cut, and we're still enjoying our time in the booth here with Morgan Siblick, which is great to have you here to talk about that cut line and how significant it really is moving it from stop 5 to stop 7.
Yep, the old cut, hey. No, yeah, it's I think that's crucial, having a few more events before the cut. I think that 5 was just not enough. Just some people can start the year off slow and then come off pretty strong. I mean, you saw Matty, I think one of the other years, he just made it past the cut, and then after the cut he went berserk and got like 10th or top 10 or something like that. And I feel like having 7 events in there just really opens it up and allows people, and having just a good variety of waves. You got Punta Roca and Snapper in there, the high performance right hand point breaks, and I think that's really going to make a difference with just the high performance aspect of people making it through the cut as well, which is sick. So I think it's a lot more fair this year, I think, and it's like looking good for just everyone. It's going to be a good year and lots of high performance surfing, which is what we're here to see.
Oh, we love it. 12:45 on the clock. Waves on the way. Priority is with the defending Bells champ. Trying to get another one for the goofy footers. Looks like he's going to roll into this one over the whitewater. Cole Hauschman on wave number 2. Goes over the top of that section, finding a nice rhythm off the bottom. Nice controlled fading cutback. Matthews getting started behind him. Great connection for Matty, and a bit stuffed there is Cole Hauschman. And Matthews trying to really get a nice follow-up turn for what was a great start out the back. Just a little setup arc. The man from J Bay is just keeping that line solid even though the wave's going flat. And now pushing hard for a last little snap off the top. Well done for Matthew McGillivray to stay light on his feet through the flats there, but a big explosive first turn flick.
Yeah, that was big. I think even if, yeah, I rewind, I go to Cole's wave first, and I mean, I feel like he was on his way to sort of backing up that 6.5 pretty nicely. It seemed like right at the end there, I mean, he just kind of, let's break it down now. So bigger wave, kind of that first wave of the set, a lot of lump and bump here to deal with, and you can see he gets a little bit caught up on that first turn, picks a nice line through that section, drops down here, tries to find the bowl, sends it up there into the lip, but this section here just, it almost like maybe he didn't need to go up for that other turn, should have just waited for that last section. What's your take on that, Morgs? It would look really tricky.
Yeah, I think he thought that it was going to back down a little bit. A lot of the sections kind of back off a little bit, and but yeah, if he had to just kind of, instead of going for the 2-for-1, just one big belt, he probably would have gotten a high score. So, but I don't know, it is what it is, and out there you kind of think that end section's super tricky. I think he's buckled his board, which that's not good. But yeah, that end section's super tricky to read. Some of the waves back off, and then that one there kind of closed out a little quicker, so it looked like a tough one to read. And Cole usually reads them pretty good. As you said before, growing up on the point breaks, he grew up on lowers, so has that nice groomed style, and yeah, just unfortunately went down there.
And he's got a great quiver from Abaola, so quick on the backup board switch from his coach, Luke Egan. And Cole's still sitting out in front here with 10 minutes on the clock. We'll take a quick break and continue the conversation with Morgan Siblick. We'll be right back. As part of our global WSL One Ocean initiative, we are partnering with Great Ocean Road Coast and Parks Authority, Wadawurrung Traditional Owners Aboriginal Corporation, and Parks Victoria in healing the landscape to combat erosion and prevent access to the cliffs. Amplification and alignment with WSL One Ocean will support coastal access efforts throughout this year. We always want to know what you're doing out there. Continue with your hashtag WSL One Ocean. to see how you're getting involved. Thanks for being with us here after a series of lay days coming through the Easter weekend, which is a tradition to all gather here at Bell's in our tribe, and fun to see everybody preparing for this big event, all the fans that come down here each and every year. It's the longest running event on the calendar. Big thanks to legends like Peter Choi that wanted to figure out who was the best on the bowl back in the early 60s. A guy named Sweeney was responsible for really, literally paving the way for Bell's competition. He actually was able to make a little dirt road path to get down here. Before, it used to be like you'd paddle up here, you'd try to get a boat to get yourself to Bell's Beach. A year after he paved that road, we saw the first contest happen. As we now get the replay, Liam O'Brien trying to keep that spot in second flick.
Yeah, he got to work there. I just feel, you know, maybe his wave selection just then maybe sort of let him down. But he's trying to get, just sort of trying to hold off Matt, I guess. And knowing that, I mean, Cole sort of got that breakaway number, the 6.5, but there's still room between, I mean, there's still a lot of room for movement here, and there's still room for, you know, it's quite close between all of them, really. And just trying to make something happen. But for me right now, it's probably going to be pretty similar to the sort of numbers he's already dropped, so.
6:15 on the clock. Let's hear from Kanoa Igarashi with Vaughn.
Kanoa, whenever we see you and Griffin in the same heat, it's a good reason to start rubbing your hands together and getting excited. Throw Jackson Bunch in there, and you've got a really exciting start to your Rip Curl Pro.
Yeah, all quickie heat. It's always nice to be out there with the boys, and I mean, especially Griffin. It's like we know how we compete, and he knows exactly what I'm going to do, and I know exactly what he's going to do, and we kind of know what we're thinking throughout the whole heat. So it was, yeah, it's always fun. It's really tricky out there, though. Like, I feel like it was one of those heats where I barely saw both of them. You know, it's like you can be 2 feet off like the boil and be on a whole nother wave. So yeah, it was. I think priority was up a bit up in the air, but you know, I feel like it's a rhythm thing, and I'm glad to get the waves that I got.
We were talking before about, you know, big onshore bells. It's a place where in the lead up to an event you surf quite a bit of it, and out there just then you do get those clean faces and those sort of nice lips that you can bash. Plenty of opportunity too when the wind's a bit like that.
Yeah, I mean, I spent a lot of time here and before events and after this event, and even before I got on tour. And it's one of my favorite events on tour. And I realized that I got the days that I have the most fun out here is when it's onshore and when it's kind of like this, because I don't know, I feel like you can ride a smaller board and you can kind of like, you know, the sections kind of like pop up in front of you out of nowhere, and it's a little bit a little bit more exciting maybe. And when it's offshore and perfect, all the old blokes are out there on with the 8.0s and the 9.0s, and they're catching every wave and dominating. So, you know, these waves, when it's like this, I can kind of catch my little insiders and sneak away. So, you know, I felt really comfortable out there, and you know, I felt like my board was the perfect, you know, kind of balance of, it had that spice, but it also had the drive when I needed it. So thanks, Jason.
That's it, man. Well, it actually looked like a lot of fun for you on this time around. Congratulations.
Yeah, thanks, guys.
Good man, Bono. Thanks so much. Kanoa Igarashi comes into stop 5, number 10 in the world. He's peaked at an equal 9th in his performances at Bell's Beach in the past. One major CT win, that was at Karamas in a fun final with Jeremy Flores, 2-time US Open champ. He's on a roll. Looks like he's found his groove this season. As we're down to 4 minutes on the clock, Cole Hausman out front, 6.5 and a 3.83. Still hanging with Morgan Siblick. Morgs, it's fun to see you get these wild card opportunities as we anticipate a huge run on the Challenger Series once again this year. And with the new formats, you know, with the title race ending in early September, with the Challenger Series kind of be highlighted later on in the year, it kind of gives you different ways to really plan out your season with boards, with equipment, with training, you know, where you can really go all in once the season starts.
Yeah. I mean, it's kind of condensed into 5 events. 5 events, I think, this year. So it's, you kind of get pretty dialed in for all those events. They're all a little bit different. And yeah, you kind of, well, for myself, I got into the top 20, so you automatically qualify for the Challenger Series. So you get a lot of time off just to think and kind of sit around and yeah, just kind of work on yourself and your surfing. And yeah, so you kind of get to just focus in and watch the regional series, and it's tough, that regional series, man. There's a lot of good guys in all the regions, but a couple of my mates that just haven't made it, and hopefully they get a wild card. But yeah, it's definitely a challenger series for sure.
Well named. 2:30 on the clock. Cole Hausman starting his campaign to try to protect his Bell's Trophy from last year. As we go into the GWM recap, some great surfing as well from Liam O'Brien, who's still holding second, Flick.
Yeah, Liam out there still in second. This heat has been incredibly close. I mean, you just look at the heat totals, right? There's less than a point separating all three of these guys. I mean, this wave here from Cole, I mean, he's got that 6.5, sort of that more meteor score, putting that little bit more separation between himself and the other two guys. I mean, he sort of picked up right where he left off. I mean, it was beautiful textbook surfing on your backhand, on the bowl. But right now, I mean, it's Matt down there in the third place, chasing a 5.5. So kind of, you know, that sort of average score. He's got like a minute and a half on the clock, and right now he's just waiting, hopefully, and he's in third priority. So right now it's looking pretty hard. But I mean, if one set rolls through, thinking 3 waves, maybe I'm going to get that opportunity.
Critical time in the heat, 90 seconds. McGillivray, fresh off the final, his best result to date in his career with Jordy Smith. All South African final. Had been over 40 years since we saw that happen. Flying up the rankings, feeling a little bit safer because he's dealt with the cut quite a few times now. Minute on the clock. Matty's starting to move. He doesn't have priority, so Liam's watching him as well. And Cole, 2 guys that are going to try to hold him off. And Liam still pushing to catch up to it, effectively just paddling to shake off priority. Matty moves to second priority. Cole's going to play defense as well. Hausman looking to better a 3.83. Little setup turn, has that cool, strong stance. And then match with an easy, fluid tempo. Nothing major now, just making sure that Matthew is off this wave. So a real defensive wave so far. And nothing going to be really climbing up on the screen as far as scores, but he stayed on his feet. He's kind of fishing his way through some points, and now we'll run out of time, Morgs.
Yeah, that was a tricky wave to surf for Cole, but yeah, I think Matt just going that wave a little earlier and losing priority was a bit of a mistake. But yeah, did he get up in time for that?
Well, we'll watch this just in case he did. 2 turns so far now into this inside track. Matty surfing it like it counts. Another clean setup turn for the South African. Tagging it once again. Multiple little wraps down the line. Doesn't have a big end section, but he's still just hanging in there. Little inside wall, allowing him to throw up another little snap.
Wow.
Hopping his way through. And our scoring screen hasn't changed, so they're going to be looking at the clock there.
Yeah, I mean, body language was indicating too that he was really giving it his all. So I think that was within the time.
So they're taking a look at that buzzer. They want to see if he got it in time. No signs of him getting a score. So it might have been just a little bit too late. We'll give you that confirmation in a moment. Right now, the only score that's factoring in is the last of Cole Hausman. So that's kind of shown us that this might be too late. And by that sound of the horn, it appears that he was up after. But just like he should do, he surfed it like it was going to count.
I mean, you're going to, right? I think some of those situations, you just go for it because you don't actually quite know with like the echo, when the horn went. I mean, you're going to surf it like, I mean, it's your last opportunity.
Yeah, good point. I mean, judges are still thinking about this wave. They're looking at the replay. They listen to the sound of the horn.
Yeah, I mean, it was a nice little inside runner, but it was kind of a smaller one, and it was just after it.
And if the score didn't matter, like if he didn't get the score, they just would have moved on, you know, but they took some time there just in case. That means Matty probably got pretty close to changing the outcome of the matchup. But ultimately, it was up after the horn. McGillivray ends up in third, so he'll be surfing later on today in the elimination round. Liam O'Brien and the defending Bells champ will be reseeded into the round of 32. Morgan Siblick, always great to catch up with you, my friend, and talk surf and life. Can't wait to see you in your next matchup.
Thanks, yeah. Looking forward to it. Hopefully we get some fun waves over the next few days of the waiting period. It's going to be sick.
Awesome. Yeah, Morgan Siblick, former world number 5, rookie of the year a few years back. Wild card this season. Once again at Bells Beach as Cole Hauschman off to a great start to defend his Bells trophy. We're moving to the elimination round for the women next. Caroline Marks, Luana Silva, and Carly Shanahan. We'll be right back. The Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach presented by Bonsoy is brought to you by Yeti, built for the wild, by Boost Mobile, official telecommunications partner of WSL Australia, by GWM, official automotive partner of WSL Australia, and by Stone & Wood, unofficial beer of WSL Australia.
The opening rounds are done and dusted, and we now moved into the dreaded elimination rounds for these competitors, where we will sadly say goodbye to a few competitors this afternoon. Heat number 1 of the elimination round. Rare to see Caroline Marks in this heat. She's up against Luana Silva and Carly Shanahan, who surfed her way through the trials to make the main event. Ronnie Blakey alongside Rosie Hodge and Richie Lovett. And I know that everyone wants to get off to a good start, but I think you surf those first heats also with the understanding that you can't lose out, but it's changed now, Rosie, and you just feel an energy shift straight away.
Oh, definitely. I mean, you come into this elimination round, obviously 2 surfers advance in it, so that dreaded 3rd spot, you don't want to find yourself in there. Kind of crazy to see Caroline Marks in the elimination round. We haven't seen her in this heat all year.
No, we haven't, and we're expecting that Caroline will find her way out of this round, but anything can happen, and my hands are kind of shaking because it's all of a sudden we're going to be sending some people home right now.
Yeah, well, Caroline, she's made the final series at every Bells that she surfed in so far, and just based on her confidence and this backhand approach, you'd back her to survive this elimination round. And when you look at the competitors that she's up against here in the draw, I think the pressure is going to be really on the local representing the Jan Juck board riders, Carly Shanahan, because she didn't put together a fantastic heat score total. I think just the pressure and the moment got the better of her in the opening round, so she's got to really turn things around, and here's a replay of her opening ride.
This wave bowling up very nicely for her. She gets a hit off the top there, already looking like a better, kind of more solid performance from her. You mentioned her opening round, probably very nervous, had a few days to digest that coming into this round, and hopefully feeling a little bit more confident.
Only the heat of your life, but in that opening round, it's the biggest event that she would have ever surfed in, and obviously as the winner of the trials, you are going to come up against the highest seeded surfers in the mix. The world champ, Katie Simmers, and Lakey Peterson is who she faced off against in that opening round. Like you said, just already looking like she's put that behind her. A bit more sure-footed on that first wave. 2.33 on the opening ride for her. Not a massive score, but something she can build on for sure. Caroline Marks, she only managed a 3.33. Luana Silva yet to take a wave. Luana's found herself in the elimination round at the past 2 events as well, so that's 3 contests in a row that she's been here. But the good thing for Luana is she survived the elimination round every time she's been in it this year.
Yeah, so we've got the 2 natural footers, and we see live action here. This is Luana.
Has an incredibly strong forehand, great big rail turns that she can lean into.
Oh!
But just loses it on the pocket of the wave there.
Wow, unfortunate mistake there from Luana Silva. That section was just begging to be hit and just overextending a little bit on that turn. And as a surfer, you make those mistakes early on in the heat. You've still got time to clean it up, but it does have a mental impact on you. It starts to wear away at you, and you start going, oh my gosh, why didn't I stay on my feet on that turn? What could have been? And anyway, she'll look to tidy this performance up. Still lots of time on the clock, 28 minutes.
It almost seemed like she was just in 2 minds as she went to the top of that ride. It's obviously early moments in the heat, but you can tell that she wants to surf the wave up. Beautiful section coming towards her.
Yeah, Luana just seems like this should be a great venue for her with just the tools that she's got, Rich. She's just so powerful. I mentioned those big frontside calves. Just hasn't put it together here just yet.
Yeah, no, not quite yet, but yeah, as I said, still plenty of time on the clock. But that forehand style, she's really smooth. She kind of reminds me a little bit of Malia Manuel from just the way she approaches it. Very stylish, really incredibly smooth. And she does have that little bit of flair that she can add in as well. So, she's up against it here with Caroline Marks, and then obviously the local wild card. But I feel like if she can put a couple of 5s on the board, she'll get through this heat.
Well, Caroline now up again. A couple of good whips off the top there. Mentioned her track record at this venue, despite the fact she hasn't broken through for the win. You know that people make those comparisons to Caroline's approach and Oki, especially with those backhand bottom turns. She squares up so beautifully, and on that outside bowl section, that's fetched her some really healthy finishes in this event.
What an amazing win that would be for a goofy footer. I think in the women's draw, we haven't seen a goofy foot champion in a number of years. So, and those are things that I think Caroline would be looking at to kind of get her motivated coming into Bells, being that goofy foot champ here at Bells. Obviously, it's a prestigious trophy, but also winning one for the Screwfoots.
Yeah, I mentioned the numbers really not working in the goofy's favour. Incredible. I think we're in... seeing the replay of Caroline here, just one goofy-footed winner in the history of the event, Frida Zamba. It's incredible.
Wow.
She did win a couple of times. But Caroline certainly, I think, would have as good a shot as any goofy footer we've ever seen since then of breaking through and winning that trophy.
Yeah, I agree. Caroline would be the hope for that. I mean, obviously we saw Tatiana Weston-Webb in the final here previously. She was the other person that got incredibly close, but Caroline finishing with a semi-final last season. Luana Silva up and riding.
Oh, nice carve there from Luana to get started. You can see just sticking pretty close to that wall to maintain that speed. Luana just looking to really tap into some of the confidence and form that saw a breakthrough for a World Junior title. Been a little knocked around as a Championship Tour competitor, bumped off the CT back to the Challenger Series a couple of times. She wants to make this opportunity really count.
Yeah, we've yet to see her kind of find her rhythm, I think, on the Championship Tour. And I just love her surfing. Her turns are very deliberate, where she places them in the pocket, and just a smooth, effortless style. She almost needs to kind of get a little bit gritty, Richie. I don't know what you think.
100% agree with you. And I was just thinking then, when I've watched her in all the Challenger events over the past couple of seasons, I go, there's a World Tour surfer. but then when she gets on the World Tour, there's some sort of a mental barrier where she just tightens up a little bit, and I think she's guilty of that, and she just really needs to open up. As soon as she hits the water, she goes, I've got nothing to lose here, and just let it all hang out.
5.33 for Luana. She jumps up into the lead. Caroline in second, and Carly Shanahan, she's back in third position. Right now, though, we're going to hear from a man that is chasing back-to-back Bell's titles. A solid performance from Cole in that opening round, Vaughan.
A solid performance, Cole, but you just described it as survival. What's the go there?
Yeah, that heat was just not pretty at all, but just survive, you know. I did what I had to do to get it done. I freaking broke a board, slow heat, but at the end of the day, it was a smart heat, and yeah, survival.
That's cool, mate. It was a little bit of a slow start to the year, but finding good form in El Salvador, and that's got to be fantastic as you come into the event that you're defending.
Yeah, for sure. It was kind of the same thing as last year, just super slow start, and then each event kind of found my footing a little bit more, and yeah, made some heats in El Sal. Finally felt like I was kind of doing my normal surfing again, and yeah, just trying not to like think too much in the future and just heat by heat out here.
Every heat last year was a dream come true in a way, right up to the final where it really sort of burst into fantasy land. But this year, how different is it for you to be the defending champ?
Yeah, it's really different. It's like I kind of described it earlier. It's like nothing I've really dealt with before. So it's kind of like good feelings, but a lot more like eyes on you. Like walking around, people are looking at you. You're like, oh, defending champ. You're like, all right, pressure's on. Like, but no, I'm just at this point, you know, I still just want to do my best surfing, and if that takes me to another final, then it does. And yeah, you know, eyes on the prize.
Mate, as long as you're flaring off the bottom, squaring up and blasting it, I think you'll be sweet. Congrats on a heat win.
Oh, thank you guys. See you soon.
Thank you, Vaughan. Yeah, tied with Liam O'Brien on points, but with the single highest scoring ride of that last heat of the opening round for the men, Cole Houshman gets the job done. And what a win that was. I mean, he had a really close heat that probably could have gone either way with Gabriel Medina in the earlier stages. But I think overcoming his hero really fueled him confidence-wise and got him over the line, beating some incredibly strong regular footers on his road through to the final.
Yeah, exactly, and it wasn't the typical style of surf that you would expect that Cole would have, you know, surfed to victory on. It was quite challenging, quite small, and for such a big guy, you know, he has really adapted his small wave approach to be able to mix it with these sort of lighter, more nimble competitors. But yeah, seems to be handling the pressure of being the defending champ quite well, and just staying in that moment. Super important. When he was through that interview, I was just thinking it's so easy to look too far ahead when you're a competitor. Just really, when they talk about staying in the moment, it's so true. They got to be right there.
Speaking of handling the pressure, we're going to see how Carly handles it in a moment, because you know, when you look at the scores that have been dropped so far in this heat, this is a great opportunity for Carly to stamp her authority on this heat. She's got priority. Her opponents, more fancied opponents, haven't dropped big numbers on her just yet, so she needs to make this next wave count.
And that's how she'll be breaking it down for herself, sitting out there. I mean, it's just a few minutes off the clock. No one's really run away with this heat at the moment. She's got that priority. I think it's all about this next wave choice and making sure that it counts. Here comes a couple bumps.
Oh, this one looks pretty good. And it's going to be go time for Caroline Marks. Little swoop to set it up. The wave will steepen again here. Caroline just transitioning down the line here. Working this one over, so without priority, willing to have a chance at turning this into a score, surfing it up maybe into a number. Finds a couple of steeper wall sections to work with on the inside there. A couple of hits, don't think it'll be a massive number, and you know, a smart move by Carly to let that one go.
Definitely. I mean, just surfing that one that you could tell it was a smaller one as it hit that bowl section, and just a little bit slopey through each section of that one. It really was Caroline just going through the motions. It's going to be a backup score. I mean, I think it'll get rid of that 3.33 incrementally, but I don't think it's going to come into play come the end of the heat.
Carly's 21 years of age, from Woolai originally, on the New South Wales mid-coast, but has been living down here for some time now and made herself right at home here at Bells Beach. Seeing the replay here of Caroline's wave, just sort of chipping away at this one, Rich. I think she was willing to take a chance on it without priority, and I think just her sort of competitive savvy against Carly, understanding that she can apply some pressure with 2 reasonable scores, just made her commit to the inside track here.
Yeah, cliche, but she's building the house, building that foundation from which to work from, and now she can really start to open up. She's got 2 scores on the board, and I'll be surprised if we see Caroline holding back on the next ride that she takes. But on the flip side, you know, I think if Carly caught that wave, perhaps she wouldn't have been able to extract as many points as Caroline did. So I think it was a good leave, and I think you identified something earlier in that she needs to be on the best waves of the heat, and then she needs to be able to do her best surfing on them, and then she'll be a chance at getting through.
Yeah, I guess that's kind of the common thread, Rosie. You hear people talk about tactically, you know, when you're up against people who surf stronger than you, who obviously are proven champions, you know, the first tactic is getting the 2 best waves of the heat to give yourself a better chance of progressing.
Oh, definitely. And I think identifying that from the get-go and not wavering from your game plan, because otherwise you're running around like a headless chicken, because your competitors, Caroline, for example, a mid-range wave, and they can surf it up. They've got that ability. Here goes Carly with the priority.
Let's see if she can pick a gem here. Fades back, looking to set up a nice steep wall. Works through the carve. Again, just a set-up turn, really, but she's got some inside work to do now. So only the 1 turn, really, on the outside. This wave is appearing to steepen for her. As she drives up into it, there's a solid hit. And you can hear the crowd, the local Jan Juck Board Riders crew getting behind her. And that'll be her best ride in the event so far. And keep her on pace, you'd think, with her rivals in this heat. It was a shame she didn't find another steep section on the outside for a bit of a combination. It was sort of two turns that wave, and they were kind of separated. There was a bit of a lack of flow between the moves.
That wave's going to settle the heart rate, though. I think for Carly, she takes off on this wave. She's finding just those sections to connect with. You can tell that she's got an innate connection with this wave. She knows that she's got to stay with that steeper section. And just going through the motions, yeah, there was opportunity there to get a little bit more busy on the outside. She knows this inside section is going to stand up for her, and definitely the stand-up moment is this finisher maneuver. So Carly's going to, you know, take that in, going to listen to the number that comes through for her, and when she hears it, she's going to know what her next steps are.
Yeah, like you said, a bit of a settler. I think now she's going to probably just get an indication from the judges of what they want to see, where this score falls. I think it'll be her best number of the event, 3.5 it is. So when you make comparisons to what Luana and Caroline have served up, you know, she's not too far off the pace at this stage, but, you know, in reflecting on the outside of that last ride, maybe just climbing the roof for a floater after the carve to get started could have set her up for a bigger number. But she's in it. Just over 16 minutes to go. No second chances from here on in the Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach, presented by Bonsoy. We'll get through these 2 elimination round heats for the women. The men's elimination round is on standby as well. But it's been interesting. We've seen you know, obviously at each event you have your wild cards coming into the mix. And, you know, on a few occasions, those replacement surfers have found themselves in the elimination round and been kind of bumped out early. So there isn't, you know, too many of the CT competitors that have had those 17th place finishes. So it's an important one for Luana Silva, who's had nothing but 9th place finishes at the moment, not to drop the ball here, to really be aware of what Carly's doing.
Yeah, it's so true. I don't think you discount anyone at the championship tour level, no wild cards, nothing like that. But I think Luana would be looking at the heat draw and thinking like, okay, I've got this opportunity. Let me get through this round. She's obviously found herself a number of times this season in this elimination round, but it's this way one where she can settle in. And I do think we've seen champions from a contest that get relegated into this round and they go on this magic run, and it's almost like this is where they find that momentum and rhythm in this round to take the event win.
Priority is with Luana at the moment. We've got a bit of a break in the set wave action. Let's check in with Kaipo.
Hey, I'm over here at Yeti, and we got something special going on here at Yeti. We have a local indigenous artist, Jared Black. He is celebrating Juruk and the region here with his art, his indigenous inspired art. And with each of these art pieces, there's also a story going on with the pieces. They're beautiful pieces put on some of the best insulated cups that you can ever imagine in the entire world. I'm talking about Yeti. Come and check it out, learn a little bit about the culture, check out the Yeti line. It continues to grow with more and more products to make your life easier.
Love it. Love those coffee cups too. You can actually get your coffee, go for a 3-hour surf, come in and still burn your tongue. They're just amazing how well they keep those drinks hot or cold. So we saw Carly on a bomb set there. Kind of the sections were sort of getting away from her, but 13.5 minutes to go. She's got the local crowd have turned up. You know, it's been a tough day. Full credit to the crowd, everyone watching on the big screen down there in the car park. There's been rain squalls moving through at different stages today, but they've turned out in force. Jan Juck board riders in particular, getting behind Carly in this heat. She's after a 4.84 at this stage, and I guess, you know, the danger for Luana is surfing too safe in this heat and giving Carly an opportunity in the later stages of the clash to get herself ahead of Luana. Caroline has jumped up into the lead. It's not like what you'd call a solid lead over the pack at the moment. But we'll see what unfolds here in the final 13 minutes. Right now, though, we're going to take a Bonsoy brew break. Got to get down here and experience the Surf Coast Shire right behind the Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach 2, presented by Bonsoy. Love their support. 10.5 minutes remaining in the first elimination round heat, where the anxiety runs hot. Caroline Marks holds a lead. It's a narrow lead, low scoring heat at this point in time. Luana Silva's got the best wave, 5.33. Only needs a 3.43 to jump up into first. Carly Shanahan, can she cause some headaches for these full-time campaigners on the championship tour? Rosie, take us through this one.
Yeah, good one through on that one. Looking for some just steeper face to get critical on this wave, and you can tell that as that tide's starting to push, it's a little bit trickier to find those critical sections, which makes this little tip-tap toe through the inside section and this last maneuver really important, because the judges want to see you finish it off clean. Man, it was a lot of work to get there, a lot of downtime, a lot of leg work just to hit it off that section. What does she need to improve on? The three-point ride, she's going to improve on that potentially, but it's not going to be like that big runaway wave that she's looking for.
Looking pretty confident though, and sure-footed. Hasn't connected with that quality set wave yet, Rich, but a well-finished wave.
The signs are there for sure. She's looking really good and confident on the equipment. Perhaps surfing a little bit defensively at the moment, but now that with that second score about to drop in, like Caroline, she can really start to open up now. And you know, that's also good for these upcoming heats, being able to just feel your equipment out. A little bit more time in this lineup always counts.
It's interesting, Rosie, but you know, often when a surfer's finding themselves frequently in the elimination round and they're surviving that high pressure moment, they'll dip out in the third round. It takes so much of them. Have you sensed that with Luana and the performances you've seen so far this year?
Yeah, that's such a great point. I mean, just how, you know, physically, mentally, how zapping it can be to find yourself in this round. Because more often than not, it's that next round in the morning with multiple calls where you have to be up and on, and then it's called off. But definitely, I think Luana is like trying to survive instead of catching fire and really like sending it in that next round, because she's such an amazing surfer. It's just about finding that motivation and that rhythm through this round and sending it all the way.
Well, Caroline Marks, not a whole lot of room to move on the outside, but let's go with a solid hit. Sticks with it for a moment, just wanting to make sure it isn't going to reform before she bails out on that one. Just under 8 minutes to go. But yeah, there is a stat that suggests that a trip to the elimination round will really, generally speaking, derail a campaign at an event. Not too many come through the elimination round and surf their way through to the final. It's a stick in the spokes, and it's rare to see it happen. Someone is able to survive that elimination round and continue to press and push for a victory. Luana's hoping to change that though. So 7 minutes to go here, and again we shift our focus to Carly Shanahan, the 21-year-old, surfing in her first CT. She's been lucky to lean into the knowledge of some great surfers over the years. When she lived on the east coast of New South Wales, she was part of the Coffs Harbour Board Riders Club, was getting coached by Lee Winkler for a stage there, leaning on his experience at the elite level. But now down here, there is just so many great surfers who she can look up to. A couple of great Victorian champions, Nikki Van Dyke, India Robinson, who've put together magic performances on the CT. We'll see if Carly can follow in their footsteps here. Needs a 5.43 at the moment to jump ahead of Caroline Marks. Just hanging on to second place, and as cool-headed as Caroline is, she's got to be feeling nervous at the moment.
It's all there for her. It's the fairy tales set up quite well for her to, pick a gem of a wave, do some of this good surfing that has got her into this position, and she could potentially take out a world champion here and kick her out of the event. So, these are the type of scenarios that you go to sleep dreaming about. And she's got it all in front of her right now, but it looks like Luana is going to try and build on her scores.
Yeah, Carly passing this one up, and Luana says, I'll have a dig, and she absolutely throws everything into the first section. It's all she's going to get out of it. But already you can see that Luana's built the foundations now and can free herself up a bit.
Yeah, you definitely get that feeling, that one-turn option, and we've seen them well rewarded in the men's opening rounds. We'll see what Luana gets for that, because that was a beautiful dynamic move on a bigger section. Obviously, it just had that one opportunity, and Luana made it count.
It's tricky now. It's becoming clear as this tide's running in that it's harder to choose the wave that's offering up 2 and 3 sections, but Luana just digs into that one. Bit of a layback hack, a real acute direction change as she hit the lip. So starting to free up her surfing. Caroline just hunting through the lineup here. Yep. No, I was about to say, Caroline knows that, you know, she's sitting on a couple of pocket fours here. She would love to drop a 6 or a 7 and really put this out of reach, or potentially out of reach for Carly.
We've been talking up the level, the performance level Luana can get to. Interesting to see her on waves that are stretched out, that offer multiple sections, and then just how she attacks a section when there's only one turn on offer, the turn that she can throw down. And you know, you make some comparisons to obviously the heats that we watched earlier, like someone like Italo. It's attack every section with that same aggressive approach and combo those major turns up. And if Luana can get that happening, she'll be a real force.
And that's a note for her too, because I think that that's where the level of women's surfing is at the moment. Like, gone are the days where you link it through and you can get the numbers that you need. You really need to come from that attacking position, not burning off the speed when you're going into your maneuvers. And it's all the surfing that Luana has in her arsenal. It's just linking those major maneuvers on a wave. But you get stuck in that little bit of a rut sometimes of just going through the motions, wanting to finish off your waves, and it's a tricky thing to break out of when you're finding yourself in these elimination rounds and you're just battling to kind of crack the code.
The judges are letting her know what the code is. Have a look at this stone and wood slow-mo of Luana Silva. This is the best wave of the heat, just one turn.
Look how composed she is off the bottom. That side fin completely coming out of the water on that bottom turn. Beautiful connection with the lip. Kicks the tail out, gets that little moment of release. Now she compresses. Gets the chest above the knees, gets centered again over the board. And for a minute there, just the eyes closed, determination to get back up on her feet. Gets a clean finish.
Solid stuff out in front. And with the 2 highest scoring numbers of this heat now, Luana Silva holds down that lead. Caroline Marks hasn't been able to break into the 5-point range, and that's left Carly Shanahan chasing a 5.43 with just over 2 minutes to go and with priority. Rosie, I know you watched the Masters. Rory McIlroy on the 72nd hole, he missed that putt and he had to refocus himself and get ready for a playoff, but his caddy said to him on Wednesday night, if you could have taken the opportunity to have a shot at a Masters title in a playoff, you would have taken it for sure. And that's how he mentally got prepared for that moment, which ultimately saw him break through and achieve the impossible seemingly. And Carly's in that position. If you told her, hey, with a minute and a half to go, you'll only be chasing a 5.43 to overtake a world champion,
You just got to reframe it. That's so right, Ron. I mean, you think about the pressure situation that you've got to make and create for yourself to champion this moment. That's what Carly's feeling right now. She's got that priority. She's got just over a minute remaining. Now all she needs is the wave to put herself in that position to beat a world champ.
This is actually, the clock's on her favour at the moment. The longer this thing ticks away, and if she can get a wave right in those final seconds and leave Caroline out there, that's going to be the best scenario for her. But she needs this wave. There's a couple little swell lines approaching now.
Oh, this could be it. Standing up on the outside now, Carly Shanahan. Is this her moment? She's having a look at it. Caroline, though, sneaks into it on the inside. She's only trying to better a 4.43 here to survive the elimination round, or at least push the requirement higher for the winner of the trials. And she's not going to get anything out of that final section. He's at the bottom of the stairs, but I think I heard a groan come out of Luke Egan. Frustrated. But on the outside, Carly now with just 8 seconds. Is she going to have it?
Oh, look
This
at this.
wave is split in two. She's not going to get into it.
Oh, it had an incredible double up on it. I'm sure down the line that would have had potential written all over it.
Well, she really did stick to the game plan of trying to get herself on the best wave. Unfortunately, that one just didn't come through, and she needed something in the mid 5-point range to get the jump on Caroline Marks. Wasn't able to find it, but still a great moment for Carly Shanahan, a fantastic moment for her family and friends who have turned out and forced to cheer her on in this edition of the Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach presented by Bonsoy. But Caroline Marks, Luana Silva, too strong, and they'll be moving on to the next round. Coming up next, we've got another big heat with a lot on the line for Vahine Fierro, Betty Lou Sakura Johnson and Nadia Aristabe. Get down here to Victoria, check this place out, so much to see. Obviously a buzzing city full of incredible restaurants, great sporting occasions. But around Easter time, this is where you got to go. Bells Beach, it's the only place to be. And this has been the destination for a lot of people for around about 62 years now. And looking forward to creating some more history and some highlight moments here once again. But for all of us spectators, this is where things get really interesting. For all these competitors that have found themselves in the elimination round, this is one of the most stressful heats that you could surf. We just saw Betty Lou Sakura Johnson up in the blue jersey. Vahine Fierro, she's out there in the red. Nadia Aristabe getting the call up to compete on the CT based on the strong campaign on the Challenger Series last year. A surfer from the Basque Country. And yeah, Nadia's got a great backhand. So it should be an interesting heat. Looking forward to watching this one, Ro.
Yeah, all of these heats are so stacked, and just thinking about the rookie Vahine Fierro, she's had, already an amazing career. She's got a win as a wild card on the championship tour, and she just recently, after El Salvador, dropped down into 11th place on the ranking, so she's looking to cover that ground. Betty Lou's had her best result in El Salvador, and Nadia getting a few call-ups now this season. She was so consistent on the Challenger Series last year. I mean, it came so close to, you know, qualification. So it's fun to watch her mix it up on the championship tour.
It sure is. Betty Lou with is the only server out there in the lineup with a few reps here at Bells Beach in the past. Her best result, a quarterfinal finish, 2023, a 9th and a 17th as well. But the rookie, Vying, her first trip to Bells Beach. And Nadia, obviously, no previous heats here. So we'll see if Betty Lou's experience can shine through.
It's a tricky wave to work out, there's no doubt about it. Even just sitting in the lineup and finding the right takeoff spot can take a little while to figure it out. Normally from that position, you look back in, you see the stairs right where coach's corner is, on the corner halfway up. That's typically the lineup. There's a couple of boils out there just off the top of the Bells Bowl reef. All little markers that you get to know intimately the more you come down here.
We love to see this. The Jan Juck Board Riders Club out in force to welcome Carly back to the beach. Huge moment for her. You know, I know that she's got better performances in her, but like to deal with the stress of coming up against world champions in both your heats is huge. And she certainly put together a much healthier heat score total in that last clash than what she managed in the first round. So all the best for a big bright future for Carly as we get back to the lineup there. Vying kicking out a 1 on the inside. Vying is well placed on the ratings at the moment, Rosie. You've seen a couple of strong performances from her this season.
Definitely. Just thinking about Vying's run so far, I think it was a 3rd in Abu Dhabi is her best result. She was looking safe in that top 10 picture, just recently fell down into 11, so she's got some ground to make up and she's up and riding here.
Big section. And she delivers a healthy hit on the backhand to get it started. So a really solid start to this ride. Unfortunately, that one just fades out in a deeper water. Rich, there is always a bit of a shift in the conditions here with that incoming tide. And you've got to be paying close attention to it. But I think at this point with the wind, would you say that you've still got to take your chances with some big individual turns on the outside?
100%. It really is. I don't know, I'm going to say 70% of the ride is you're banking scores in that Bells Bowl in those 2 to 3 big manoeuvres. And you've also got to make sure you're taking off deep enough. We saw Italo in particular was coming from way behind, and that gave him all this time through that Bells section to get those 2 and 3 combinations going. I'd actually like to see these ladies sitting out and a little bit deeper on the lineup, just to get a bit more speed from the takeoff, just so that they can make these sections that they're getting caught behind.
There's definitely those few markers out at Bells, and once you know them, it's kind of easier to identify. There's a couple rock boils, and then also looking back at the beach, your lineup spots, and just having those kind of calculated and knowing, like you said, getting that early entry because you get that big flow through that first opening maneuver and then get some open face.
There's going to be a couple of scrappy moments throughout the day. That last heat was pretty low scoring, but probably a lot of the competitors going, hang on, Luana, she found a wave that actually shut down on the bowl, only had 1 turn, but it fetched the highest number of that last heat. So you're not necessarily looking for one that, you know, you'd love one that stands up from the outside and rolls through to the shore break and gives you a solid section to bank off on the shorey, but you'll take a couple of big sections on the outside.
And it does get tricky on this higher tide. Like we said, you're kind of in 2 minds of where to head to on the section of the reef, but it's all about kind of those big dynamic maneuvers on the outside and learning and adjusting to the conditions.
Rich, put your coach's hat on. I know you coach at the elite board riders level sometimes, but obviously a lot of experience, and you've been around some of the best coaches in the game. You know, formulating a game plan for tricky conditions like this at Bells in a 3-person heat.
Yeah.
Is the strategy different to say a head-to-head battle?
Head-to-head battle's a little different because it's almost like a tennis match. You're returning you're returning shots and making sure that your shot's better than the one that's just come at you. There's a little bit more cat and mouse in the three surfer heats. If I was a coach, given the tides coming in, a quick start, super important. Making sure you bank that even a mid-range score to start things off, because that adds pressure to your other competitors. Look, there is still plenty of waves coming through. We've got the luxury of being in the booth here, and I can cast my, my vision over my shoulder and actually see the lineup. And I'm seeing waves go unridden that you could be getting scores on. So just positioning in the lineup, super critical. But stay busy, super important in these three surfer heats.
Do you think you've got to sort of lower the expectation of what a keeper score is in these heats, in the early stages in particular?
Yeah, you look at what's typically gotten through the numbers that have been progressing surfers today. They haven't been big scores. Anything in double digits is most likely going to get you through the heat. So that's pocket fives right there. So, a 5 is not too attainable out here as we see live action with Betty Lou. Great looking wave.
She's got some speed and a big section here to work with. Goes to the rail. Just a great forehand approach. So explosive, especially when she gets a really steep wall to work with, and does really well on the end section there. So a good size wave, a couple of good hits. And Betty Lou's likely going to turn in the best number in this heat so far.
Yeah, great wave from Betty. And if I think about Betty's strengths and where I've seen some of her best performances at home in Haleiwa, and you can almost draw comparisons to the Bell's Bowl, to Haleiwa, and the power that comes at you, and also the readjusting on the different sections. I mean, I think Betty, after that last wave, is going to start to feel a bit more comfortable in this lineup.
100%. Look how deep she was. So gets all this speed up and running quickly on this wave. Now it slows down for her. Beautiful carve off the top. Stays right in this power pocket. Now she's quite patient as she comes through the final section of the bowl, and it stands up again. Patience for that final hit. Great timing on that wave.
Yeah, Betty's forehand should be really well suited to the Bell's Bowl. She's had that big win at Haleiwa you mentioned. Second place finish at Sunset. Those big open faces just suit her approach. But I think at Bells, you've got to be able to come out of those carves and pivot and get a vertical hit in occasionally too to really vary things up for the judges. She's certainly got both those weapons that she can count on. So numbers coming through for that last wave, 6.17. She goes powering into the lead here. Vahine in second spot. Nadia Aristabe is going to have an opportunity with priority to pick off a good wave of her own.
Well, Nadia and Vahine, every single warm-up surf they would have had was probably with 20 to 30 other, maybe 40 other surfers out in the water. And when there's that many out there, it's pretty easy to find your line up in the takeoff zone. But when you take all those people out and you're only out there with 2 or 3 other people, it does become quite hard to find where you're supposed to take off and find that optimum spot on the wave where you can really come in and set up your whole ride. Because it's super important that positioning at takeoff sets up your flow for the whole ride. Wouldn't you agree?
I definitely think so. I think, we've watched it on the men's side, and I think watching previous footage of this place and people that you want to emulate is so important, because you see that early entry where you can find that big solid section. Positioning is so important out at Bells, and I know that there are a few surfers chatting with past champions to get that kind of inside track of where to position themselves.
Interesting to note too, after stop 2, Abu Dhabi, there was a 3-week break, almost a 3-week break before Portugal, but these last few events have really been back to back to back, so there hasn't been a whole lot of time to get here and get familiar with the wave, and also hasn't been a whole lot of surf during the event window so far, so that's been a little tricky, like Rich said, to find your place in this lineup.
Well, the one surfer that does have experience out here, Betty Lou, she's gone straight to the top of the lineup, the inside position. She looked for that wave. Nadia, who was in priority for it, was the furthest into the bowl and then missed the wave. So she's just given priority a wave, so mistake on her behalf. And maybe she'll try and tidy things up with a little insider, but for me, Betty Lou's got the key position in the takeoff zone right now.
And has control of the heat. Well, we just saw Carly Shanahan compete in her first championship tour event. Let's see how she's buzzing. She's with Vaughan.
Carly Shanahan, congratulations. I mean, I know the dream didn't pan out how you probably pictured it, but what an experience to surf in the Rip Curl Pro for the first time.
Yeah, that was so sick. I obviously didn't get the waves, but it was just so cool to come in. All the little kids wanting your signatures, and like all my mates watched as well, so I'm frothing.
Tell us a little bit about the support and about the week since you made it in, because you've had such loud cheers every time you've walked down that staircase.
Yeah, so I work at Strapper Surf, like a local surf shop, and all week, like all my mates were getting me prepared like for the trials. Like one mate would be like, come to the sauna tonight, and then the night before, all my girlfriends came over with like a big cake and banged on the window, like, good luck for tomorrow. Like, everyone just got around it, so it was like, it's been such a sick week. I'm frothing.
And what are your memories you're going to take away from this? I mean, obviously getting to surf against the world champion, getting to surf against these great seeds, but also, you know, that local support, that's going to be something that sits with you for a long time.
Yeah, I mean, I've cried so many times this week, just like thinking, oh my God, everyone came and watched me. No, but it was really cool, and yeah, I definitely told my kids about this one day, so yeah.
You've had a taste. Are we going to see you back here next year?
Oh, I'm not going to call it yet. Yeah, no.
Yeah, we want to see you here, that's the main thing, but congratulations on a dream come true. That was really fun watching you surf.
Thanks, Vaughan. Thanks.
Good on you, mate.
Oh, Carly Shanahan, she's loving life, and so awesome to hear that she had the support of the local community, and I'm sure her friends are going to rock up with a carton of stone and wood this evening instead of a cake and help her celebrate. A magic experience for her. Incredible. Just on 19 minutes remaining here, and Betty Lou Sakura Johnson taking the lead, and I've got to agree with Rich, like he said, just taking control of the takeoff zone out here, sitting deep but just staunch, you know, not moving. And Vahine and Nadia, of course, on the backhand might find it a little harder to cover the distance if they're caught behind, but I think they should be taking cues from Betty Lou in that lineup as well. It's funny though, Rich, you don't want to pay too much attention to your opponents, because we've seen people buy into what they think is, you know, the ideal place to sit, from the likes of Mick Fanning, Joel Parkinson over the years, and what they're doing is actually dragging you out of position. Yes. We're going to take a quick break here. Betty Lou Sakura Johnson with the lead in Heat 2 of the elimination round.
The Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach presented by Bonsoy is brought to you by Rip Curl, the ultimate surfing company. By Visit Victoria, Melbourne, every bit different. By Bonsoy, the official milk of the World Surf League. And by Surf Coast Shire, strategic partner of the Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach presented by Bonsoy.
Welcome back. We're here at Jirac for the Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach, presented by Bonsoy. And we're into the elimination round, the dreaded elimination round where stress levels are at an all-time high. Of course, for Carly Shanahan, not too much to lose coming in as the winner of the trials, but in this particular heat, there is certainly some gnarly energy for the competitors to deal with. But loving his time out there in the field is Kaipo.
All right, I'm here on the Bonsoy deck, and everyone's checking out the action. And it's time to froth with Kaipo. What am I frothing about today? I'm frothing about the surfers out the back. There's a lot of water moving. Surfers doing so much displacement of water in their turns in those cupped out sections. Of course, they need to get their feet in the wax, not get unstuck, and the boards often look spicy. What am I frothing about? Surf commentator terminology. That's what I'm talking about. I just fit 5 terms in one sentence. I think it's a new record. Frothing, that's another term for you too.
Good on you, Kipes. Loving his time out in the lineup, loving his time on the Bonsoy deck there, overlooking the lineup. It's a great view of the Bells Bowl, and we are seeing a lot of water displaced. Nadia Aristabe getting herself right into this heat with her last ride. It came through at a 5.27. She's in the heat. Pressure on Vahine now to bank a decent score to maintain pace with the front runners in this elimination round clash. Let's have a look at the replay of that ride. She does have a fantastic backhand.
Yeah, just been using it to her advantage all over the place. The Challenger Series, she's done so well, but to watch her really start to work this place out and find a little bit more of a critical section there. She's been sitting for a long time, wanting to get her campaign started. She's had sub-1 rides before this wave, so that's got to feel good. Just hearing that you've got that 5, kind of start to release that pressure a little bit.
Yeah, she's capable of a lot more as well, Nadia. Strong talent, a lot of success as an amateur over there in Europe, and has been strong on the Challenger Series for a couple of years now. Great to see her get these opportunities in the Championship Tour events. But she'll want to back that 5.27 up pretty quickly. It looks like her Vahine's got a very strong vertical backhand approach she can go to. Betty Lou has a huge opportunity here to move much further ahead of her rivals. Unable to climb up on the second section of this wave, but let's see if she can make up for it now. The wave flattens out for a moment. This is good transition work, but not really the steep sections that are going to help her turn in a massive number. She might need a huge finish here. Gaining some speed now. Digs in on the final section, kicks the tail. And that is a real score saver, that turn. That wave was kind of just fading away. The volume was being turned down the way she rode down the line, but she amped things up at the end.
2 things salvaged that wave. It was definitely that opening maneuver, kind of missed that all through the middle there, but definitely the best was that last move, and the judges loved that. I think with that finishing strong, it's going to couple nicely with her 6.17.
Yeah, I was actually surprised on that final section there, but let's see what she did outside. Beautiful snap, clean face. I just thought here, oh, maybe she could have gotten up. Was just maybe a second behind, and then she does that rail work all the way through the inside, transitioning, keeping the board speed up just by literally transitioning from rail to rail, S-turning all the way through. Patience right now, knowing that it's going to stand up again, and watch how fast whips that final turn. Really stomps on the tail and squirts out of it with a lot of speed. Drifting over that foamy section and regains control. It's a real bookend type of a wave, that one.
Good start, wasn't it? But like you said, Rosie, a bit of downtime. But, you know, the best out here in transition, you know, don't lose any of that flow. You see some people almost disengage with the wave at different times. They'll start looking out the back and they're not in it. And Betty Lou, even though she wasn't getting major moves done, even in those little linking turns, she was still right in that wave.
Yeah, she kept her knees bent. She was anticipating that big end. You could tell there was that rock boil through the face of the wave. She knew it was going to steepen up. And even, I think, you could add to that that she had that little bit of frustration that came out on that last turn, knowing that she missed that outside section. But yeah, the first turn, really liked it, and then banking the last.
Solid set here coming through the lineup, just braking on the outside part of the reef. Potential ride, no. Just the other thing too to note is, you know, we used to see surfers sort of decades ago, rather than weaving, they'd bounce a lot, you know, and I always think it looks better when you're just keeping your speed by keeping that board moving and transitioning from rail to rail, rather than just sort of hopping up and down trying to make the section.
The Huntington hop.
The Huntington hop.
Well, you, back in the day, Rich, you guys were riding elf slippers. They were like single water skis, those boards. There's so much rocker. They weren't that flat. You had to get the pistons going just to survive that mid portion of the ride. Boards have kind of...
They've evolved.
They've evolved.
They've definitely evolved.
Flattened out a little bit faster. Surfers have refined their equipment for the perfect amount of volume without losing that freedom once they're to their feet. As we see Vahine, I love the way she was loading up there, but just a wobble off the bottom threw her off time.
I'm feeling for Vahine right now. She had priority. She was paddled hard for that wave, and you could tell that she was already off the section that she needed to be on. It's so tricky. We spoke about her getting the third in Abu Dhabi. Obviously, she's dropped down to 11th spot on the rankings, and she's just struggling a little bit. I think she struggled in El Salvador, and that's carried on here in this lineup at Bells. Hopefully she can rectify that with the 9 minutes remaining. I'd love to see her just get a wave, get something where she can open up and do the brand of surfing.
Well, this is her first trip to the elimination round too, all year. So, you know, I'm sure she's sort of wrestling with the demons in her mind at the moment, because she hasn't been able to, she only busted out of that third round once for a big finish. And it has been a bit of a slide down the ratings for her over the past couple of events. So she'd be super nervous at the moment. I think that we're seeing that. Just looking like she got a little desperate there, and kind of wave selection went out the window.
Yeah, and we have a couple of different swells in the lineup at the moment. We're seeing these waves with a little bit more east in them that are coming straight on. They're not breaking down the reef as much. It's those swell lines that have got a bit more of that south-southeast direction on them. You know, true south, that are coming from deep in the bight and are coming right around and wrapping through the coast. And they're the ones that just sort of travel perfectly along the Bells Reef.
Just under 8 minutes to go. Let's get caught up with the winner of that last elimination round heat with Vaughan.
Luana, these elimination rounds, oh, they're no fun to surf in, but the good news is you're very, very good at getting through them.
Yeah, maybe it's like a good wake-up call for me. I don't know, but I don't want to keep surfing them. They're like pretty nerve-wracking and frustrating. Yeah, next event, let's just get a round 1 win. But this felt good too.
Yeah, and as you say, you know, it can be a bit of a wake-up call. That one big turn in there, just for really what was a one-turn wave, is the kind of thing you can build on, because you know that a good score for that turn can actually mean a great score if you get a bit more opportunity.
Yeah, I didn't realize the score was going to come out as it did. I'm really happy that it did come out that way. The turn felt great. Unfortunately, the wave didn't allow for more, which is a bummer, but that one felt pretty good.
I heard Ronnie say during that heat, you know, this is a wave that really suits your strengths. Do you feel that way?
I do. I mean, out there it felt like wild sunset. I grew up surfing the point and the middle like my whole life. I live like right down the road, so it kind of feels familiar territory. I'm pretty comfortable out there.
Excellent. Well, congratulations. That's a nervous one out of the way yet again, and some good surfing as well. Plenty to look forward to in the coming rounds.
Yes, thank you. And I just want to give a shout out to my mom, my dad, my brother watching at home, and my grandma. Yeah.
Thanks, Luana. Congrats.
Thank you.
Yeah, much happier looking Luana Silva. And as Vaughan said, something to really build on. Big individual turns. Gets those combinations happening here at the Bells Bowl, and it's going to result in excellent scores. It's just under 6 minutes remaining here, and there's been a bit of a delamination from Vying from the start of this heat. Hasn't made the opportunities count with priority. We know how talented she is. She is a CT winner, so she knows what it takes to overcome the best, but she's sort of fighting with a tricky run of results through the past couple of events, it feels like, and also trying to figure out a new location on you know, one of its trickiest days.
Surfing's just, I mean, it's just such an illustration of how hard surfing can be. Here we go, Vying up and riding.
Yeah, climbs up over the foam for the first section. And this is a bit more like it. There's a nice carve, so a decent combo to get this ride started. Again, is able to flex on that rail and carve through these turns. Has a nice flow going, so regathering herself beautifully here to give herself a shot coming into the final 5 minutes. Can she put the finish on this one? Oh, throws the board up and can't complete. It is such a tricky section to finish. And we saw earlier for Betty Lusakura-Johnson a nice steep oncoming section coming her way. And for Vying, she got to the end and it was just a mess.
It was hard on the backhand there, just in 2 minds, just nice work that she got done on the outside. It's all about finishing it off, and you can tell even the reaction from Brent Power and her dad on the stairs. They just were so looking forward to her finishing off that complete ride. A little bit hung up there again, and now she starts to just do the type of surfing that we're used to seeing from Vying, but you can tell she's trying to figure this wave out as she's going along and going through the motions.
Yeah, I think same thing, Rich. You know, some decent work done on the outside, and you come to the inside, you want to put a big finish on it, but you've kind of just got to surf the section for what it is, and it just felt like she pushed a little too hard there.
That's all it was. She just overcooked it a little bit. This is Nadia outside, just gets clobbered, unfortunately. Just missed timing the lip as it came down behind her. She'll try and shake that one off because well, it looks like Vying has actually jumped up into that second place. Nadia back down in third, but really there's nothing in it, only needing that 2.53 to advance. And we're getting down to these final few minutes, so crunch time.
The less impressive the work is on the Bells Bowl, the more impressive the work has to be on the inside section to get yourself a decent number. And now that's illustrated in the 3.8 for Vying, because it wasn't too bad, the outside work. She didn't tee off on the first section, but there was some nice little carves there after it.
Well, it was you'd have to think it was potentially a 5 that she turned into a 3.8.
And I think just keeping that perspective is the fact that you got to stay in that top 2, and right now Vying's done that job. She's found herself in that advancing situation, but now it's about paying that defense, maybe looking at where Nadia is sitting. Although you're back in the pack of priority, you can definitely start to edge in and make your presence known and just try and control a little bit of the heat as we wind it down.
Well, it's about forcing decisions at this point, putting pressure on, making your opponent second guess a wave potentially that they may not be confident in. If you look at it, you make a motion to go, then all of a sudden you're going, oh, what are they seeing that I'm not? So she really kind of needs to get in the face right now in these final 2 minutes.
Let's dive into the GWM recap. Betty Lusakura-Johnson has been in control since banking this 6.17.
Yeah, great wave here for Betty Lou. This was clearly the best wave of the heat so far. It stood up out the back. Some rail work and then a clean finish. And this is Nadia's best wave. So tags that first foam section. This wave has a little double up crease in it. She negotiates that well. Nice and tight in the pocket on the backhand. Squares up for the final turn. And again, Betty Lusakura just attacking on those outside sections. And we know that the judges will always reward that commitment. Bringing these waves all the way through. And just hammer time on that final closeout manoeuvre.
So just over a minute to go, and pressure on Vying, but also on Nadia as well. Even though she's got a 5.27, Nadia needs a 2.53. And it requires a couple of solid turns. She's picked off a wave. This will be her last shot at it, you'd think. Needs to roll through to the inside and maybe add some extras to really make it count. Doing a pretty good job under pressure here at the moment. Drives into that final section. Solid hit, gets the completion.
2.53.
Yeah, clean rail surfing. I mean, even if we got to second guess ourselves, but I still think she's going to get that 2.53 just with the ending of that wave. She went through the motions. She did a couple things on the outside, but definitely the make of that last maneuver is what's going to count.
Oh, Vahina's just all over this lineup at the moment. She just came from that inside section where a pretty nice little wall is reeling on through. She's trying to chase down any opportunity she can find here at the moment as we get to the 10-second mark. It doesn't look like it's going to happen for her here, Rich.
No, you'd have to think that perhaps we're going to see Nadia jump up into the advancing position here, and Vahine just getting left a little short on her wave count, just unable to really find that quality wave at the end. We're still waiting on scores, so nothing official yet. But as you said, Ro, I think it's that final turn. Okay, so it's a smaller inside wave. Comes around this section, little snap, check turn, gets to this second bowley section. So she hasn't really squared up on any of the turns so far. So at this point, I'm not convinced it's a 2.5. But then she gets this little final hit in. This wave hits that shelf, she squares up, and that was actually the best turn of the ride.
Yeah, I think she salvaged it on that end turn, but like I said, it's going to be kind of in that range. But what a way to hold your nerve, too, when you need that 2.53 to hold your composure while you're going on that wave and finish it off. Was well done to Nadia. We'll see what the judges think and if it turns the situation.
A frustrating heat for Vahine, too. High wave count, rode the most waves, but just couldn't generate the scores.
It was sort of scrappy all round. Betty Lou did well, a couple of really nice scores, but Vahine and Nadia, there was desperation from basically the opening few minutes.
So just waiting to make it official. I think there's some comparisons being made, and probably the big comparison is to Vahine's 3.8, a bigger wave, some decent rail work on the outside. The judges, they're going to be comparing those two rides on the scale. Nadia's wave, a bit smaller. Didn't really tee off on the outside. Like Rich said, probably the best turn came on the shore break. And you could see there was some nerves there in just finishing that wave off.
I wonder if she thinks she's got it or not.
Well, that number's come through.
Wow.
And it's not too often you see these competitors celebrate a 2.73. But that one means a lot.
We've seen a couple of get out of jail free cards handed out today. I think we've just seen another one.
It wasn't free, Rich. She worked for it.
No, she did work for it. But, well, I mean, she could have needed a much bigger assignment.
Absolutely.
At this point in the heat. And, you know, she's lucky that she scrapped late and got the score that she needed. Unfortunately for Vahine, she's out of the event.
She'll be looking back on that heat and identifying a few mistakes that she made. Nadia's going to survive, only just, but Betty Lou, big smile on her face because it was a strong performance. And we're now gearing up to get into the elimination round for the men. We'll be taking a quick break here, and when we return, we're going to bring in the voice of surfing, Joe Tapel and Felicity Parmentier, to keep the conversation going.
belts it off the lip again.
The countdown is on for the all-new GWM Aussie treble.
Can you believe it? The crowd goes bananas.
The world's top surfers will battle it out at 3 iconic events: Bells Beach, Gold Coast, and Margaret River in a game-changing series. Who will rise to the top and drive away with a GWM Tank 300? Watch every wave, every moment live at worldsurfleague.com.
The elimination round continues on this onshore afternoon here at Bells Beach. Remember, this is the first stop of the GWM Aussie Treble. You can get more information on worldsurfleague.com. Pretty exciting 3-stop series from here to Burleigh to Margaret River. A lot to look forward to as we're here in this amazing country of Australia. Joe Chappelle with Felicity Palmatier, who enjoyed time on the CT. Loved watching her in the Eddie Aikau event this year as well. But this is the afternoon where we're making some eliminations. Tough one there that just ended, sending Vahine Fierro up to the Gold Coast a bit early.
Yeah, it is super tough, and I guess she's going to know that, right? She's not going to be happy with her performance. You could see it when she was coming in. I mean, she's doing the righty and signing the autographs, but you could see it on her face. I mean, it's a disappointing result as we see Matt get to work early in this one.
McGillivray off the final in El Salvador. Flew up the rankings by about 14 spots. Knows how important it is to get out of this elimination round. Just turns into an automatic throwaway. Nice weaving to set up a vertical hit. Got through that little rail catch to now set up an inside bowl. He's got a lip coming at him. He can crack it shut. Nice pace and rhythm for the man from Jeffreys Bay, South Africa. And he's just been building his profile at Bells Beach from a quarterfinal a couple of years ago, semifinals last year. Let's see if he can make the final this season. And it'd be a great run from this elimination round. Tough for him to be here, but off to a good start. Taking on 2 guys in the rookie class.
Yeah, 2 guys in the rookie class. Jackson, I mean, you can see the seed down there, number 19, but I mean, for me, Edgar Grosjean, obviously with the most work to do right now. I mean, this is sort of do or die for him. We're getting closer to that looming cut, and I mean, he's right down the bottom now, so he's going to be thinking about that as we look to this replay here of Matt. And I mean, he goes to town here. Great wave selection, straight off the bat. I mean, straight up into the lip. Big first turn. Already probably piquing the interest of the judges. Just weaves through this inside section, but I mean, he's, like you said, Joe, he is developing that sort of affinity for bells and, you know, that big open face that we love to watch him carve through as he brings it through to the inside. Gets another crack up into the lip, and things are looking good for Matty. Early signs in this heat so far. I mean, just the timing and the pace there. Didn't need to rush it. He just really waited for that last section to present itself and, yeah, finished strong.
Matty McGillivray was in the heat with one of his good friends, Liam O'Brien, and also the reigning Bells champion, Cole Hauschman. Ended up with a 9.46 combined total. There's Lobby there. Also Jam, Matty's girlfriend, who is so happy celebrating that final appearance back at Punta Roca. But yeah, Matty's such a great Bells surfer. Has nice patience and precision, and kicks off with a 6.17.
That's a good score. That's going to be feeling really nice. I mean, you're on the back of the ski. Maybe he can hear that, maybe he can't. He's obviously got the Apple Watch on, so who'll know. But, I mean, it just feels so good. Elimination round as well to get that early, nice, strong start to the heat. And, yeah, just really consistent surfing. I mean, he was surfing good in that his opening round heat. It was a really close heat, that one, with Cole, and obviously not making it through. But, yeah, great start for Matt.
So if you look at their totals from what they turned in earlier today, Matty would be winning off your numbers from your opening round. 9.46 combined total. Second would have been Edgard, 8.87. Jackson Bunch had an 8.67 combined total, so some similarities there. Jackson had a 5.17, which was the highest single score out of this 3-pack from the opening round. Jackson stayed in third because he was in that battle with Griffin, Colapinto, and Kanoe Igarashi, looking super smooth this morning. And then Edgard had to deal with Jordy Smith, who's got all the momentum in the world.
coming into stop 5 and throwing George Pitar. You can see how crazy all these heats are in the opening round.
Yeah, opening round's tough. I mean, there is no easy heats. We hear everyone talk about it all the time, you know. And I think if you can get that first or second and skip this round, I mean, it's just one less job that you have to go through. And I mean, this afternoon today, we've said it all day, it's tricky conditions. As we see this set sort of roll through, 2 surfers having a look.
Driving hard into that section is Edgard Grosjean going straight down. And now in a better position for some open faces, Jackson Bunch with a big windup and a smash on the backhand. The 21-year-old steps off after 1 major. So Ed with the fall. Jackson will have the advantage there with a single maneuver opportunity. Saw him changing up his equipment a little bit in the warm-up the other day. I saw him with a JS, sometimes with the surfboards from Glenn Minami. Yeah, tough fall for Edgard, but how about this one from Jackson?
Timing does not get any better. It does not get better. I mean, the acceleration that he came out of that turn, here we go, let's have a look. Super slow-mo here. He hit it right in the apex of that oncoming section. It's a fine line when you hit those oncoming sections. You know, too late, it's all over. Too early, it doesn't look quite right. And I mean, that's the definition of perfection. It was just such good timing. Unfortunately, it was just the one section, but I'm pretty interested to see where they go with that, just that one turn and that for the score. I'm interested to see.
Jackson Bunch, a quick study, quickly learning and watching the goofy footers' success throughout the day today, especially from Cole Hauschman, knowing the history here of the few goofy footers that have won. It was really about the Australian world champs, you know, that were grabbing the big bell, from Tommy Carroll, Damian Hardman, Barton Lynch. They all got bells victories in a very similar period of time where they were not only representing for the goofy footers around the world, but also in the country of Australia, just having that many world champs. We think about the Brazilian storm we've been living through. You know, that was a bit of a storm from down under at the time. Quick rip off the top for Bunch, and getting nice and tight and compact when he went upside down on the second effort. That was cool. Single maneuver was a 4.33 as he's now trying to pick a finishing direction. Maybe go forehand. Of course the goofy finds a little frontside tail waft into reverse. Thank you, Mr. Bunch.
Wow, so good. I mean, that last score dropped through for just that single maneuver, right? 4.33. That's a giant score for one maneuver. He cracked a couple out the back on the bowl in succession. We'll get back to that. Looks like Edgard.
Grosjean from Santos in Brazil. Seeing if he could create a major moment like JB just did. Quick fade section down the line. He just frames it up with style and steps off. Now into McGillivray. Precise, big power hook on the forehand. What a weapon. Just sometimes a single maneuver will just throw all the water out of the tank here. Bells keeps you honest. And Matty's a truthful man, isn't he? Off the bottom and hits it right in front of Ed, and he's going to hang on to that one.
Very good, Joey. Very good. There's something about a well-timed power carve that just gets me excited. It's my favorite thing to watch. It really is. It just, that and a roundhouse cutback, they're just so beautiful. Like, you know, sure, okay, you could argue that sometimes big airs, you know, they're super exciting, you know, awe-inspiring, but in the barrel. But when someone really lays the board on rail, I don't know, a traditionalist style of surfing, it just gets me excited, Joey.
Oh, and it's a tradition to celebrate rail surfing at Bells. You know, that's one thing that has survived through all the changes in the sport and will always remain the same, is celebrating beautiful, powerful lines here on the bowl. We'll start the replay series with Jackson Bunch.
Yeah, so Jackson there, just good redirect up into the lip, but this turn here, boom, big hit on the backhand. Well timed again. I mean, impeccable, really. I can't fault it. And then when he comes through to the inside here, I just love the goofy the goofy brain is on. He's like, no, no, no. We're going left here. And he just goes straight up into the lip. Nice air reverse. There was just no problems for him. He was always making this. It just seemed like just the awareness in the air. Just like cat-like reflexes. Just looks so limber, you know. It makes my knees look so... I get sore knees watching that, you know. I'm like, oh, my knees would not fare well with that. Yeah.
And then right into Edgard.
Yeah, so Edgard, obviously nice big slash out the back. Gets another little rebound here. Lining up for something on the inside. He does get this little finish. Sort of works his way through. It's a nice tail drift there, so he's got a score on the board now. But yeah, this one from Matt, I mean, let's see it. Drops straight down into that next session. That's probably one of the best well-timed carves, in my opinion, today, just as a single maneuver itself. Really nice to watch. So you've got the two big turns out the back in the bowl. Things get a little bit sleepy here on the inside, but he just does... The transition from Matt through this section is really nice to watch. It's not so hoppy, it's just more flowy as we see Jackson.
Just disappearing through that backside snap. Getting out there quickly for wave number 3. So Jackson with his first fall, but fresh off a 6.5. Remember, single maneuver for Jackson, 4.33 before that. Edgard's best score of 5.57. So things are building quickly. The intensity of this elimination round is real. If you lose in this round, you're in third. You get a 33rd place result, something that Edgard got in Punta Roca. In fact, his third straight showing in the elimination round. He survived the others, but he knows how damaging that could be for your rankings. Edgard at the moment in second, but we haven't seen that second score for McGillivray, which probably is the best of the heat so far. And there it is, 7.10. McGillivray to first, Jackson to second. Edgard now needs a 5.27 as he holds priority. More waves on the way. It's Ed's turn. If he's in position, he has made a committed paddle for it, and the Brazilian's up. Now starting to drive off the bottom. Quick little redirect. Extending the bottom turn, big section. Edgard meets it well. And now laying really low just in case he's gonna earn a little inside track. Looks like it's starting to clear for him. Great patience for Grosjean and a cool, stylish finishing move that he will celebrate through. Finding a bonus little hammer there. The advantage of the Red Bull ski is you can milk this thing all the way to the beach if you want and get whipped out the back quickly. Right there, Ed's chasing a 5.27.
That, and you know, he's taken off on the wave, he's made the commitment and used priority, so he may as well roll the dice all the way to the end. Jabs it up in the pocket, he kind of cuts that turn a little bit short, but that turn there, I mean, that was a big section. He hit it, oncoming, really tricky to read, brings it through to the inside, gets the layback jam too. So there were two big moments on that. You had the one big moment out the back, you had that one layback jam on the inside, and you know, at the moment he's just trying to improve. He only got a 0.8 on the board and he's chasing a 5.27. You know, is it sort of similar to, you make comparisons to his 5.57? But I mean, for me personally, if you could just get that, the first time where he jabbed it a little bit too short, it was a very tricky section to read, but job well done as we see Jackson.
Jackson, another backside hammer. His timing's been brilliant. Even on single maneuver sections, he could find improvement. He's gonna lay low, already checking out what's on the horizon, and he will step off. Jackson chasing the lead off Matthew McGillivray, also trying to protect second from Edgard Grosjean. Both getting some numbers in from the panel. Priority is with Matthew McGillivray. Now let's hear from the winner of the last heat, Betty Lou. Sakura Johnson is with Vaughn.
Betty Lou, elimination rounds, they're so frustrating, but they are really satisfying to get through.
Yeah, elimination rounds are the round that you would want to avoid for sure. But yeah, definitely happy to get through that, and I think I needed that. I think I needed another chance out here at Bell's, and just to get back in that rhythm.
Yeah, I mean, you've obviously got more experience than the other two competitors, being rookies their first trip here. Is that a bit nerve-wracking sometimes, not knowing what your opponent's capable of in that Bells Bowl lineup?
I wouldn't say that, no. I would think just of more of myself and be like, I'm confident. I've been here more than the other girls, and I know this place more just because I've had the experience over the past few years. But just know that I can kind of just base myself off that.
I love that confidence. That's so cool. Next heat will be against Caroline Marks, obviously a great rival of yours.
Yeah, Caroline, she's awesome. Good friends of her, and yeah, I'm really excited. I think we'll have a good battle.
And I think also, based on that performance, you're taking some good momentum into that heat as well.
Thank you so much.
Congratulations. We'll see you in that next round.
Yes, sounds good. Thanks, guys.
Thank you, Vaughn. Betty Lou, Sakura Johnson into the next round, and knowing that she's had the experience, when you really think about it, she's such a phenom, accomplishing so much so quick. You know, specifically that Haleiwa Challenger Series win. Right there, people were making world title calls, you know, and then she had to deal with falling off at the cut, getting back on tour, you know, winning the US Open, you know, and now she's realizing she's building momentum, and that dream is still alive. 11.84 combined total for that win over the Goofy Foots, and now you can check out the entire round on worldsurfleague.com, the round of 16, and make sure your fantasy team doesn't have any friendly fire. You can check the matchups out, make sure you have no one surfing against each other, build that team, stack it up. You still have time on the men's side for fantasy points. Maddie providing over 50 points on fantasy for Bells last year when he went all the way to the semifinals. So you definitely want to make sure you don't have anyone losing this afternoon on your team. And that's the surfers in third place. Just a little heads up, which will help your team as well. Heat 2 of this round won't be running today. Unfortunately, Ramsey had the injury this morning in the heat with Italo and Xavier Huxtable. So that's going to be a bye for Imai and Joel Vaughn. They will be already set up into the round of 32. So after this, we'll go right into heat number 3 of the elimination round. 15:30 to go here. Big number in for McGillivray on his second effort, 7.10. Finding a nice rhythm and flow. He's up again. Set up wrap. He's set himself up for a nice section to fly through. Now with a lot of speed and absolute hammer of a tail chuck. McGillivray pulls it off.
That's so exciting, right? It's so exciting when they do the disappearing act and they come back.
Now Edgar's turn. There's his chunky section there. Everyone talking about how much they love a little onshore flow at Bells. Drives into that with a little layback drift. Holds the line well to punch out the finish and can't hang on. Transitions are so chewy here, aren't they? You can really enjoy them. And that one, he came out of that turn so brilliantly and just held his rail. The hard part, though, is seeing him go down.
Yeah, I think, let's break down Matt's wave first. I mean, he scratches to get into this one. Sort of a setup turn here to belt this first section. Nice flow over that. But this is the turn that got us super excited. Big fin release. Looks like he was almost down for the count, but reappears, so. And then, wow, okay. Ed just must have been utilizing priority there on this one. Bit of a down carve, sets up for this more bowly section here. Whacks it up into the lip. And then trying to find this little down track. He's trying to find that bowly section of the wave. And gets the layback jam, a little bit of a tail slide. And then just a bit late to that last section. But wow, I mean, Matt's far out. He really impressed me. That was so exciting watching that.
Gosh, and he is just building on his scoreline, going from strength to strength. Maybe just building his rhythm in the first round as we go to the Stone and Wood slow-mo. How about this?
Oh, this is the angle I wanted to see. I wanted to see how critical it was. And you can just see that, I mean, he released all the fins, completely disappearing here in the foam. But he maintains control. He's still centered over his board. He does such a good job there. I mean, wow, there's so much energy, so much foam, and he's so compressed, just holding on. It's a fine line here, whether you ride out with control or you don't, and whether the judges deem that or not, you know, because we've seen surfers ride out and they're sort of wrestling with that foam ball, and it's like, hang on a second, you were wrestling with this thing a bit too long. It didn't really look like you had control, and you're not rewarded. But Matt, on the other hand, just then total contrast, rode out with control and throwing in the big score.
Well said, Flick. Yeah, total balance of control when you're throwing everything at it. Well done for McGillivray. 7.43 for this beautiful wave, including a tail chalk hammer. More to come after this Bonsoy brew break.
I'm starving right now. Where can we refuel?
Right here is my favourite spot, the Can in Torquay. It has really good food, and not only that, it's right across the road from the beach. So
Can't beat that.
You can't beat that. There's so much good food around here, hey, like.
Yeah, Victoria has the best food.
It does. Such a good spot for lunch or dinner, hey.
Every single dish that we had was so delicious. I'm definitely gonna come back here. Now I think it's time for dessert.
If you run into Isabella Nichols and Aaron Brooks around this area, you're probably in the right place at the right time. Great places to eat and hang out and relax all throughout Victoria and Torquay and Janjuk. Loving our time around here. A really cool story with Aaron Brooks and Isabella Nichols being besties, you know, on their run on the Challenger Series together, qualifying for the championship tour together for Aaron, a rookie debut for Isabella, is returning to the tour, and they're having the most fun behind the scenes as well.
They might not be having fun very soon, Joey. Facing off together, round of 16, heat 6.
Oh my goodness.
Holy smokes.
Let's go.
What do you reckon?
They bring the best out of each other, don't they?
They will. They will.
My goodness. Look forward to that. Check out the draw. Pick out your favorite heats. This heat continues to provide big moments. Right now, it's Edgard trying to avoid a 33rd. He got one of those at Punta Roca, and he was ripping too. He actually posted a big combination of turns. He was happy with his surfing, just ended up getting knocked out. Jackson Bunch is just lighting up sections, being the backsider out there, and a rookie. 6.5 for a combination of turns that included a little left reform blowtail nose pick that he pulled off. And Maddie's just giving us that just precision and power. Rail work on the bowl. Long wall for a long haul for Matthew McGillivray. He's caught 3 waves, and he just continues to improve on every decision.
It's the fin chuck hammer for me. That was the money. That was money. Just so critical. Put it all on the line. Rewarded with a big score.
You can check out the live rankings on worldsurfleague.com. Like we were talking about before with Jackson Bunch coming into this event 19th. He dropped a few spots after an early loss, and El Sal but he's dropped a few more on the live rankings as surfers are progressing. You can see that heat after heat with the results as you follow their journey through the GWM Aussie Treble and also the mid-season cut that's approaching at stop 7. A lot on the line for that GWM Aussie Treble. The GWM Take 300 will be given away. Beautiful vehicle that we've seen on site here. 4x4. Be perfect for this part of the world.
Very good in Western Australia, that car would go. A lot of four-wheel drive tracks, you could take that down. Very well suited. Could do a trip across Australia.
Oh, for sure.
From Bells to Margate.
You're driving.
Sure.
Von Blakey always seems to be in the best company as he's watching this event. Where's he at?
Oh, mate, it wouldn't be the Rip Curl Pro at Bells Beach, presented by Bonsoy, without a visit from the Geelong Cats. Man, we got Sam, Grind, Mark, and Ollie here with us. Epic game last night. Didn't get the win, but far out. How good does it feel to run out on the G when it's chockers, mortal enemies on the other side, and you're just up for it?
No, we actually did get the win. It was good. We did get
oh, you did get the win. Sorry.
So we're up and
I watched that game too. Sorry.
No, we're up and about today, so it's always good beating them down at the G. It was a great atmosphere, as you could have told.
It was a great win, actually. Sorry about that. But Grind, how are you feeling, mate? That was kind of a little bit of a blank at the end of the game there.
Yeah, just had a little nap on the G for a little bit, but I'm all good now and actually recovered really well overnight, so positive signs early.
Unreal. And what do you guys make of the action down here at the Rip Curl Pro this morning?
Oh, we love it. It's good to get rolling and see this man go to work this morning. He was a big fan of us last night, so it was good to see him get the heat win this morning.
Yeah, he teed off, didn't he?
Bloody-o.
Just like you blokes last night. Al, what did you make of these guys in action in front of that giant crowd?
Yeah, it was pretty mental. It was like one of the biggest stadiums I've ever been to, and the footy game, that was my first time. So yeah, psyched to see these guys get the game going and take the win, and yeah, stoked to be here surfing and cruising with the boys.
Unreal. And Marky, mate, have you been down and watched Bell's finals before?
Yeah, I've been a few times. It's always good when they don't run over the Easter weekend. We play Monday, then we get a couple of days off. So we tend to come down every year. We'll love to see Al go well, and our local boy Abe as well. I want to see him do really well.
Good on you, fellas. Well, enjoy the rest of the weekend. Congratulations on a famous win, an unforgettable win, some would say. And yeah, best of luck for the rest of the season. Looks fantastic.
Good. Thank you. Thanks.
On you, lads.
Awesome. That was epic, Vano. Thank you so much to the Geelong Cats enjoying this heat right now. Jackson Bunch getting applauded by his coach, Gabe Garcia, his support crew there, along with Crosby Colapinto and Scotty Hammonds. Doing a great job there. Yeah, it's part of the tradition of this event. Surfers head out to see the Geelong Cats play against the Hawks. Always happens during this time of year as we look at Edgard Grosjean. Important wave for him, passing the 5-minute warning. Still chasing a 5.27. But Jackson looked fired up. We'll see if he improves as well.
I mean, Jackson wave selection, amazing. Let's break it down. Let's have a look what damage got done here. It's a big, beautiful open face, drives around that section. I mean, this turn here for me, this was absolute money, hits it perfectly, comes around and so late to that last turn, but somehow sticks it. So 3 turns sort of out the back, bigger wave on the bowl. Is he going to improve?
Jackson Bunch certainly will improve. At 6.5 earlier, this one almost the same. 6.47, and he didn't even have to chase a little inside left throw tail reverse. His backhand's looking very fiery this afternoon as we focus in on the GWM recap. Rookie on tour, 21 years of age, having a blast on the bowl this afternoon.
Yeah, having a blast, and I mean that turn right there just demonstrating the one word that comes to my mind, precision. I think timing is everything when it comes to surfing out here on the bowl, and Jackson is doing a good job of that. I mean, I just love the little flair of deciding to go left and getting that air rev, but for me, Matt just keeps going from strength to strength out here. I mean, look at the wave he's selected there, just allowing those sort of turns where he can really lay the board on rails, locking in the first 7.1, and then, I mean, this turn here, drives around that section. For me, tail chuck, hammer, That move right there was the money. That's how he got that 7.43. So Matt just really out there with a very commanding lead at the moment with those couple of sevens.
It feels like a slow dance, but with a hammer drop at the same time when you're watching these guys roll on the wall, especially with McGillivray. It's like all about that patience and just knowing when to wind up and give it everything you got. You know, if you're off by just any second, you know, it's going to be obvious. And at this level, score can just drop considerably if you're just off pace. McGillivray putting on a show this afternoon. Just so dominant at the moment as he's looking to keep his run going to the round of 32. Jackson right behind him. So for Matty, it's at 7s, Jackson at 6s, and for Edgard, he's got 4s and 5s. When you got numbers like that, it's a very clear separation for the judges. Really keeping it from first to second to third. On paper, it looks like they've got a pretty easy shot at their comparisons.
Yeah, for sure. I think it's easy to break it down when we saw that recap, you know. I mean, Matt straight away, just big turns and great wave selection, great pace on the wave. Jackson, great timing. Beautiful timing. He hasn't necessarily got the length of the ride as what, you know, Matt's had, and he's been able to do a succession of turns. I mean, the last one we did see Jackson get those 3 turns, he's rewarded a little bit higher. But Ed, just for me, just slightly, I think his timing's been a little bit off and maybe just in that wrong rotation with priority and then not being able to choose the waves that he wants. You know, that wave selection maybe just that little bit off. He's been surfing good on the ones he's got, but if he's going to want to match it with Jackson and Matt, he's probably going to need to, I mean, he's got priority at the moment, so minute 20 on the clock, we'll see what he can get done.
Jackson Bunch on the wind-up. Big vertical whip, perfectly timed from the youngest man on tour. All patience coming around the corner. And now getting in there for a finishing move and just unfortunately not riding out. So we saw Matty go up and down for the first time. Jackson taking the next wave. All just trying to keep Ed off those opportunities. But now the Brazilian has priority and 40 seconds to try to turn it, needing a 7.4. It would almost basically be the same as Matty's best wave, if he can do it. Certainly has the ability. It's just about getting the right type of wave to give us a buzzer beater. Remember, it's not heat 2 up next, it'll be heat 3. Ramsey getting injured in the water this morning. Joel Vaughn and Imai already moving through to the round of 32. And the clock winding down, a tough one for Edgard Grosjean, losing in back-to-back events in the elimination round from Punta Roca here to Bells Beach. And now he will start preparing for the Gold Coast. And Matty McGillivray is going to try to prepare for another final series appearance here at Bells. Phenomenal performance there. Jackson Bunch right behind him in second. And this onshore day at Bells looking really rippable for the last couple of heats of the day. We'll have Marco Mignot and Seth Moniz in the water with David Silva. We'll take a quick break. Back for more right after this.
Driving through a second rock, small wave, it's still super clean. It's
Welcome back to the show. This was earlier today. Ramsey Bookham in his opening round heat, making his way in. Fell awkwardly on the reef on the inside, and he's injured his knee. And you can see not comfortable, all braced up. We've got more updates coming, but he's off to get scans that will reveal the extent of the damage. But as a result, he won't be here for heat number 2 of the elimination round. That will see Joel Vaughan and Imai Kalani de Volt get the jump on through to that 3rd round, and we'll be moving straight into heat number 3 of the elimination round here. Marco Migno, Seth Moniz and David Silva will be fighting it out for a place in the next round. All 3 surfers hovering around that cut line here at stop number 5, and in need of a big result. This wave during the break, Ronnie Blakey with Richie Lovett and Vaughan. And Rich, take us through this one for Seth.
Yeah, Seth just winding up on the outside section. The wave stands up in front of him, and Seth just tags it, gets some fin release, and already looks in a little bit more form compared to his first opening heat this morning. Still going, still points to milk out of this wave. Brings it all the way through in this high tide section. Often stands up right on the shore. And Seth gets the backhand hammer to finish off.
Yeah.
Before running out of water.
Impressive start for Seth, looking to turn things around here. Not what you'd call an enjoyable opening round effort from him, but a 5 to kick things off here. Vaughan, good to see you, mate. Been doing a great job out in the field there.
G'day, Ron. Thanks very much. Happy to be here, frothing. Yeah, always.
Enjoying it. These are going to be a couple of interesting heats. We know that the pressure's on in the elimination round, but when you look at where the 6 surfers in these last couple of heats are sitting on the rankings, here at stop number 5, it is basically a battle to get above the cut line, and a couple of them sitting within it, but the surfers chasing them down. That's who they're up against.
Yeah, it's a scary proposition right now. Tide's coming in, you know, like at low tide we had such nice scooped out faces, so many opportunities to really showcase what your best surfing could do. Right now, like that wave assess is such a bonus, especially with that little rebound on the inside. Everyone loves a roundhouse, but a good point of difference to get a really nice, sharp, explosive backhand turn out here.
Yeah, strong. And now we're going to see a response here. Well, actually, it's Seth up again, looking to back up that 5-point ride. But he's going to quit on this one. On the outside, we'll see Marco. Let's see what he can do. The rookie who's had some big moments this year. He's actually got the jump on Seth a couple of times already this season. So it might fuel him with some confidence, but that confidence wasn't on show there.
No, unfortunately, just coming unstuck on that opening turn. He was winding up for something big. And, well, I can talk from experience on this one. Surfing bells at high tide, you've really got to show some restraint because it does wobble off the top a little bit. The face of the wave, it's a little bit slopier. You talked about these beautiful low tide sort of cupped out sections, Borno. Even at low tide, you can really attack those. But at high tide, it's almost like a little bit of a conservative approach that you need to take.
And Rich, what was it like surfing in the elimination round?
Well, Ron. Yeah, I found myself there a couple of times.
They're all elimination rounds. That's what I meant.
Don't dig yourself out of a hole now, mate.
No, I'm not moonwalking away from that one.
Yeah. There was no cut in Rich's day, Ron, so it was fine. He had all year to work on those heats.
Dear.
We know that Marco's here having his first crack at Bells. It hasn't been a happy hunting ground for Seth. He's trying to change that this season. But David Silva also in a similar boat. You look at, well, Seth's run of results here. You know, leave a little to be desired. His best result was a 9th. That was in his rookie season. He's had a couple of 33rds. So Marco's certainly in with a shot here up against 2 guys who've struggled with this location. And he's up at the moment. Got a decent looking wall as he comes through to the inside, gets some release in the tail. And that's been a hallmark of his bigger performances this year, throwing some risk.
I like it. Really good wave. Bounce back, had the fall. Just gets himself on another wave within a couple of minutes and performs. Completion, high risk. and found that little gem. Just opened up right through the inside, stood up for that final manoeuvre. It's these frothy ones, the second wave of the set. Watch it start to bowl out here. Tags that first turn, streaks down the line, waits for this wave to wall up again. A nice slash on that foamy section, and then really hammers it for the final one. Gets the big fin drift, re-engages, looks to the judges. He was happy.
Climbs on the ski, back out there. Looks like Tony Ray in control of the pony there. The Red Bull ski making his way back to the takeoff zone. Marco, and with a score on the way. David Silva been a little patient. I mentioned Seth results. David Silva also counting a 9th as his best finish at this venue.
He's got the weapon, hasn't he? Like, if Bell's bowl stands up for him, that backside snap could serve him so well. But it's funny, like in these sorts of heats where the bowl isn't really giving you that opportunity, that inside shorey just becomes so crucial. Like, you've got to nail it. And that was awesome from Marco then. That was such a flary turn.
Yep, really good. You'd almost say that the natural footers have a little bit of an advantage when it starts to get a bit slopey and high tide. But let's not count out David Silva. He is an absolute weapon, one of the strongest. And he does have that ability to put it up there and do that sort of quick windscreen wiper really quickly beyond vertical. So if he gets a section, look out.
A 5.9 for the surfer representing France, Marco. He's got a good score on the board, the best of the heat so far. And while we wait for David Silva to have his first crack at the Bell's Bowl here, let's see what Kaipo's up to down there on the main stage.
What am I doing? Well, I'll tell you what I'm doing. I'm sitting on this Fat Boy e-bike. It's a scrambler. It is the deluxe edition, fit for the road or the beach. Ride it anywhere, and you can win a Fat Boy scrambler. All you gotta do is come down here, scan the QR code, enter and win. Fat Boy e-bikes. E is for electric, E is for excellent, E is for economical. All 3 E's right here with Fat Boy.
Get down there and get in the running to win the Fat Boy. Impressive looking set of wheels, and would serve you well in these parts. Great little tracks around the place. You can go adventuring around Torquay, Jan Juk, out here to Winky and Bells. Easy to find a park too. So we're yet to see David Silva tap into a solid backhand performance here, but it's a backhand that got the attention of Kelly Slater, and he got David Silva on the Slater Designs. I think he's the only surfer repping the Slater Designs boards now on the Championship Tour. And also I want to send a shout out to Kelly getting recognised at the Laureus Sporting Awards, Lifetime Achievement Award for him, I think last night. So big shout out to Kelly, who along with Mick Fanning and Mark Richards, the most winning surfers here at the Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach.
Miss him. Miss the goat. I was down in the Red Bull Athlete Zone before, and usually when you're down there and it's cold and there's a little bit of wind and onshore around, you'd see Goat in there just watching, and just having his energy around is just so cool. But no Goat this year. No bleating. He's like little trotters up and down the hill.
He's here somewhere.
He's here somewhere, isn't he?
Yeah. 24 minutes to go, and we saw David Silva up there momentarily. Didn't get a lot out of it and wasted that priority, Rich.
No, it's a big reset moment for David Silva here. And unfortunately, that first wave just got away from him. It was that wobble kind of set him off when he was trying to do that big projection floater. Basically slingshotted him out of the lip. So he'll be looking to reset quickly here. Still plenty of time on the clock, though. But he needs to stay with these guys. Seth Manise and Marco Mignon already with the 5.9, the 5 on the board. So he needs to pick up a score here.
But a fantastic day performance-wise. We've seen some real highlight moments. There's going to be plenty to break down on the Stone and Wood post show. But man, Italo just looks so rock solid again.
He's found something special this year, hasn't he? He looks like he's on another planet. His surfing is so fast, so big, it's so explosive, but not far behind him today was Morgan Sibley. He went into classic Morg's attack mode. He was so brutal. There's nothing better than watching him fang off the bottom and just go into Clubber Lang mode.
Throwing haymakers.
What's your prediction? I predict Peen.
Here we go.
Yeah, good surfing today.
On the outside, hopefully we see some more this afternoon. This heat's been a little slow to get going, but Marco, he's got the best number, 5.9, looking to back that up at the moment. And just apply some pressure to Seth Moniz, who has a bit of a shaky lead here at the moment. It's in jeopardy of being overtaken. David Silver, though, yet to drop a score of note.
I think I've just worked it out. Trying to think who Marco reminded me of, and there are shades of Luke Steadman in there. Stance, positions of the arms, and yeah.
Big flare, great surfer. 7 years on tour, Steadsy, in probably one of the most competitive eras ever in history. You know, the KS, AI, TB, Cooley Kids, etc. That's a good shout, Rich.
Yeah.
Blast off the top here for Marco. Just the one big hammer, but that would have felt good.
Yeah, Stead's semi-finaled here. I think it was 2008, the year that, or 2010, the year that Kelly threw down that huge big grab rail carve.
And I would argue that he's surfing better than he's ever surfed, Steadsy. At the moment, I had a surf with him in Byron when the big swell hit, the cyclone, and it was ripping. He was getting so drained out there. Yeah, shout out to the Steads.
On your Steads.
So Marco at the moment has just jumped into the lead. 5.9, he's backed it up with a 3. And we'll see how Seth and David Silver respond in just a moment. But right now, let's hear from a couple of our favourite South Africans. Rosie Hodge with the winner of the last heat.
Oh, bye donkey, Ronnie. Matt, you got that early lead, and just having that control over the heat was so impressive. Haven't seen much of you in the elimination round. How did the mentality change going into such a stressful one?
Yeah, the elimination round's really stressful. I was pretty nervous going in, and in the first heats with Liam and Cole, I didn't manage to get a quick start. I thought I was going to get a wave, and then Cole got on my inside and then took it, and then I was like just wasting minutes. But anyway, going into my elimination round heat, I really wanted to get that quick start and get some momentum going. I seem to have better heats when I get that first wave. And yeah, and then we just had a whole lot of waves in that heat, so it was nice. Everyone was kind of getting scores.
And do you know who you'll be matching up with in the round of 32?
No, I haven't looked yet.
Well, yourself and Griffin are going to have another round of 32 matchup. How do you feel about that?
Yeah, it's going to be fun. Griff's such a good competitor, so gnarly. So yeah, I'm just going to have to surf my best, surf my brains out. We'll see.
Is he someone that you like coming up against and brings out the best in you?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, he pushes me. I've looked up to him. He's had so many great results over the years, and it's been really inspiring to see him do so well. So it definitely pushes me, and coming up against him is a nice challenge for me just to push myself.
Matt, thanks for the time and good luck in that round.
Thank you, Rosie. Yeah, Matty McGilvray and Griffin have been having some big clashes. Look forward to another one, but we've got a good size set wave here for Seth, who wears that number 7 proudly on his back to represent his family. It was handed to him by Mick Fanning after Mick retired. And Seth just gets a little tangled up on the finish on that one. But yeah, you know that the Moniz family are all tuned in. They don't miss a heat. They love getting behind Seth, and he represents the family beautifully in and out of the water when he's on tour. David Silver on the outside, big hook off the top there. Speaking of family, David's got a young family himself back home, tuned in, watching on. A big shout out to them. His daughters. And David, you know, battling so hard to get himself back on the championship tour. He's been cut a couple of times, but always manages to find himself back on the CT. Marco on the outside getting in on the mix too. So a flurry of activity, but we're yet to see a big number drop for him.
Oh, what a tricky heat to surf. This tide's really sucked the life out of the bowl, really. It's a lot of weaving and trying to find opportunities. Seth not getting the closeout finish that he was hoping for on that last one. That's because there's just so much chop in the face. For how heavy this heat is in the big picture of the year for these guys, this is a really tricky one to try and find some momentum in. I mean, the good thing for Seth is that this was a big wave and this big float out the back was pretty cool. Nice lip run.
Oh, leggy tangled around his front foot
that's
too.
Never good.
That's a bit annoying.
Can't stand that feeling. It sets you up for failure, really, most of the time. But he gets it done. Some searing turns. You can just see how wobbly it is, just trying to deal with this extra water as it comes through onto the inside and just can't find that sort of clean extension up into the lip.
And this is David Silva outside, picking up, well, not a bad wave here for the backhand surfer. Gets 2 connections. And quite clean, little wobble coming down off the second hit. Unfortunately, no inside track there for David Silva, and you can cast your eye up the back. Marco Mignot just with the little spin, and then his wave just sits down as well. So that won't be a score in the final tally. But as we can see there, Zhao Shanker heading out for his elimination round heat. That'll be, I think, the final heat of the day.
A lot of the competitors that you're going to see this afternoon are trying to ignite their campaigns this season. It hasn't really come together for them just yet. None of them have a big, healthy result that they can build on, and this is a turning point moment for them. You know, Seth has found himself on that cut line a couple of times, and last year dramatically saved his place on the championship tour at stop number 5. He'd love to do the work at stop number 5 this time. We know that the surfers have been given a couple of extra events before the cut, Rich. A decision that you agree with?
Yeah, I thought it was a great decision just to give them a little bit more breathing room, give the newcomers a bit of a chance to get some momentum, and really it just seemed more appropriate that there was 7 events before the cut.
David Silva up at the moment. Just a bit of work on that outside section. He's really at his best when he has a nice steep wall that he can square up on. But at the moment, he's just having to chip away at this wave. He's back in 3rd position at the moment, in danger of a 33rd. But if he can bank a 4.74, he'll have a shot at getting up into 2nd place. Just loses touch with that ride in the dying stages there.
Yeah, he knows that was an opportunity missed. He's left a point and a half on the table there, just with that little slip up. That wave just cupped out beautifully, would have set up for that big vertical hit that we know he can do.
Conditions changing, Rich, but like reflecting on what we saw in that previous heat, Matthew McGilvray and Jackson Bunch in particular, I mean, they had no trouble figuring it out.
No, and there's some good turns here. That first turn was pretty good, executed cleanly. And then the wave just starts to sit down. But here we go. There's that little slip up. Now mind surf it. Drop down to that little section. Bang. That final finishing turn would have been a real cherry on top.
My mind surfing.
Yeah, mine was a little different too.
Yeah.
14 minutes to go here. And Seth Monnes holds on to the lead. We're going to take a Bonsoy for a break. He experienced the Surf Coast, and not far down the track is the gateway to the Great Ocean Road. It's an awesome scenic drive, beautiful beaches to check out, amazing scenery. The Apostle's not too far away. Highly recommend it. Out there in the lineup, just under 12 minutes to go. Dark skies over Bells Beach this afternoon. And, well, these competitors are trying to avoid dark moments for themselves. David Silva up against it at the moment. Needs a 4.74 to jump up into second place. You need a top 2 finish in the elimination round to avoid a 33rd. As we see Marco going to work here. Mignot drives up into the section. Solid work there. Already has a 5.9, the single highest scoring ride of this heat, and looking to build on it. Starting to generate some speed, foam on the face. No dramas for him, really wants to time this final hit beautifully. And he's been very patient. Nice hit again, but doesn't go for that final move. Must have been some reef popping out of the water there.
What a great pickup though. At this stage of the heat, that little insider just snuck under the other competitors, and he just, when I see points on this thing, and it stood up on the reef quite well.
Cleanest wave face we've seen in this heat, and plenty of patience. You've got to show a bit of restraint sometimes. You don't want to look too desperate, overcook your turns. There's some really good little tail release down the line finners then.
Yeah, that final section though is interesting. The tide's pretty high. Generally, there's a bit of cover on that inside section. You know, we weren't able to see what was sort of below him. But he opted out of that one, but he did do some great work on that ride. Certainly going to improve on his 3.33. Only needs a 4.7 to get himself up into the lead here.
I think he might be looking at that score, to be honest. Let's see, he had to stroke into this one. Streaking down the line. Nice clean slash. Now the high intensity maneuver, gets that tail release. Almost loses it on that cutback, but keeps those fins engaged. And some transition work all the way through to the inside. Gets a couple of little bonus sections here. Stands up quickly on the reef. Clean snap off the lip. And it was right here. I thought he might just finish. Go into that closeout section, live action.
Yeah, David on the outside. Silva with a nice hit in the pocket there. There's some of that flare on the backhand. This wave's going to steepen up again for him. Draws off the bottom. A whipping carve off the top as Silva climbs the roof. Got a great little run through to the inside section here. It's allowing for multiple turns. And with no massive scores on the board, the lead is still within reach here for Silva. He was after a 6.1 to get to second ahead of Seth. And probably didn't need a whole lot more to jump up into the lead here. His best wave for sure. And you can tell once he clicks into that rhythm, once he starts swinging that board from one turn into the next, he can be extremely busy.
That's some real composed backhand surfing in my opinion. And he's picked an absolute gem here. Deep on the reef. David up and over this foamy section. Projection, comes down with speed. Deep bottom turn. Connects high in the pocket. On the backhand, you could see this wave doubling up. Brings it right back into the source, has the fade. Up and over the foam again. It just kept giving. And the patience, just the timing of these manoeuvres on point for David Silva. And he was stoked on it.
For Christmas morning in Easter when he saw that double up. He just knew there was going to be more opportunity on the inside once he connected, gets the shorey finish. Not the cleanest snap in the world, but all that work was done outside. That double up, as it was starting to form, he just committed to that turn out of the pocket still, and it was a valuable one.
Yeah.
Because that just sent him down over the hump with speed to burn as he came into that next steep section, the way he's able to draw out the turn.
Yeah, he's had a tough go of it in the elimination rounds this year, David Silva. Hasn't had a 33rd though, as we see Seth there chasing down the section. Seth in danger of being pushed back into third position here, especially without a conversion on that ride. 7 minutes to go. Silva with the score on the way. He's just getting back to the takeoff zone now.
Well, he would just be jumping off that ski knowing that he's replacing that 3.17. He'll have his sights now set on that 4.5. And he may even be thinking about winning this heat at this point. Just under 6.5 minutes to go. And he's really making a move.
Who was it that famously got dropped off on the ski and just paddled into the biggest set of the whole comp? Was it an Occy Andy heat years ago?
I think it's happened a couple of times.
Yeah, there's
rewind.
Some people just have it so dialed. I've seen Italo too on the ski. He just can get this like froggy launch, just spring off the back of the ski and power into a wave quickly.
On the back of a big score, where, as Rich was just saying, you know, you're getting out the back, you're feeling awesome, you jump off the ski and all of a sudden the set of the day's coming in and everyone's out of position, you can just pounce on that score.
I think I've seen Parko do it.
I think Occy and Andy had a pretty famous heat once where Andy might have done it. Well, no, Occy might have got Andy with it. Can't remember.
5 minutes, 40 seconds to go. Scores rolling through for Silva, 5.9. And that's going to see him narrow the requirement here. He's after a 4.7. Marco, he's holding on to the lead. So David just falling a little bit short, but Seth in a dangerous position here. And it's been really cool to watch the different generations come through. Seth, obviously following in his dad's footsteps, competing here at Bells Beach. And we've got a guest that's going to join us in the booth for the last heat of the day that can share that same experience. Having his old boy compete here in the event. And then come and perform down here on the bowl as well. Don't miss it. Little surprise coming up next. Just under 5 minutes to go here. And let's see if Seth can max out his scoring potential on this ride. Throws the rotation and sticks it. And you've got to give him credit for staying in attack mode, because he'd be super nervous right now. I want to dip out here at stop number 5 when you're chasing a big result and trying to just stall the progress of those people chasing you on the rankings. And there's a classy finish too. Solid stuff. Doug Silva's just loving it. Probably got the doof blaring down there.
I feel like every time Seth gets under pressure, he does his best work.
Yeah.
Whether it's in the ratings or in a heat situation, when he's up against the wall, he produces the goods, and maybe that's his mindset that he needs to get into at the start of the heat.
Yeah, the coaching work is done at the top of the stairs generally before these competitors hit the lineup, but you know, I'm sure Doug Silva would love just a direct line to Seth in some of these moments, but this was well served.
Oh, just connects with that section, gets the rotation, and then does some nice rail work through the inside. But just that commitment, that degree of difficulty going for it, and that outside section just looks totally connected on this wave.
Yeah, you're right. Instead of, you know, feeling frustrated or flustered, he just goes straight into that section and just hucks it. Gets a really explosive turn on a tricky section. Super curious to see where this one lands too, because we haven't seen big old air rev for a little while.
Yeah, no one's really dropped the big number in this heat too. It's been a battle of mediocre numbers, all in that mid-scoring range. So I agree. It wasn't as big as the ride that we saw David Silva on moments ago for the 5.9, but it did have that extra flair. 2.5 minutes to go here. Well, Silva's going to need a score. We know that. He was chasing a 4.7. The feeling is that he may need a little bit more.
So you're going to have a look here.
He's having a sniff. Uses that priority. Big section standing up and throws everything at it. Goes upside down for a moment. It's a good combo on the bowl. Can he get a third turn in? That always helps set up a good score. There will be some downtime here. And he'll just be begging for this wave to stand up on the inside. Squares up again, just taps at that one. And the combination is clean, but was there enough venom in it?
I just go back to the emotive response that you get when a wave is ridden. And while I was on the edge of my seat because I was anticipating something, that big moment to make me go, oh, there it is. Never really transpired. So he surfed it well, there's no doubt about it. I just wonder whether it has enough gas on it. So he did well to force Marco into that wave, and that gave him the opportunity for this.
Yeah, there's a big sort of point there where he's in attack mode. That's a nice slash. Then from then on, you kind of just going, where is the point of difference here, or at least where's the sting? And he's searching and waiting, and this thing just looks like it's going to promise something on the inside. But these turns are just not quite radical enough to get the judges and Richie Lovett's emotions soaring.
Well, David Silva's really hoping that's enough, because obviously the heat's over for him on the beach. 40 seconds to go.
It's a 4-7.
First turn.
Well, Seth's still got a score on the way too.
First turn had a bit of something about it. Like it was upside down.
But, you know, Seth's number may not improve on the situation too much. And David had the big combo on the bowl, which the judges just get the knife and fork out for and just gobble up. So Seth turned in a 4.8. It didn't improve his situation.
Well,
even with that flare, the rotation. And that means Silva is still only after a 4.7. And even though the inside work on those white watery sections was kind of nothing that you wouldn't see at your local beach, the two big hits on the bowl might be enough.
There's a bigger wave. There was drama in the first turn, there's no doubt about it. It just didn't quite square up, that was all.
Yeah, this is so close.
I think what we saw then, though, was three competitors that are kind of feeling it, you know, the pressure of being loitering around that cut line and trying to hold each other off. They're basically climbing over each other on the rankings here, these three.
No one likes a loiterer either.
Numbers rolling through. Positive signs from the panel early on.
There's also the chance he could jump to number one position in this heat with a good score.
Oh, so we've got the first two scores in. First judge says yes, second judge says no. Where will the average fall? The requirement, a 4.7, and it has come through a 4.63. Heartbreaking for David Silva. You've got to feel for him. But the situation's the same for all three competitors there, all desperate for the big result.
Wow.
Marco a little higher on the rankings, but it was an important heat for Seth as well. I think it was a really tough assignment for the panel there, because we saw flare and wrist thrown out on a smaller wave from Seth. It didn't even help improve the situation, but it did remind us what was happening with the scale. Well, we're going to take a quick break here. Vaughan's going to step out, and we're going to bring in a special guest. Mason Ho joins us for the last heat of the day.
My favourite place to come and unwind is here at About Time Bathhouse. The place is amazing, the facilities, the treatments.
Yeah, I'm so glad you showed me. I mean, it feels like we're miles away, but we're right here in the heart of Turkey.
It's amazing. Dream day.
Yeah, being here in Victoria isn't just about being outdoors and surfing. There's also a relaxing and rejuvenating side to it.
Welcome back. We've got the last heat of the day hitting the lineup. Elimination round, heat number 4. It's a big one. All Brazilian. João Chianca will be out there in the red. Ian Gouveia will be in the blue, and Alejo Muniz will be in the white. Here in the booth, Ronnie Blakey, joined by Richie Lovett and special guest Mason Ho, joining us for the call. Great to see you, Mace.
Yeah, boys.
And I believe congratulations are in order.
Oh, yeah.
The signature went on the dotted line. The relationship with Rip Curl continues.
Right. I still don't know if I'm allowed to talk about.
Oh, okay, cool.
Or I mean, no, I mean.
There's the exclusive.
Yeah. I mean, I'm always nervous. You know, the contracts, they're always like, zip, everyone zip it. Or
well, the cat's out of the bag, mate.
Right.
Blame it on me.
I signed it. No, you're the best, bro, but.
Sorry.
I'm always nervous. No, I mean, it's all good. But I'm always nervous, like, contract, okay, anything the contract, my lips are sealed. But I did just sign it, like, an hour and a half ago?
Yeah, the ink's still wet.
And I'll just give more details, bro. 4 years, yeah, I'm getting in trouble.
Beautiful. No, I'm sure that there'll be plenty of news out there in the surfing world, but fantastic. Awesome to spend an afternoon with you. Your afternoons have been lovely down here. I also got to take part in the Stone and Wood Icons heat, which was awesome.
Yeah, that was a lot of fun with Steph and Mick. The heat, yeah, so, it was a lot of fun.
Mate, we love it. And bringing your unique style to these walls, the same style we saw from your dad here competing years ago. Are you able to tell us any of the stories of your dad's travels down here with Michael Peterson back in the day?
I mean, yeah, there's the PG-13 movie, there's the rated R movie, there's the PG even, the kid. Nah. But yeah, my dad and MP used to do the drive back in the day, and so this year when I knew I was coming up to sign the dotted line, I was like, what would be the coolest way? Because I usually just come up to Australia and kind of just chase a swell and kind of just do it like that. But this time I was just really trying to think, like, what's like the most roots, cool, like, or some way I could reconnect with like the culture and also stoke myself out and my sponsors and everyone. And so when I thought of the drive, I was like, whoa, it can't get any better than that. Just ignore the forecasts like the boys used to do and just drive down. And
seems like you've been scoring.
Yeah, I've been having a lot of fun. I've been working my way down, and I've never done it before. I always heard, oh, is this one of the boys ripping or no? Okay.
Oh yeah, they're out there.
They're out
ripping.
there, huh?
We're going to catch up on some replays now, and we'll get you to take us through this first one. All Brazilian heat, Ian Gouveia, who absolutely tore his way through the Challenger Series last year, up against João Chianca, and getting a quick start here.
Yeah, Ian always surfs really critical, and I enjoy surfing. I enjoy surfing with Ian, not in heats because he's really good in heats, you know. So we've had some good heats together, but yeah, I love watching him surf. Like even in Hawaii, I've been watching him since he was really young. He's been coming because his dad used to compete in Hawaii, and he always did really well. And so Ian came over, and seems like he kind of took the torch from Pops and rips over there and represents for all the Brazilians. And João, right here, correct?
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, he's another new school Brazilian ripper that just shows up to Hawaii now and represents for the country, you know, and rips and won all of the locals' hearts, you know, just with the way he commits over there. We're all like, okay, he's in there. Let him go if he's going.
Oh, man, his rookie performance, along with Samuel Pupo, but João in particular, pushing John Florence in pumping conditions at Pipe was amazing.
Exactly.
But I think Ian Gouveia too. You know, probably people who've tracked his career weren't too surprised, but his tube riding is so next level on the backhand in particular. These guys they're going to be around for a while, but interesting exchange to kick things off. That last heat, low scoring, and you saw surfers really kind of battling to bank an excellent score. Your mate Seth surviving that heat, an important one for him.
Yeah, that was cool just because Seth's like a little brother to me, you know, so anytime these events come on, I'm always rooting for Seth. And when I was walking up to the event, I heard his name in the heat, so I was like, oh yeah, this is a good one. I'm gonna lock in there, you know. So I was up there kind of watching pretending like I was my dad or something. I was just like, come on, Seth, trying to like get him going, you know, for me or something. But it seemed like he had a nice rhythm going, but then it also seemed like the boys had a nice rhythm as well. Like the other guys were ripping really hard.
We got some movement on the outside here. Chianca has a look at this one, kicks out of it. Yeah, interesting to note the heat score totals in the last heat. Winning was Marco with 10.67. David Silva lost 10.53. Seth obviously in between the two. So really scrappy, super close. And we're hoping we see some excellent scores drop in this heat. And and Gouveia just loses the front foot there. Goes over the handlebars. But yeah, that was an extremely close battle, and we had to wait for some time for the final say from the panel. Rich?
It was actually really exciting heat just to commentate. These guys were going blow for blow. It wasn't, again, the most highest scoring heat, but it was crucial, and so much on the line in these men's elimination round heats. We're sending people home, which sucks. It's not cool. You know, people go home with bad feelings after today, but you know, this is just how cutthroat is the standard, Mace. What do you think of the standard of surfing on the tour at the moment? Pretty mind-blowing, huh?
Yeah, no, it's such a pleasure to watch the standard nowadays, because it doesn't really matter where the event is, like, or even doesn't really matter the forecast anymore. You just know you could show up to the beach or just pull up and get a nice show, you know.
Well, you've had your own experiences with the jersey on, even out here at Bells as well. How does that go for you? Is there, I mean, we look at you and we buy into the way you surf and the energy and the fun nature that you bring to surfing. Does that change when you put the jersey on, or do you just kind of go, I'm just going to keep doing my thing?
Yeah, I mean, it kind of is just the same thing. As soon as I get the jersey on, I just start trying to like relax, because I feel like I'm always so amped up or just so excited to get out there that when I get the jersey, I'm like, okay, Mason, you actually got to relax this time, because it's not just another day, you know, like you got a special opportunity here to show the world and yourself what you can do against the best. So I try to get a little calm before the heat, which rarely happens. I stay pretty excited and I get out there, and then when I get out there, nothing really changes from my day-to-day. I just try and because my theory every day is just go maximum performance. Like, even if I show up and it's some junk day and it's a beach day I bring my girl down and I'm with the boys and it's just cruising, you know, I just look at the ocean, I go, oh, where's that? I'm gonna just whale that little wave. Where, like, I ain't cruising today. Like, everyone else might be cruising, but I'm not.
I love it.
We got the technology that suggests just how hard you go. We're going to have a look at that in just a moment, but right now we're going to hear from the winner of that last heat. What a close one it was, Rosie.
Yeah, it looked a little tricky out there, but Marco, we're just touching on the rookie experience. Your first time here to Bells. How are you finding your feet?
I mean, every session I'm getting more used to the wave, but honestly, it's difficult for the first time. But yeah, I think it's just making sure I'm in the right waves. It was a pretty hard heat, to be honest, just because sometimes you go into waves you thinking they're good and then they end up not being good. So it's just about learning, yeah.
And then also this elimination round, you did such a good job of controlling that lead, but it was pretty tricky with those two other competitors and it being so close.
Yeah, it was super close. To be honest, for a moment I was like, at the end I was like, okay, I'm blocking, but everybody needs a 4, and it's kind of like weird. It was a difficult situation, but I was like, okay, I got it under control and just make sure I just wait for the good one. It never came, but yeah.
Well, coming up in that round of 32, you're going to match up with Conor O'Leary. I don't think you guys have had a head-to-head matchup before, but what do you make of that one?
I mean, Conor is an amazing surfer, yeah, but yeah, let's go, you know, it's on.
And what do you do between now and tomorrow when the call is made?
Just rest, eat some good food. Coach Jazza has been cooking amazing food, some Caribbean food, so yeah, life is good.
Sounds pretty good. Marco, thanks for the time.
Thank you.
Marco loving his time, starting to figure out the Bells Bowl, which can take some time for people, but he's buzzing to survive that elimination round heat and hopefully get himself into some better conditions moving forward. Ronnie joined by Rich and Mason Ho for this last heat of the day, where Gouveia holds a narrow lead. João Chianca in second place, and Alejo Munez is out there playing the patience game at the moment, but I was touching on the tech, and we're able to have a little look at just how you handle things in the jersey, Mace, because the other day when you were out there, yourself and Mick, you had that Rip Curl Search GPS app tech that we were able to dive into some of the stats, and you guys had some pretty close statistics, and then others that there was quite a separation. Both caught 16 waves.
How hard did he beat me up out there on the statistics?
Well, he got you. There was a tie for waves caught, 16 waves each.
Oh.
Longest wave, Mick got you there, but
Okay.
no doubt.
I was trying to get to the beach even. I couldn't even pull that one.
Mate, he sits deeper than anyone here at Bell's.
True, yeah,
But
I've seen him.
This is where you got him.
Whoa, where?
This is huge, dude.
No.
Massive.
No.
Your top speed.
No,
You got top
come
speed
on.
over White Lightning, Mick Fanning.
Oh, here's Ian. Look, you got to change the subject. I'm going to get too happy on that stat right there. Bing, Ian.
Nice. Solid hit there. And just working this one over. A bit of foam on the face. And Gavea wants to get rid of that, just that throwaway 0.5 that he's hanging on to at the moment. He'll do that, but how is that?
Man,
top speed was, your top speed was 38 k's an hour. Mick, only 33.4.
What?
Is he slow enough?
I know what's happening. You know what's actually funny? I was telling myself I got to stop talking about this incident, but I got a pretty mental speeding ticket on the way over here on the drive.
Mate, easy to do.
Yeah, and then when I seen that, the higher speed, I'm like, okay, at least, okay, he's opening up
You can go
the
as fast
account.
as you want out here, mate.
Right, Bell's can, huh? In front of all the sponsors.
Alejo here, it looks like he's buckled his board, so he's taken a long time to get to this point, just to get a ride, but he's going to try and jump over this section and get himself a big final turn. And knowing this board is...
Oh, you can see it.
Oh, he's doing really well at the moment. Really well.
He almost could have faked him out. He didn't have to let him know, like kind of just ripped it maybe or something, because he got it through that dead spot pretty well for a broken or a buckled board.
You could see it flexing. He goes Adriano.
Sick. Is he coaching guys down here?
Yeah. He's been doing some coaching the last couple of years.
Whoa.
Adriano won in 2013. First Brazilian to break through for a victory here with those big swooping calves and some of the deepest bottom turns I think we've seen on the Bell's Bowl.
The master of pace out here, right? Like I was watching like the 81 Bells, some footage from 81 out here when Simon and everyone was ripping out here, and some of them were still on single fins, and I think maybe only Simon even was on a thruster, if he was even on one yet. But I just remember like the way they were surfing the wave. They had such a nice. Oh, here's Joao on a wave that could be nice, maybe.
Yeah, they had good flow, huh?
They had a really good pace.
Rhythm.
Like they would go like they'd have a nice pace off the bottom, and then when they'd hit the top of the wave, they'd explode, you know, and then when they'd come back down, they're mellow and slow but fast. Oh, is that what he's doing right there?
That's what he's doing.
Yeah, right.
He found it. He almost tripped up halfway through the ride, but regathered himself pretty nicely.
He did it.
You think of all the greats that have surfed this wave, and they have that formula exactly what you're talking
pace,
about.
yeah, like a slow, even Aki and stuff. You see how there's like a slow but fast off the bottom, and then an explode off the top, and then slow it down again, and then explode. And
Sonny, Andy, Joel, all
yeah,
that long, really steady bottom turn.
Yeah.
And then, bang,
and then
off the top.
Adriano was kind of like, I feel like Adriano for a lot of us, like my generation, he kind of made it like magnified it, like, whoa, Adriano's doing it, like, how is he doing it, like, how is he doing it? And then you see him doing it, and you're like, oh, he's doing it like this, okay, and then you kind of realize it, and then you see everyone else doing it, you're like, oh, everyone was just camouflaging.
Absolutely.
Adriano just worked it and got it, found it.
Yeah, for sure. Well, there's that little wobble, Ronnie, that you were talking about, the first little hit off the foam there for Joao, and just waiting patiently for this wave to stand up again as it hits this inside reef section. Joao, generally a really busy and expressive surfer, hanging on again. So a couple of wobbly moments, bang, but finishes strong. So definitely the final closeout re-entry, the standout moment. And there's the crease right along the stringer. It's cut through the stringer, rail to rail. And that's typically where these boards break, is right in front of those the fins there. So much leverage in that position. And Alejo has quite a wide stance as well.
Yeah.
So he even puts more leverage between those, the front and the back of the board.
When do you think he broke his board? Because he just caught that one wave. He must have broke it on the first turn or something, huh?
Maybe,
like felt it? Something pretty interesting there.
Yeah, well, he's dropped the 4.3, so keeping in touch with his opponents in this one, but still needs more. Time's on his side, though, just under 18 minutes to go. We've been touching on some of the data collected during the Icons heat with Mason, Mick Fanning and Stephanie Gilmore out there in the lineup. So we mentioned that Mace got top speed over Mick Fanning out there in the lineup, but you also got him for the paddles.
Oh, what? Yeah, who got those strokes?
Yeah, well, Mick only had 708. You had 1,238 paddles out there.
He made them count, though. That's what he does. He
Well,
don't need as much as me.
It just was the perfect illustration of what you guys are like in a lineup. You're busy, you're looking at every wave that comes in, but you guys still caught the same number of waves. But then distance covered, Mick, 8.24 kilometres in a session, which seems crazy, but on a long point break is pretty amazing. And you got the jump on him there too, 9.23 kilometres.
Oh, on the overall, like length of all the rides together?
Yeah, and I think paddle distance as well. So, man, you had a busy session.
I had fun. I was out there. You know what, too? Mick actually gave me a chance. He gave me a big-time chance out there. He a lot of those waves, because there was no real priority or nothing, you know, so we were just kind of free surfing, and a lot of the times he was just right in the sweet spot, and I was just kind of too shy to even go around the sweet spot because it was Steph and Mick. So I was just like, oh my gosh, like, I'm not going near your guys or the sweet spot, you know. But then Mick would always be like, when the wave would come, he'd be like, "Go, Mason," and I'd be like,
"Oh, he was talking to you out there."
Oh, yeah.
He doesn't do that when there's the jerseys on.
Exactly, yeah. So it was he was being way too cool out there, and gave me all those stats I got was because of Mick. So.
Oh, here goes Chianca. He had that amazing finish on the inside before, and he's thrown another big hit. This one coming on the bowl. Will they deem that complete, though? He threw the fist up.
He threw the claim up like he'd ridden out of it. I would have liked to have seen another second or two, but this is live action from Ian.
Oh, nice little exchange, huh?
Yeah, still no massive numbers dropped just yet. So even on that previous ride, Joe Chianca had a nice hit on the end section, but a few trip-ups through the ride. Looks like it's cost him a decent score, but Ian Gavea connecting with a nice inside section here.
Oh, he got hung up.
But he's going to go down, so a missed opportunity. This is really still anyone's heat with 15 and a half minutes to go.
Well, that was the first wave where we've seen Joao really connect and start to get that rhythm and that body movement going. It's almost like he's sort of dancing with the wave once he starts to get that rhythm going.
He's a good dancer with the wave when he gets it going, huh, that guy?
Absolutely. Let's see what Ian there, little click off the top, up and over the foamy section. Now the wave starts to soften.
I like that beginning, how he the wave was average, but he kind of just, whoom, went above average, or just kind of like was like, I'll link this part above average. Well, let's see what the rest of the wave does.
Yeah, he just gets a little hung up on that final turn.
That would have been important, kind of.
Looked like a serious bell. And it's going to cost him in his scoreline. 14 and a half minutes to go. You never know who's going to pitch up to the Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach, presented by Bonsoy. Vaughan's found a special guest.
Well, the Rip Curl Pro, presented by Bonsoy here at Bells Beach, is a marquee sporting event, and it attracts marquee sporting athletes, absolute legends like Tour de France winner Cadel Evans. Welcome to Bells.
Oh, thank you very much. It's not. It's a typical Bells day, I think, in terms of weather. But no, it's great to be here and see the athletes. It's a new experience for me.
A new experience, mate. Do you get to many surf comps around the place?
No, this is my first serious surf contest. But it's always interesting to see. I think it always amazes me when you see people at the elite level, how well trained they are, how well drilled they are, and just watching them have the opportunity to see some of the guys warming up, and they're fit guys.
It's amazing, mate. Your career highlighted by the greatest win in maybe Australian sports ever. Mate, yeah, you were saying, you come down here appreciating the surfing. Do you have a favourite moment from Bells Beach or a favourite surfer out here?
Oh, of course I have my own race that passes by here, but I always come by and I'm always riding though, and I have to say, cycling and surfing don't seem very compatible as sports. I always ride by the surf and look at it and check it out, but I never go in the water because I spend all my career training. But most of all, I think just coming here and appreciating the beach and seeing all the tourists who come here and attract, and I think I don't ever ride past here without coming and checking out the surf, even if I'm never going to go in, just because it's beautiful.
That's classy. Mate, did you ride your bike here today?
I didn't ride my bike here today, no.
No, look, it's an absolute pleasure to have you down here at the Rip Curl Pro, mate. Wonderful to see you. Enjoy the afternoon.
Thanks very much. Thanks for having me.
Beautiful. Well, Mace, you covered 9.23 kilometres in your session the other day here at Bells. Cadell Evans covered 3,200 odd kilometres to win himself a Tour de France back in 2011. So
that's cool.
That's a
down
well-earned
here.
victory.
I know, right? That's a real well-earned victory. But what? That's so cool. He's down here watching the event.
So good to see. All right, we've got Alejo jumping up into the lead, turning this heat around on his backup board now. We're going to take a quick break and get you caught up on what's unfolded here so far today. Let's get you caught up on everything that's unfolded today here at Bells Beach. The wild card comes out swinging. Morgan Siblick on fire, Rich. Big hits, big numbers.
Back in fine form, Morgan Siblick showing why he made the tour a couple of years ago and made such a big impact, making the final five. Back in form, great to see Morgan take the win this morning.
And getting the jump on Ethan Ewing. Are you kidding? That's a tough draw out here. And then we saw Italo just continue the fine form that's seen him into the #1 position on the rankings. Big backhand blast and just on absolute point out here at the bowl.
Yeah, standout performer of the day and throwing down some of the biggest scores. Italo wearing the yellow jersey in complete control and looking like the man to beat.
Sadly, at the end of that heat, Ramsey Bookiam injured and forced out of the competition. He's on his way to get scans. We'll update you on his condition as soon as we get word on what he's done to himself. But the action continued with the rookies lighting up the Bells Bowl. Al Cleland Jr., just one of the most aggressive servers in the draw today.
I love this brand of power surfing that Al Cleland brings to the table, and he wasn't content with power surfing alone, throwing some real progression into some of these manoeuvres, and dominant in this heat, just picked out the gems and finished every single wave with an exclamation point.
Love those big finishes, the full power on display, and a memorable performance. Looking forward to seeing what else he can bring. And then we got through the rest of the men's elimination round the rest of the opening round for the men, and then straight into the elimination round for the women. Caroline Marks surviving and looking very sharp. Luana Silva also laying down some great turns.
Yeah, nervous times in the women's elimination round. And Luana Silva put in a great performance. Really committed turns from her to see her move into the next round. And this is Betty Lusakura Johnson picking some absolute gems as the tide started to come in, really using that rail work and shades of the performances she's been throwing down at Haleiwa in Hawaii. Great finishing manoeuvres. Betty Lusakura looking strong.
Yeah, it was a really close finish too, wasn't it? Nadia Aristabe and Bahine Fierro fighting for that final position in that third round, and Nadia doing just enough with this ride and scraping through with a high range 2 to survive that elimination round, keep herself alive in the draw. We say goodbye to Carly Shanahan and Vahine Fierro. So into the final 8 minutes of this last heat of the day, heat 4 of the elimination round, and at the moment Ian Gouveia is the competitor with work to do. He's got priority. He doesn't need a massive score, much like that previous heat of the men's elimination round. It's been a scrappy affair, and the heat score totals aren't massive, but the results are so important. And you know, you're going to have that throughout an event window. You're going to have to grind your way through some pretty scrappy stuff at times.
Oh yeah, I love it. I don't know, something about I love good waves. You know, I think being on the tour, you love big waves, or not big waves, but you love the perfect waves. You know, dream tour, you think dream waves. But something about when the waves are junk, I'm just like, oh yeah, like I just feel like, I don't know, I almost get more excited sometimes when it gets junk, or just because I feel like it evens out the field, you know, a lot. Even though there's some guys who are better in junk waves and some guys who are better in the better waves, but
absolutely
something about if you're good enough to be on this tour and you're amped up when you see the waves get junk, like, oh, you're probably going to be world champion, or you're the caliber.
For sure. We all shuffle to the edge of our seats when we get pumping conditions here, but some people, some competitors, their motivation stays elevated even in these scrappier conditions. 91 Bells champ Barton Lynch always spoke about that. He was like, oh, you're disheartened by the conditions? You don't like what you see? I love it.
Yeah,
I'm ready to go. I'm looking for the opportunity. Bring it on.
Yeah, yeah.
So you've got to maintain that positive mindset.
For sure, huh? Yeah, something about when you're just excited, when you go out surfing and you're just excited and happy and stoked, like, it's really hard to stop that, you know, like, because you could go out there kind of angry, and maybe it works for you if I have a couple uncles that looks like they're ripping when they're angry, you know, but for the most part, some of these younger guys are my age. If you look angry and you're my age and you're out there, I don't think you're ripping.
No, I think that's what we all buy into, mates. When we watch you surf, you always look like you're having the best time ever, regardless of what you're surfing, whether it's, you know, big pipe or, you know, outside logs or even like some little beach break shories. You always look like you're so invested and having a good time, and we love coming along for the ride with whatever you're doing.
That's like you at GCM. I used to copy I just copy all you guys. Yeah, there's the nice group you've seen. I remember you too. You always had a big old grin when you were beating guys in the heats and stuff.
Thanks, bro.
Here we go on the outside. Zhao Chianca, there's a nice clean slice to get started. Smoothing out the lines this time, keeping the rails a little cleaner on this wave and putting together a solid combination on the bowl.
Wow.
And let's see if we can finish this one. Chianca in second place at the moment. Needs a 5.54. This has been one of the more convincing rides that we've seen. Certainly one of the cleaner waves and cleaner performances as he brings it through, gets a nice little rebound, but just digs a rail riding out of that final move.
That was Matty Bemrose and Brett Power on the stairs.
They weren't stoked on the ending there, huh?
No, not overly. They knew there was, it's just those little, because it can, you know, 0.5 can mean the difference. We saw in that last heat, there was less than a point that separated all the competitors from first to third. So it's these 0.5s, the points, it all makes a difference. But that's the first wave, I think, in the entire Bells competition for Joao, where he's looked totally connected and the timing was flawless. Quick snap off the top here. Drives around this section, great rhythm through that carve, patiently off the bottom, reconnects with that foamy section, and he does all this beautiful work through the inside. And unfortunately, just this little slip there. It's such a difficult final section, isn't it, at Bells?
Oh yeah, it's like, it looks like it's got a little juice, but sometimes it's dead. Oh, Ian's going
big
off
combo on the outside. So this was during the replay of Zhao Chianca's ride. Ian Gouveia let go of a solid combo of his own. So things are getting tight and intense out here at the moment as he brings it through to the inside. Nice floating re-entry to finish. Looks like he likes the feel of it too. Chianca a 5.4, and that means the requirement for Ian Gouveia is a 5.34. But you think about different stops on the championship tour, Mace, and Pipe. You know, that the finish is less important. If you can do something exceptional on the finish, add an extra turn, yeah, you might up the score a little bit. But if you've had a big pit before it, you can kick out and it won't hurt you at all. Totally. Here at Bells and Margaret River in particular, like the end section, there's a lot of credit for finishing off those waves well.
Yeah, super important, huh?
What's next, Mace? Without divulging too much of the itinerary.
Oh, yeah.
Where are you off to, buddy?
We've already let the cat out of the bag.
I've already...
I hope it's not a contract breach. I really do.
I know. I've already said a couple things, but what else what do I got? I've snuck on a search or two in the last month or two, so that's been fun. And I drove the coast down here in Australia for April. That was kind of my goal, just have fun in Australia in April. I love it over here.
Sounds like you need a holiday. It's been a busy start to the year. We had the Eddy.
Yeah, no, and
probably only just got your breath back from that.
Yeah, no, that was just a big fun party, or that whole thing was just too good. The whole thing was just too fun, so that was like a vacation itself, the Eddy. So, but yeah, now I'm just going home, and to be honest, I'm probably just gonna try to go home and just a couple little projects. I got a few things I just need to like tie up, and then right when I do that, I'm gonna just look at the charts and just see what's out there, and if I see any little activity in any of my favorite little nooks, I'm just gonna race it there as fast as I can.
Oh, we love that. Well, big things happening out here in the lineup at the moment. Ian Gouveia didn't get the score he needed to get into second spot, but he's out there on the outside trying to scratch into one. Not gonna get into it. 1 minute and 25 seconds to go. As we see Alejo up, who just looked out of sorts in the opening stages of this heat. He has bounced back so well, still holds onto the lead. Big section standing up here. Solid on his feet, gets the finish.
That was huge.
Wow. What a turnaround, considering he buckled his board too, and he had such a slow start to the battle.
Hey, I'm not surprised. I did the QS with this guy, Alejo. That's one of my friends. That's one of my buddies I did the QS with, because I wanted to be on the tour, you know, and win a world title and all. It's the coolest, healthiest dream, right? So I grew up like that. But Alejo, it's actually cool. Alejo's like a nice, it's like a little, like a hope or something for someone like me, because I used to compete with him, and we've had some nice heats, you know. I've got him, he's got me, and we always had a good relationship, good friends, and traveled, and he would always do this. He'd always be all mellow and slow, or you'd think mellow and slow, but then eventually I think he's just honing in on that nice wave. He knows, most of the time he knows it only takes 2, you know, and he's really good at just slamming that lip and riding out, and that's kind of all it takes sometimes. And he's always done this, so I'm proud to see him do it again. And when I see him back on the tour again, it just makes me think, hey, I could even try it. I could at least try to get back on tour if I really wanted, you know. And it's just a fun, healthy deal to be on here, you know. So he's like, that was really cool to see for myself.
Wow, get on that regional QS.
I am on that thing. I stay on there just, yeah, get on the Challenger. That would be the thing, huh? The regional one's easy, but I'm in there.
I love it. There's some frustration from him, but you've got to give credit to Alejo, who's actually going to improve on his heat score total with that final ride, a 5.8. Massive hiatus that he had from the championship tour. Didn't give up, kept grinding, kept battling away. Has made the grade, was rewarded for his tenacity, and he is back on the CT and winning an important heat there, Rich.
Yeah, that was a clutch performance there. Under duress as well, had that the buckle in the board, had to come in, do the switch out. Amount of waves in that heat as well, so that just shows you that he converted on the waves that he had to ride there, made it count.
He's going to be happy with that. That is an important result for him. And Zhao Chianca is going to survive the elimination round heat too. Mace, what an absolute pleasure to get to catch up with you down here at Bells, and loving that you've enjoyed your road trip down the coast, and congratulations on the big news as well.
Thank you, Ronnie. Thank you, Richie. So nice to see you guys.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely.
Always a pleasure. And thanks for having me up here. It's nice up here too.
Don't go anywhere. We've got the Stone and Wood post show coming up with Joe Tapel and Flick joining Richie here on set. We'll be back in just a moment.
You're watching the Stone and Wood Post Show Big Tuesday. A lot of action here at Bells Beach. What a day it was. Even made our first eliminations of the event as they called it on first thing in the morning and got a lot done. Everything they had planned. They didn't have to stop it short. Set up some big rounds for the women's round of 16 and also the men's round of 32. Thanks for being with us on the Stone and Wood Post Show. Joe Turpel, Felicity Palmatier, and Richie Lovett. Flick, a lot of action, a lot of drama, and even in that last heat, seeing Ian Gouveia needing a score and just missing a wave. That was intense to finish off the day.
Oh, I'm just happy we ripped the Band-Aid off. It's been a few days, and we went through a lot of heats today. We did, and it was good to see. There was heaps of excitement. Had the men out there, the women out there, and we sent some people home.
Richie, you've always said you never really minded onshore bowl. We got to see that today.
No, I love it. I reckon there's plenty of opportunities when it's onshore like this. And, you know, I think I was proven right with some of the performances on both the men and the women's side. We saw some big scores, some huge manoeuvres. Great day of surfing, in my opinion.
Yeah, a lot of great stand-up performances and even some that are just simmering beneath the surface, like, you know, Felipe Toledo advancing on in second today.
Yeah, I mean, I sort of thought that he would show up here and blow up here, but, I mean, he just came up against someone who was a bit too good for him today. So I guess, you know what? The bowl keeps you honest today, Joey.
It's building and building, and one man that's just still building his reputation as a lightning in a bottle in a runaway type world title campaign leads us into our headlining moment for the Boost Mobile Heat of the Day. World #1 looking unstoppable.
Yeah, Italo was just incredible today from the opening ride. Have a look at some of these turns, just so committed through the bowl section, in complete control and really ticking all those boxes of what the judges want to see. The high-risk manoeuvres, the progression, the commitment, even down to the flow, all the way through to the inside. And we saw Xavier Huxtable put together some great manoeuvres as well, connecting. This was a tough heat on paper.
It certainly was. Italo kept on rolling. 7.17, 8.5, his top two marks, 15.67 total. Timing incredible. And he's had that every single event, even when we're going from pipe to the pool, to Portugal, to El Salvador, he still looks like the best surfer in the world. Ramsey certainly showed up today, but it really ended up in some tough news for the Moroccan.
Oh, it was so hard to watch. I mean, we're seeing this right here. I mean, he finished his last wave. It happened as he was coming in. He was on that little button of reef, got taken out from a wave behind him, and yeah, unfortunately the messaging is, you know, he's hurt his knee and awaiting further scans. So we'll just wait. We're sending our prayers and we hope he's going to be okay.
He had to withdraw from the elimination round, so out of the event already with that injury. Xavier Huxtable, wild card once again in this event, looked really strong, advancing along with Italo Ferreira into the round of 32. Xavier still with an outside shot to go all the way. A lot of locals are predicting that he's better than ever and could potentially ring that bell for the locals. How would that be, Flick?
Whew, I mean, that's a big run all the way through to the final. You've got some, I mean, I just think one heat at a time. It sounds so cliche and so silly to say, but it's just the quality of surfers and surfing that we saw today was, well, obviously world class and just one heat at a time.
That's right. We've got to pace ourselves, but it's fun to predict long runs all the way to the final. That's where Alejo Muniz wants to be. Right now, he's got a chat with Rosie Hodge.
Yeah, what a wild heat, a hard-fought win for you. Just take us through that one, from buckling the board to getting, holding off people with priority on that last wave, increasing your lead. How did that one eventuate for you?
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, it was a hard heat. Soon as I knew I was going against two friends and two amazing surfers, I knew it was going to be a hard heat. Actually, the hardest part of the day was to get back up after having a shocker on my first heat, and and I went back home so mad, and Adriano was just like talking to me, and I was like, yeah, I have another chance, so I would try to not make the same mistakes. I wait 15 minutes for my first wave, and then I buckle my board on that wave. But I'm glad that I got on a really nice rhythm. I only caught 3 waves, but yeah, happy to make this heat.
Great performance. And just talking about going against friends, going against fellow countrymen, you're going to be matching up with Iago Dora in the round of 32. What do you make of that one?
I know Iago since we were kids. He's on the top 5. He's an amazing surfer. I'm sure it's going to be a really hard heat. I will try to do my best, and we'll see how it goes.
Alejo, thank you for the time, and well done on the heat win.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Rosie. Alejo Muniz, all heart, all passion, just to put himself back on the tour, taking about 8 years of just regrouping from first crazy knee injuries and to get himself back into this kind of flow. I mean, he will do anything in his power to win that heat tomorrow against Iago Dora, Rick.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough one because Iago Dora is on some kind of heater at the moment, up in the top 3 on the ratings at the moment. Really strong backhand, so it'll be a good conflict of styles here. We're going to have one on the forehand, one on the backhand, and Iago, I reckon, is one of the men to beat out here for this event. So he's going to be up against it, but I mean, we talk about resilience. Alejo Muniz has it. You know, he's proven that he will just get up time and time again. He'll take it to him.
And with a coach like Adriano de Souza, world champ, Bells champ, Alejo's in good hands. Looking forward to that matchup maybe as soon as tomorrow. One other heat that's really popping out, though, was elimination round heat number 1. Matthew McGillivray off the final at Punta Roca got sent to the elimination round, but he just went absolutely loony along with Jackson Bunch.
Yeah, this was a good heat. I mean, Joe, we were calling this, and Jackson right here just demonstrating absolute precision. I mean, 2 big backhand belts here. I think he gets another couple done on the inside. And he was sort of, you know, looking really good, looking really strong. I think he locks in a 6.5 for this one here. Goes to the left on the inside. Not surprised, being a goofy, but, I mean, this was the man to beat. Matt just put on a clinic, and he picked up right where he's left off in Al Sal. Obviously not happy to be in this elimination round, and he just has such a good relationship with this wave. Just a good read on it, and not trying to rush anything. Nice pace surfing, but I mean, this moment here, absolute hammer. It was just so beautiful to watch. I think it was 7.43 for that. I mean, all the points really coming from that last explosive maneuver. So yeah, Matt, looking on fire.
It was just one of the cleanest heats I've seen of Matthew McGillivray, where every time he made a decision, it was better and better, and he really surfed like he owned that lineup. That was just total domination for McGillivray. Jackson Bunch advancing along with him, and the tough part for Edgard Grangia in the rookie class. Rick, that's the 2nd consecutive knockout in the elimination round.
Yeah, you know, he's definitely having a bad run at the moment. He's had a couple of 17ths, I believe, and then a string of 33rds. So he's in a real tough position as we come into 2 more events before we make the cut for Edward there. So he's going to have to really find these final placings in the next 2 events. But great performance from McGillivray, and Jackson Bunch. He is fast becoming one of my favourite surfers on the tour. I love the energy and the excitement that he's bringing. Shades of the Kalani Rob in the style. Yeah, I'm a big fan.
Also, Matty McGillivray, quarterfinal, then to a semifinal, the last 2 starts at Bells Beach. Let's see if he can go one step further and make his first final at this venue on tour. More action from the elimination round that was impressive. Luana Silva was a big part of it. She's been just such a charger in the last couple of years on tour. The World Junior Champs, keeping a very busy schedule. She doesn't like these elimination round heats. They are stressful, but she ended up on top of a heat that included a world champion.
Yeah, for me, Luana, her strengths is her rail game, right? And just that big open face carve that she has. And I think for me, it's wave selection too. I mean, she obviously jams it up in the pocket here, but yeah, it's wave selection on days like that. She was able to identify those waves that she wanted and go to her strengths, which is those open face carves.
Those big hooks got her the win, 5.67 and a 5.33. She made some little quiet Sunset Point comparisons with open ocean type waves where she could lay down that rail, and it was Caroline Marks, who's just always at least in the quarterfinals of this venue, advancing on in 2nd. Big shout out to Carly Shanahan. Wow, she's a bright light. She was all laughs up on the glass with Vano. being so thrilled to represent the local crew.
What a great week for Carly Shanahan, just representing Janjuk board riders, having the whole town, everyone getting behind you, getting involved, and just the feelings around that, you know, kind of makes you feel warm and fuzzy. But, you know, stressful moments there for Caroline, really. It was, you know, right up until those final moments, Carly had a chance of kicking the world champ out of the event. So maybe a little get out of jail free there for Caroline, and I think we'll see her really start to build into this event.
It's pretty interesting how quickly these surfers go from grommets to then growing up in juniors and then being in the main event. That's why we always want to check in with the WSL Rising Tides program.
Good morning from Bells Beach. We're here with all the amazing up-and-comers. We're about to go rip the Bells Bowl.
The waves are pumping and these guys are ready to go shred, yeah? Oh, yeah. It's going to be huge.
We live here and I reckon it's really fun. Surf with the prize. 110%. 111%.
Not only do we have our next generation coming down and meeting all of our top pros, but they get to share the lineup with them.
Vibes are high. Rising Tides.
The long-term goal of Rising Tides is to develop our next generation of women. We'd love to see them on the tour, and if they're just surfing every day with their friends, that's also great.
The energy was so contagious. All the groms were just like smiling ear to ear. I had a ball, surf rings around me, but that was so sick.
Everyone was going everywhere.
Very oversized head. So big.
I reckon you'll be comfortable out here in no time.
Really fun! Surfing and watching everyone rip.
I saw you and I caught one.
Early kids.
To be in the water surrounded by this energy and that rising tide of women is so special. I never had that at their age. Just to feel so welcomed is what it's all about.
Rising Tides!
Really love that addition. Just happened just the other day right here at Bells Beach. The future's in great hands, and we always expect that here at Bells. It's a long-standing tradition. They know what it's all about. It reminds me of seeing India Robinson. Seems like yesterday as a little kid, then into the main event. It's one of the best processes we see at this great venue on tour. Well, as we know, we had a big Tuesday today. We had a long, series of lay days. Let's find out if we could be running heats tomorrow as we bring up the Surfline forecast for Wednesday. You reckon we're on, Rick?
I think there's a really good chance. We'll definitely be down here in the morning. And look, I think this swell will potentially peak overnight. We've probably seen the biggest of it already. But I was impressed with the lines. We actually started to see really defined lines coming into Bells from sort of mid-morning. You can see all that red activity where that circle is right now, just getting pushed up into the bite. But this will start to die off overnight, and we'll see it taper off tomorrow. The next 4 days looking pretty promising though. Originally this forecast we were sort of scratching our heads going, what are we going to do? But looking good now. So if we look Wednesday all the way through to Saturday, we have options there. We are going to have to duck and weave through the wind. It is going to have moments where it's nice and offshore all the way through the day on sort of Thursday, Friday, but then it kicks again on Saturday. So it's going to be just picking the eyes out of when the wind and the swell turn up together and they want to party, and we'll be here for the action.
Yeah, talk about a party. Look at some of these Hydrolite heats to watch. Oh my goodness.
Oh, wow.
Two great friends, one a vet, one a rookie on tour going head to head. Isabella Nichols, Aaron Brooks. Flick, what do you think?
Well, I mean, I just see this as a sisterly rivalry right now. I think it's big sis taking on the little sis, and I don't think any of them are going to hold back because, I mean, you've got obviously Aaron coming on board as a rookie. Isabella, you can almost say, is a veteran these days. And Isabella just off one of her best results this year so far, second in Al Sal. Aaron just finding her strides on tour. But it's going to be a big clash because I think when you're so close as friends, it makes that matchup so much more intense. I think you can give it to each other a little bit more. So that is definitely a heat to watch.
Hydrolite heat to watch on the men's side. World number 1, Italo Ferreira will be with the wild card, Xavier Huxtable. What are you seeing there, Richie Lovett?
Well, I see a huge mountain to climb for Xavier. This is... if the form of Italo Ferreira is anything to go off today, he is honestly the man to beat at the moment. he just threw down some of the biggest scores, looked totally in control and was in full attack mode, and that's what we expect from Italo Ferreira. So Xavier is going to have to come in with the attitude, I'm going to compete and I'm going to go at this pressure free. I've got nothing to lose, and try and take it to the #1 surfer in the world at the moment. He's going to have the home crowd behind him. He's going to have the support of the whole town. So perhaps that can rise him up. He's certainly got some talent, and it's going to be a really good matchup.
That is massive. It's massive. We love wildcard stories. We celebrate them because it's like someone coming out of the woodwork and just changing everything we know in the world. Title race for Italo. He's on the strongest start I've ever seen. And then Xavier's bigger, stronger, wiser, and he'll do everything it takes to do it for the locals here in Victoria. Well, a lot to digest today here on the Stone and Wood Post Show, and it comes to the BioGlan Daily Dose to work out the best 5 moments that we saw go down today on the bowl. Kicking things off for us at number 5, McGillivray Magic.
Oh, this was beautiful to watch. That one turn there, that was my single most favourite carving manoeuvre that was done all day. Just perfect timing, a demonstration of beautiful rail work. And to your point, Joe, he just kept going from strength to strength in this heat, just absolutely building on every score, and just a sign of good things to come. He's just continuing the momentum he had in El Sal and bringing it to the bowl.
Fantasy teams, you still have a chance to pick up McGillivray. Number 4, wild cards come out firing. Morgan Siblick, quarter last year as a wild card. Let's see if he can go all the way this year.
Yeah, well, he'd have good feelings from last year's performance. And I'm loving seeing Morgan Siblick back in form. There was that slump when he got knocked off tour. The surfing perhaps wasn't there. I don't think mentally he sort of adjusted, and it's like a full reset now. He's working with Nathan Hedge. The boards are looking super spicy under his feet. And again, another one of these men that's in attack mode. He just didn't look phased at all, didn't look out of place, and Morgs could go deep in this event.
Number 3, it's all the talented women that survived the elimination round from Silva Marks, Betty Lou, Aristarbe. Gave us some drama tonight.
Oof, there was definitely drama. I feel like Luana got she got the job done, but Caroline was a few nervous moments there for a bit. And I mean, Luana, we spoke to it before, she put on a good performance, found some nice waves. Betty Lou, obviously, as well, she put on a really good performance. But for me, it was Nadia, in that last one coming up against Fahine, and it was just nail-biting. There were only small scores that they were chasing there, and Nadia actually found out as she was on the beach that she made that advancement through. So, I mean, yeah, it's just nervous times, and you can see how much it means to these women, especially someone like Nadia who's, she's come in, she's got that replacement surfer, so she wants to make the most of her time on tour. And I mean, yeah, this is her first time here to Bells, I believe, as well. So just such a learning curve for her, and it's not an easy wave to figure out. So, yeah, you'll take it where you can get it. So you can see the emotion here, and gets to live to fight another day.
Gosh, that was so clutch for Nadia Aristarbe. Coming in number 2 on the BioGlan Daily Dose. Rookie lighting it up, Al Cleveland Jr.
It was just a dose of full tilt power when Alan Cleland paddled out into the lineup, really took control of this heat from the opening moments, and I love the way he's approaching this wave. It's attack when the sections pop up, some smooth rail work all the way through to the inside, and then he goes again, doesn't lay down, just sees these sections in front of him. And I love this power brand of surfing. It's sort of reminding me of Matt Hoy, and he's rung this bell out here. And, this guy he doesn't seem phased with his opponents. It doesn't matter who he's up against. And, again, his style really suited to these Bells bowls.
Such a popular athlete. Remember, Toledo was in that heat. He got the win, and winning the Stone and Wood Post Show and the BioGlan Daily Dose. World number 1, Italo Ferreira, fired up with an 8.5, 15.67 combined total today.
Oh, I'm not surprised. He's just looking so on point, and I love to see it. I love to see the Goofs do well out here on the bowl. It's a tricky wave to surf, and it's hard on your backhand. I mean, yes, you can wind up, you can get tighter in the pocket, but there's the argument that you're not facing it. You don't have that full awareness. And I mean, Italo is showing like no signs of that. He's just so aware of where he wants to place his turns and just wave selection. He's just taking off on these big waves, set waves, and absolutely belting it. Big sections, big turns, and that's why he's in yellow.
He's really learning to balance that energy, that fired up feeling. Today, he really looked calm. He looked like he was like, okay, I'll match the pace of this wave. I'll be patient when I need to and really make those turns look big. He knows the recipe here at Bells Beach.
100%, and I feel like Bells Beach actually does something to Italo's surfing that looks amazing. It just irons it out a little bit. It makes it super smooth. And it's, you know, well, he's had the win out here. He knows how to win at Bells.
Very true. He would be a great pick as your power surfer to get double points on your fantasy lineup. And here's a great tip. If you had anyone lose in the elimination round, you could change your team. You're actually allowed to do that. Change your team. Look at the matchups on WorldSurfLeague.com. Make sure you don't have friendly fire. Oh my gosh, Richie Lovett's doing it right now on set.
Let me just check.
Check out your jersey. Plenty of time to do that tonight, though, and look at that draw so you could win in your fantasy clubhouse. A lot of kind of usual suspects showing up and a lot of people surfing with kind of a lot to prove at this point of the season. I think all eyes are going to be on Tier C. See how many people picked both Colapinto brothers, both sitting in a very similar spot on the rankings.
Yeah, I did. I'm guilty of it. I had them both in there. So, I don't know. I may have to do some shuffling tonight.
Yeah, quickly on Griff. You know, liking his form today, Flick?
I am. You know what? I've actually liked his form all year. I just think he's unfortunately come up against some really tough heats. I don't think it's his surfing. I think it's just sometimes that's the way the cookie crumbles and you feel like you're doing everything you can not to, and it just, things aren't flowing. And maybe this is an event where it's going to start clicking because he was surfing great today.
Yep.
I love it. Well, thanks for everybody watching. A big day of competition here at Bells. Remember, tomorrow morning could get going as early as 8:15 local time with either the women's round of 16 or the men's round of 32. So long from Bells Beach. We'll see you bright and early. This copyrighted event broadcast is produced by the World Surf League for broadcast around the world and may not be retransmitted, reproduced, rebroadcast, or otherwise distributed or used in any form without the written consent of the World Surf League.